It's 12 noon in New York. That means it's time for our weekly show on Sahara TV. Today is April 5, 2014. Now, on this day in 1953, the then leader of the Mau Mau resistance movement in Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, was convicted and sentenced to 7 years in prison. Kenyatta and 5 others were detained at a remote desert army post in Lodwar. Once again, welcome to Sahara TV. My name is Adeola Fayong. But before I tell you what we have lined up for you on our show today, the guests that will be interviewing, the topics that we will be discussing, let's take a quick look at some of the stories making rounds in the African press. Over to you, Ms. Tracy.
Thank you, Adeola. All right, in the news, authorities in Mali are now on high alert due to 3 suspected cases of the Ebola virus, which is fast spreading across West Africa. Authorities in the country are strictly controlling the movement of people entering the capital, Bamako. Passengers through the city's airport are required to go through thermal imaging screening to check for fevers. Citizens are also advised against traveling to affected areas. Over 86 people have died in neighboring Guinea. The Ebola virus is spread by close contact with affected persons and kills 25% to 90% of its victims. Most recent cases of the virus have been in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. Now, Nigerian authorities say there are no cases of Ebola in that country. The conflict in South Sudan seems at last to have gotten the attention of the United States. This week, President Obama signed an executive order authorizing sanctions against anyone deemed to be aggravating the conflict in the country. The list of offenses classified as conflict aggravation includes attacking UN peacekeepers and encouraging human rights abuses. Fighting broke out in the young nation in December between supporters of President Salva Kiir and his formerly deputy Riek Machar. Although a ceasefire came into effect in January, both sides are reporting violations to the truce. Over 30 civilians were killed this week in the Central African Republic when Chadian soldiers in the country opened fire on a market in Bangui. The unprovoked attack reportedly left another 300 injured. The soldiers, however, claimed they were attacked first by militia while on a mission to evacuate the remaining Muslims in the capital city. In Uganda, the market for fake HIV certificates is booming. Clinics are said to be issuing certificates to desperate Ugandans who need the negative HIV clearance to get jobs and also to deceive their sexual partners. Reports say the practice is widespread and that for as little as $20, laboratory technicians were willing to issue fake certificates. Now, here's a quick look at some headlines on the Sahara Reporter's website this week. Nigerian Secret Police Appeals Court judgment on ousted CBN Governor Sanusi asserts right to seize passport at will. President Jonathan's frontman, Gidi Omakore, suffers heart attack. Bayelsa government shuts down market projects suspended for marriage ceremony of President Jonathan's foster daughter. Pro-democracy groups at national conference blast leadership for violating decisions on committee leadership. Gunmen sacked 2 villages in Zamfara, 26 persons killed. Now, the World Bank lists Nigeria among extreme poor nations, but Finance Minister Okonjo Iweala attempts to redefine poverty. These and many more stories, plus exclusive videos on SaharaReporters.com. That's our sister platform. And that's it for the news recap. Back to you, Ms. Adeola.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy. And now let's take a look at what we have prepared for you today on our show. Now, as we continue to cover the ongoing national conference in Nigeria, today we'll be speaking with Mr. Gani Adams. He's the national coordinator of the Oduduwa People's Congress, that's OPC, and he will tell us what's been going on this week at the national conference. Now, as part of our regular checks of the human rights situation in Nigeria, Arik Air passenger Reverend Roland will discuss the poor service that he allegedly received from the airline recently. Now, when it's 2 o'clock here, we'll catch up with Michelle McGowan, a retired American nurse who went to Ghana to help children with rare skin disease, but then came up against government functionaries, was arrested for alleged fraud, and so on. Ms. McGowan will join us to share her experience. Now, for our inspiration segment, Julani, a Kenyan musician and one of the organizers of One.org Do a Greek, the campaign ambassador, will join us to highlight the goals of this unique campaign. Also, filmmaker Rachel Boynton went to Ghana and Nigeria to produce a documentary of the oil industries in these two countries in Africa. The documentary, titled Big Man and executive produced by Brad Pitt, among others, has since been screening in the theaters and getting wide acclaim. Ms. Boynton will be here to talk about her film and other related issues. The big news tomorrow is that after rebasing, Nigeria's economy has now surpassed that of South Africa to claim the spot as the #1 economy in Africa. We will give you the chance to weigh in on that during our viewers' participation segment, Sahara TV phone segment, and Skype feedback segment. Now, our question of the day is, do you believe that the ongoing national conference is achieving what it should? Why and why don't you believe? Why and why not? Now, we'll take a sneak peek at our regular shows and other shows that we have for you today. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook, and subscribe to us on live stream. Now, let's take a look at the shows that are coming up.
Expecting someone else? Psych! I'm not going anywhere. Forget about, no shaking. Forget about them. No shaking. So this is our 131 episode, and we are bringing you what you have never seen before: a chronicle of the transformation of President Goodluck Jonathan on Boko Haram. It's very fascinating. And also, you ask the question: what happens when you put the most dangerous criminals in your country, put them near your president's home? Don't be surprised. You may find your president hiding under the bed. And at the national conference, yes, we learned something this week. Don't ever quote a dead man. Never, never. And from Russia, we showed you big news. President Putin is now single. And all the single ladies, it's very interesting. Make sure you watch. Stay tuned. Dr. Damages 131.
Mr. President, freedom. Call it the war. It's almost time to shoot. Bring my nice outfit. Call it the war. Camera is rolling. Hi, my people. You know, do well. And this week we'll be talking about what happened when Boko Haram had an attack next to Asorok. Hey, they were doing pimp. You know, I talked about all that. Some guns were like this. Anyway, I also talked about, I will be talking about it, but I should say, so I will be talking about what happened. Hey, this week, I have a lot of gist for you guys. I'll be talking about what happened when a Boko Haram member had the revolt close to Asorok Villa. They were like, pimp. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to miss it. And then I went to Ghana when a Ghanaian student got admitted to all the Ivy League schools here in America. My brother, Charlie, you do well, Charlie. Of course, I will bring you an update about the ongoing national conference in Nigeria. You don't want to miss that too. What else am I talking about this week? Yes. Gambia. Yaya Jammeh of Gambia. That's man. You have done it. Like right now, everybody is celebrating. I'm also celebrating with all my Gambian friends because the president of Gambia lost the election at the ECOWAS. Yes! I mean, I should be sad that he lost the election, but really, I'm very glad that he lost. So the president of Ghana is now the new chairman of ECOWAS. Yes, that's what I'll be talking about. I'll see you guys later. I beg, bring my outfit to Jade. Mr. President, freedom. Peace out. Didn't I say peace out already? Why are you still looking at this camera? I said peace out. Peace out, all of you. Mr. President,
Hey, thank you for watching Sahara TV. And this week, Africa in the City was not going to show. It was coming next week though. But in the meantime, the break is back. I know. Where'd the break go? Anyway, this week I'll be looking at some of Africa's coolest women. So you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
This week on Inside the Diaspora with Fatima, I explore hair. Special guest Jamila Micah gives the ins and outs of her new business, Al Jamila's chic hair and weave extensions, while New Yorkers share why they may or may not prefer natural hair over hair extensions. The new viral feed brings life into the show, giving viewers a reason to laugh out loud. Yes, I said laugh out loud. It's healthy for you. Stay tuned, you don't want to miss it.
So in part 7 of our immigration update series, we go over to Newark, New Jersey. This time we're going to meet some enthusiastic commissioners appointed by the then two-time mayor of Newark, Cory Booker. Stay tuned.
Sahara Sports 116. This week on your show, we'll be profiling the country Cameroon.
And also, we'll be talking about Michael Esson's injury. This is Zimbabwe Football Association going into agriculture.
And Peter Odemwingie apologizes to Keshi for remarks that he made as a result of his not being selected for the Africa Cup of Nations 2013. All this and more on your show this week. Don't miss out.
Fantastic.
I'm Kwesi Bakon
And I'm Olufaloye, SaharaTV Sports. Oh, handshake. Yes, every time.
You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. It's about the ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, is your captain. We are closing the cargo door now. Starting the other engine, and we will start the air conditioning. If you count down at this stage, we will start the flight.
You stupid!
If you don't behave,
You stupid man!
I will be forced to call the police. Okay, so please have a seat and relax. Thank you. We're starting the flight now.
I should not do that one. What do you mean I should not do that one? So I should not do that one. Don't even go there. You're going to New York. Let them do their work when I get to New York. You solve the problem. When we get to New York, you want to shoot my son, then they will get him arrested. He said by 3 minutes, another 3 minutes down to 10 minutes. Stupid man.
This is a flight to New York from Lagos. We've been in this plane for close to over an hour, and the AC is not working. We were online. They opened the check-in so late, and we have children in this plane with heat. Nobody's telling us what's going on. And somebody has collapsed here already. And we can't take this any longer. Arik has to pay for this. This is not how you treat people, and we have to speak out. I think we should try and move out and let them know what's going on. We can't sit down there. Let's go out, please. Let's go out. We can't take this anymore. Let's go out, please.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
What does it look like to you? Excuse me, sir.
SaharaTV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching SaharaTV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
And SaharaTV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank Sahara Reporter.TV for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on SaharaTV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. SaharaTV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bia. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluji.
You're watching SaharaTV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV. Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV.
Students want to resume, they want to go back to the classroom, and we are calling on that government to do what is needed immediately.
In our next segment, we look into a case of a man of the cloth who on January the 4th, 2014, left the United States aboard Eric Air Flight W3108. He was flying from JFK to Lagos, Nigeria. Passenger, his name is Reverend Roland, as we're going to refer to him in this discussion, was on his way back to Nigeria to attend a brother's funeral. His return ticket was for a month later on February the 3rd. However, Eric Airline declined him to board. So in this interview, instead, we've been in touch with his lawyer. His name is Pascal Nokocha. He's an expert in immigration law. Pascal Nokocha, welcome to SaharaTV.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much. So we know that Reverend Roland was declined to board, and this was flight back to New York, to America. Can you explain to us and our viewers exactly what transpired there?
Yes, what transpired is a very unfortunate and situation. Reverend Roland had a document, it's called an advance parole, that allows somebody with a green card application pending in the United States to board and return to the United States. And I've been doing this for many years, and we've never had a problem where somebody has been declined a return upon presenting this document, the advanced travel document.
So exactly what happened when he presented this document?
When he presented it to the airline, they told him that they will not board him, that he needed to present a permanent residency card.
Mm-hmm.
And if the unfortunate thing is that the card on itself, on its face, says, and I'm going to quote here just for your audience, it says, presenting of this card will authorize a transportation line to accept you on board to travel to the United States without liability under the Immigration and Nationality Act. They made it so clear just to make sure that people traveling on the permission issued by the USCIS will not be stranded overseas. And that is unfortunately what happened to this client.
Oh, so does that mean that Eric Airline misread this document, or did not at all try to read this document, or they've never seen it before?
I really don't know their explanation, but the airlines, they have seen these documents. Now, right. I don't know whether the Arik airline staff and their management required put Nigerians at a different pedestal, requiring more than the United States government will require. Because what happened, ironically, is that what we did was when the client contacted us from Nigeria, we were able to contact another airline, and this client was able to board another airline from Nigeria presenting exactly the same document. Now, the consequence now being that the client has had to pay for a new ticket to return from Nigeria, even though he had his return ticket and he had a valid document to return. And we opted to go that route because he had a job and he's missed so many days because the airline would not let him board Arik. So he waited for several days, hoping that somebody, a supervisor or somebody higher up.
So at the point where he was refused to board, I'm just going to read a statement that he actually made. The passenger, Reverend Roland. He said, I asked if I can speak with whoever is in charge. She pointed out, I think she is the lady at which he made first contact with, pointed out to it at a lady who he supposes was an American standing close by, whom she called her supervisor. So he says, I walked to her and started explaining to her, but she was very busy drinking her beverage. And I had to tell her to please look at what I'm trying to explain to her, pointing at the I-512 advance parole document that we were just referring to, and also the I-796 notice of action indicating that the USCIS approval of my I-766 work authorization and the I-512 advance parole, and the instructions stating that my authorization bears the advanced parole endorsement, which is a combination of both work authorization and the advanced parole on the same card. Now, wouldn't you think, as officials working at an international airport, that they would be familiar with these kinds of documents? And if not, maybe they would take, great care in trying to establish the validity of such a document.
I think it is very frustrating and it's very unfortunate because it is either that somebody is not trained on what is required to allow passengers to board, or it is pure incompetency on their part. Because and the reason why it is so frustrating, because we know that ARIC is the major airline that flies New York and Lagos. So a lot of Nigerians depend on that airline to make it home and return to the United States to work. We have people who, because of the convenience of returning to the United States very early in the morning, they board it so that they can come back here and get back to work. But if this airline cannot train their staff, or their staff are not very prepared to look through some basic documents and make the customers provide basic customer service, then it stands to reason what is the purpose here, what goal is being achieved.
So I sense some form of incompetence, because if they are not properly trained or updated for that matter, because they could give excuses as we did not know that this is the new document, or but if it states, if that what you read before states that this is a valid document, then I'm sure somebody would have, if they paid attention, would have caught it. But now your passenger, your client, Reverend Roland, had then, he had to stay in Nigeria for another 30 days when he was required to come back and work. And
yes, because when people travel, they've spent all the money, and by the time you show up at Lagos trying to come back, you have really spent all the money you have. So what he had to now do is try to rally around to raise money to buy a fresh ticket on the spot to get back to the United States. So he ended up spending a lot of time extra than planned, and he missed several days of job here and missing income because of pure incompetency on the part of the airline and their staff.
Okay, he also adds in his statement that it was a big embarrassment. People were looking at me as one criminal reverend who forged documents to travel to the United States. It was humiliating experience. I'm struggling with the psychological effects on my personality. So this is obviously some very disturbing moment for him as a passenger who had his documents, and he was not really traveling for holiday. He was traveling because his brother had passed away and he had to come home for the burial and the funeral. So when this kind of thing happens, it's really, really, you know, I'm sure, very embarrassing to be turned away.
I can tell you, as a law firm that we represent quite a lot of professionals from Africa, including priests and religious, it is very embarrassing to see that somebody of such stature is stuck at the airport and being made to, as if he just presented a false or fraudulent document, which is quite distressing to Father Roland. So it is quite unfortunate, and we hope that the airline will correct this, make sure that their staff, that they are trained, because they cannot say that this is a new document.
Right.
This document has been available for the last 2 years. And I don't think anybody there is going to say that they have never seen such document, because we have quite a lot of people who travel on this or similar documents. Right. So it's either somebody there is not well trained, or that somebody was lazy to look at the document, or make the appropriate call to those who know and ask them, say, is this what we need? Is this enough to allow this reverend gentleman to board the airline?
So in fact, Sahara TV tried to actually reach Eric Air, and we called a 1-800 number where we had prompts, and then finally we managed to speak to somebody, but obviously we did not make a breakthrough, because then they were asking for details of the, the passenger and the flight, the ticket number and everything, which we did not have in our possession.
I can assure you, Fungai, that there is no doubt both the ticket, the substitute ticket that the client had to buy, all those things, we have those available. And I think at a minimum, as I said, the airline needs to right this wrong and make sure that other people, thousands and thousands of Nigerians fly this airline, and hopefully nobody encounters this type of embarrassment and frustration.
Yeah, whilst trying to get to the bottom of this issue, we also checked their website, and according to their website, Arik Airline flies to 18 destinations within Nigeria, 42 domestic, regional, and international routes, with 130 flights from Lagos and Abuja. And even though it is the youngest in the fleets in the industry, boasting of Airbuses and Boeing, model aircrafts, Arik has had its fair share of the highs and lows. And some of them we actually went to a website called Travel TripAdvisor, actually, and this is where people send in their comments. And we were trying to look through, like, say, for instance, on page 2, one guy, John E., who's actually Nigerian from Lagos, says, Arik Air is worse than a London bus service. Their customer service sucks, and they are taking advantage of its monopoly in Nigeria and also cheaper flights to attract customers. I would rather suggest you use a more reputable airline than Arik. And then one guy from Johannesburg, his name is Kevin G. He says the answer to your question is a resounding yes, meaning it sucks. They suck. Seats are broken in the business class and sticky taped together. Return flights were unexpectedly canceled with no notification, no explanation provided. He had to incur additional costs to stay an extra night in Lagos and also to book on another airline. They are by far the worst airline I've ever experienced. If it sounds too good to be true, it's because it is. They are useless and will never fly, and I'll never fly them again. I mean, I could go on. There are so many other pages, and each and every one of these statements, the customers are quite disgruntled. So I'm hoping that maybe Arik Airline will step up and come to the table. Have you made any
this is what I can tell you. I think Reverend Roland, I know himself, we want the airline to succeed. We want people to have a good experience. But I can tell you, following this experience, since we represent quite a lot of people, we have had to advise 2 clients not to buy the ticket because they also had the same travel document and they were going to Nigeria. And the last thing we want is to have such a similar experience with somebody getting stranded in Lagos.
Okay, so did your office at least try to reach out, send them a letter? I mean, Arik Airline, on behalf of your client?
The reverend gentleman has done that. He's not even interested in civil action. He just wants to make sure that somebody there pays attention and makes sure that this thing is addressed promptly and other people are not victimized the same way he was.
Okay, so we wish Reverend Roland success in trying to at least get a refund on his ticket, and then also that Arik Air will take consideration in how to deal with this in the future. But thank you very much, Pascal, for joining us, and we appreciate your insight. Please join us next time as we continue with our programming. This is Fungai Maboreke, Sahara TV. Pascal, hello?
You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. No shaking.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
students want to resume, they want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needful immediately.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. In continuation with our ongoing discussion on the national conference, we are pleased today to have the national coordinator of the Odua People's Congress, OPC, Otumba Ganiu Adams, joining us from Lagos. Mr. Adams represents the Southwest at the national conference. Mr. Adams, welcome to Sahara TV.
You're welcome.
Let me start by asking you, this is the third week of the conference, and you have 10 more weeks to go. People at the conference, the delegates, are they beginning to have a sense of urgency that time is running out?
Well, I can tell you authoritatively that we are making progress. Last week was so hot on the process of voting. The voting pattern gave us a tough time because the result of a decision from the South and the North. Most of the Northerners won 75% as a voting pattern, and the Southerner won two-thirds majority. So in the process, the plenary was so hot to the extent that 49 men and women committee was established, and they made the conference officials. They met for 3 days and later agreed on 70%. And all the zones made their delegates, and they discussed with their delegates to later reach an agreement and make the plenary on Monday so cool. So later we now agree on 70% of voting. But from Monday, we were commenting on the speech of Mr. President on the inaugural day. So we are being given an opportunity to speak for every 3 minutes in alphabetic order. So I have spoken on Monday. About 76 delegates spoke yesterday, and today almost 80 delegates spoke. So right now the conference is making progress. After the end of the comment on the president's speech, they will now give us the kind of committee we belong, because they have given us a document to suggest 3 types of committee. So the conference officials will now announce the committee that every one of us belong. We have about 5 different committees that we discuss in totality everything about this nation. So definitely, with the progress of the conference, we are making a very strong move.
Now, in an interview with airport correspondents published by the African Examiner, you said that the delegates that they could not afford to waste Nigeria's money. And you are quoted as saying that we must ensure that we build a new Nigeria. How do you think that this national conference will build a new Nigeria?
Well, it depends on the delegates, because before I grant that interview, some delegates were just giving us an impression that we are mere advisory committee to Mr. President. And some of them were giving an impression that the conference was not established based on the Constitution. And some of them were very, very convenient with 1999 Constitution. And some of the former parliamentarians who are members of the House of Assembly or Senate, especially Ken Nnamani, was giving us an impression that this gathering is not as legitimate like the National Assembly. So with that impression, we have to open up to the whole nation that We can't afford to waste taxpayer money. 7 billion naira is not a small money. So we have to send the signal to the whole world that the delegates in the conference have to be very, very serious on what we are doing. One of the reasons we call for this conference is to build a new constitution, because the constitution that was given to us in 1999 was not written by Nigerians. It's about 26 men of army occupation that designed and gave that constitution to former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, in 1999. And we realized that there's a lot of flaws in the constitution. That was one of the reasons we continued calling for sovereign or national conference before President Goodluck Jonathan gave us the opportunity in October 1st. So for any delegate to come here and be saying that it's mere advisory committee to Mr. President, we suspect a situation that we have a lot of sabotage products in the conference. That was one of the things I said, that we cannot afford to waste 7 billion naira.
Now, let's leave the delegates who are in there. What about people like Professor Nwabeze, who said that the conference has no legal way to make their decisions, either a constitution, a new constitution, or to make it a law? How do you think that the decisions that the delegates will come up with can become laws?
Well, when you are talking of legal way, most of the constitution that was produced by Nigeria, the same pattern of nominating us to the conference, that was the same pattern they nominated. The constitution of 1913, before amalgamation, most of the representatives were nominated. And the Richard Constitution in 1922 was the same thing. And the Constitution of 1946 was the same thing. The Republican Constitution, even before the Republican Constitution, there was a constitutional conference in London in 1957. They were being nominated. They were not elected. And 1953 Constitution, those who write, that's the best constitution Nigeria have ever had. 1963 Constitution, which is Republican Constitution. They were not elected. They were being nominated. And even the 1994-95 Constitution, the people who decided that we should have the 6 zonal arrangement, I'm talking of 6 geopolitical zones, they were being nominated, they were not being elected. So definitely, even the 2005 National Political Reform Conference, they were being nominated, they were not elected. You know, Nigeria are so funny people. Elections are coming. Some people are not convenient with what President Jonathan is doing. Anything they saw that President Jonathan is doing, they are being suspicious, maybe because he's doing it because of 2015. So you can't afford having a personality, almost 75% of the product of this conference, they are who is who in Nigeria. And we have 492 people in the conference. For you to say that they don't have a legitimate backing, what is legitimate? In the process that a commander-in-chief appoints you and inaugurates you, that you should decide on the position of this country. It gave us the mandate to decide on resource control, restructuring, structure of the government, devolution of power. The president listed it in his speech, inaugural speech. So for you now to say that they don't have a constitutional backing, I don't understand what Professor Nwabeze is saying. We do respect. I respect him as one of the best constitutional lawyer, because I read his interview. He was talking about the 70% voting pattern, that any genuine things that can make changes, fundamental changes in Nigeria, cannot skip through with the 70%. But we are here. We hear the feelings of the people, especially the comments of the people. Even the Northerners, we are calling for restructuring. When they allow them to speak on the speech of Mr. President, even the former Vice President, Abubakar Atiku, said Nigeria must be restructured, that we have to make a fundamental change. And this is one of the people that condemned the conference before. So If you are not there, you can't know what is happening. And most of us that were so angry with ourselves in the time of voting patterns, we now become friends, talking and educating ourselves. Because some of them have the impression that the Southerners is coming to come and impose their agenda on them. But now they realize that Nigeria needs a fundamental shift for us to move forward.
All right, let me ask you, because it appears from interviews that you agree with the president that there should be no-go areas, that certain things should not be discussed. Now, are you worried that certain discussions now lead to those no-go areas? For instance, there was a threat by the Lamido of Adamawa that the North may walk away from the conference if certain things happen in certain ways. Are you concerned that this might lead to different people saying that if we don't get what we want, we walk away from the conference and maybe walk away from Nigeria?
I believe that there is eminent, the Emir of Adawa spoke on annoyance. But now he has realized that in a gathering like that, he must not speak on annoyance. We are there together after that speech on Thursday or Friday. But now I can tell you authoritatively, Lamido Adawa did not want Nigeria to break. I think maybe it was provoked to speak in that direction, because if you watch the proceeding of the argument on the voting patterns, it was so hot. There was a lot of voices coming from different angles. I think that was what led him to speak like that. But notwithstanding, I believe by now he will not think on that direction. And as an emir, one of the most respected emir, for him to utter a word, he must control his emotion. So it's one of the respected emir. He's very calm and a very respected person in the gathering. So I don't want to comment more about that issues. But notwithstanding, every delegate in that conference is not interested in secession or breaking of Nigeria, because the procedure, the law of the conference is that we must protect the unity of the country. We can negotiate it. We can negotiate our existence, but we must not talk on the unity of Nigeria to the extent that Nigeria can break in the process. We have to be very careful. That was what the Mr. President was enacting on his speech. He made that comment more than 4 times within 15 to 20 minutes speech. So I think Mr. President was so serious about it, and every reliable Nigeria will not want Nigeria to break. So I believe it's eminent. The Emir of Adamawa just spoke on annoyance, but now everything is in shape.
Now let's talk about what happened today. That's today, Wednesday. There was a discussion about where Christians were demanding some changes in the Constitution, and they were pointing out that there were mentions of Islam in the Constitution, that there was no recognition of Christianity in the Constitution. What happened?
I was shocked because I listened to the Christian delegate from the Christian Association of Nigeria yesterday. So I now read one of the newspaper, Geda newspaper. I saw a quote here that Islam was mentioned for 73 times. Another word of Islam was mentioned for about 20-something times. And Muslim was mentioned in many times in the Constitution, and Christian was not mentioned in the Constitution at all. I think I will take my time to read Nigerian Constitution, because if it happens like that, it's very, very sad. No matter the situation, we must respect our secularity. Nigeria is a secular state. Nigeria is not an Islamic state. So, and even before the issue of Christianity, even before not bringing the name of Christianity into the Constitution, everybody knows that the 1999 Constitution is not Nigerian Constitution. It's a military constitution. That was one of the reasons we are calling for this conference. Nigeria did not sit down to write 1999 Constitution. And so tricky they are. They wrote that we, the people of Nigeria, who are the we? So that was one of the reasons the President Goodluck Jonathan yielded to the voice of the people to allow this conference to hold. So I will appeal to the Christian Association of Nigeria that already we have had the opportunity to make a change. We have an opportunity to write a constitution of our own. The only thing that we press on is that there must be a fundamental change in this country through the conference. And there must be a new constitution. Let us forget about what happened in the 1999 constitution. It's not the constitution that the people of Nigeria wrote. It's a constitution that was developed and edited by the military in power. So definitely, we know there will be a fundamental change in this conference to solve the problem of lopsidedness on the issue of one religion or the other.
So are you envisaging that there will be addition of Christianity in the constitution or taking out of Islam? What do you think will happen?
Nigeria is not living on the basis of Christianity and Islam. We have the traditional believers too. They might be minority. We must not give an impression that Nigeria is living based on Christians and Muslims. Christians and Muslims are the most popular religions in Nigeria. But we have a root. Before coming of Christian and Muslim, our forefathers have been living with one religion or the other. In as much they have their language, they must have their religion before Christian and Muslim. What solved the problem in total is that Nigeria is a secular state. So the issue of religion should be removed from our document, either Christian or Muslim, so that we will not trigger a controversy. Because if care is not taken, the way Nigeria is going, if you don't handle it very well, Nigeria will return to a religious crisis. You can see what is happening in the north through Boko Haram. And the Boko Haram have become unstoppable from the government. So if we allow the issue of religion to reflect so much in our constitution, that will be a serious problem in this country.
Okay. Now, we're running out of time. Let me ask you about something else. The House of Horror that was recently uncovered in Ibadan. You gave a media statement where you said that you blame the elites and church leaders for that. Can you explain that a little bit, because it wasn't clear to me?
Well, it's unfortunate because something like that has been happening. You know, our organization have a security antecedent, and we have preview to many informations. Look, we have got many informations that from Ishagamu to Ijebu, many people have been kidnapped and you don't see them anymore. From Ogeri to Ibadan, a lot of that incident have happened, which they have reported to us. And even in older areas, something like that has happened. From Akure to Ilesha, we have got many information that something horror like that has happened. From Owo to Kene, we got many information of something like that. And from our investigation, most of our elites and power that be, even some religious leaders involved in that disaster heart. And at the same time, most of Nigerian wealthy people involved in it. That's why the people that are involved in that kind of disaster heart are so confident doing it on the stage of impunity. If the media will not cooperate with the people on the issue of Ibadan, they could have covered it up. Now, the incident has happened for the past 10 days to 2 weeks. The principal actors in that act have never been mentioned. Look at what they are telling us, that some madman was being detained. Who are behind the madman? How can somebody have an underground keeping people for a period of 2 years there? And a lot of skeletons was being saw in that place. Who are the financiers? Who are the people behind that? Ordinarily, a common person cannot have an underground. A common person cannot bring like about 15 to 20 people, take them underground for a period of 3 years. Who will be feeding them without the support of who is who in the society? I'm using this opportunity to call on Nigeria to pressurize Nigerian police, state security service, to make sure the people behind this disordered act. In a society, if you encourage something like that, that means you don't know who will be the victim at the end of the day. So there is reported cases of many people missing, and at the end of the day, we didn't discover where they are. So that was one of the reasons I'm calling on the public. Apart from giving police an information, the public should be very careful on that spot. They should not enter a transport vehicle in the night. Anytime they want to pass through those roads, must be a broad daylight, unless when you have your private vehicle that you want to use to fly that road.
All right, one last question. There seem to be in the media, when they talk about the OPC, two factions of the OPC. One that is associated with things like protecting pipelines, oil pipelines, and one that does things around security. What can you help people understand what is going on within the OPC?
No OPC for now that protects pipeline. No any OPC involved in the protection of pipeline. Dr. Peribache will be there for it. And we told the government that even though he bidded for it, you must share the contract 50-50. But in the process, he overplayed the issue in the media. And most of the enemies of OPC truncate the process. I'm telling you authoritatively, no contract was given to OPC to protect pipeline. We still remain resolute. We still remain focused on the ability to protect the interests of Nigeria and to protect the interests of the Yoruba people. We believe that we should sustain the identity of the Yoruba people. We should make sure that justice and equity reign in the society called Nigeria. So no job or pipeline was given to any OPC by the government or individual.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Adams.
You are welcome.
That has been the OPC National Coordinator. He is also a delegate to the National Conference. I hope you stay tuned for more of our programs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Are we live?
I went up from...
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshun. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hello viewers, welcome back to Sahara TV. This is our Sahara TV Talkback phone segment. So what we'd like to have happen is all of our audience members out there from wherever you are around the world, please call in and join us in the numerous discussions we're going to have on this segment. So to call in, the number is 646-559-6640, and option 3 will get you right in live on the studio. So we'd love to hear on the comments that we're going to discuss and anything else you want to talk about on our show today. But first, we're going to go to Adiola and we're going to hear some updates from our social media.
Yes, viewers, we've sent in our question of the day, and we've been getting a lot of answers from some of you guys, and that's what I would like to read right now. The question of the day is, do you believe that the Nigerian National Conferences are achieving what it should? And we've gotten more than 200 questions already, David. Wow. So, of course, I won't be reading all the 200, but I'm going to read some of them before we get to our next issue. So the first person is George Solomon, and he says, point of correction. Are we talking about the National Sleeping Conference? Just imagine that. And also Sanusi Abdullahi says, let's wait till the end. As the saying goes, the end justifies the means. But I'm optimistic about the good and excellent results thereafter by God's grace. And also Fatiu Aminu says, yes, of course, they are set to divide Nigeria along religious, tribal, as well as regional fault lines. I tag it as the National Breaking Conference. Wow, some people. David Aurewa Anthony says, are they there to achieve anything? They're only there for jamboree, to eat and sleep, wake up and speak about issues with sentiments. We don't need the confab to make Nigeria change. What we need are sincere leaders who have the spirit of a patriot.
No, that's a great point.
And also Noble Justice says, it depends. You mean as in sending old and retired looters to take a sleep, to take a nap and collect their shares? Yes. As for national development, due to the presence of some well-respected delegates, we're still adopting the sit down and look approach while praying they are not infected with the sleeping sickness syndrome. Now, Adedamola says we are stuck in a situation in which we want to use analog minds to solve digital problems. No, that's the analog minds for digital problems. Nothing progressive will be achieved with the same set of people who got us to our present state. And the last one that I will be reading today is from Wudira Goyit John, and he says, allow them to land before your criticism. Sadist reporters, that means Sahara reporters, I expect you to ask for contributions that will move the conference forward, not to stir hatred towards them. But really asking people to send in their opinion about the ongoing conference, does that mean that we are being antagonistic?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think we saw somewhat of a mix there as well. I mean, we had people that were, you know, hoping for the best, and some of the ideas that they think have been laid out are what Nigeria needs, and other people don't believe so. So I think it's range on both sides. And of course, I mean, you just read about 7 or 8 of 200.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's very mixed views on that as well.
And it's been 3 weeks.
Right, and I mean, that's another issue too, is it's been 3 weeks, and we've seen like mixed issues. I mean, the first week, you know, there was not too much going on, and then the second week they had issues with implementing the rules, and now what we're going to talk about on this show is the third week. So if you didn't tell the viewers, so what happened this week in the conference?
Well, this week, unfortunately, the delegate that passed away, I think that was last week. That was very sad. Yeah. And then also I heard about some kind of religious debate this week. I'm not sure exactly, but apparently some Christians were arguing that the Constitution, the 1999 Constitution in Nigeria, is more towards in favor of Islam. That Quran was mentioned several times, Islam was mentioned 28 times, something like that. Muslims were mentioned 10 times, but there was no mention of Christian, Christ. So And then they're also asking for Christian courts.
The ecclesiastical courts. Yeah, because the Muslims have like the Sharia course as well.
I mean, personally, I think all religions should be equally represented. But I just don't know if this is what we should focus on right now. Like, why can't we start with unemployment?
Yeah, and infrastructure and the economy.
I mean, if they change this tomorrow, what exactly does that do?
Right.
For me.
Yeah, that's true. And this is actually the second time that religion has come up. And the first time when they were giving the opening remarks, there was, this pushback between, what prayers are we going to use? It was too much Islam versus Christian and then Christianity, and then they went back and forth and finally decided on something.
In this country, though, there are people of all religions in this country, and I don't hear of people killing each other because people have the basic amenities.
Right.
Does that do? So we have a caller.
Hello, welcome to Sahara TV.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
My name is Olufemi Falame. I'm calling from New York City.
Oh, great. Thank you for calling in on our show. So what would you like to talk about today?
Yeah, I was just reading through the Facebook and some comments. It's very interesting to note some of the comments. But the problem of Nigeria, I don't think, is the constitution itself. The problem is the people behind the constitution. Yeah, because as we've noticed several times, we have been having different kind of people. And we have been having a law that is not binding on the people because the people at the ends of affairs, they don't want it to work. And they are not working for the country to move ahead in any area other than to be on top on corruption and on human activities. It is saddening that time when we look and we read the news all over, we don't see anything positive coming out of anything. And I don't really think the problem is the constitution. We may have 10,000 of soldiers, 10,000 of American constitution, but who are the people on top of the that are money or in charge of the authority? They are the problem that we're facing.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in. Thank you for your comment. I mean, I think it reflects another comment that one of the Facebook users posted on our wall was that the issue with Nigeria is the need for sincere leaders and programs, sincere programs that will move the country forward. And our caller now was talking about the same thing. He said, it's the people behind the Constitution and the way that they enact the laws of the land and whether they want the country to move forward or not to move forward. I think that's actually been reflected many times, not just in this issue, not just in the national conference, but in other times. I mean, they talked about the insincerity of leaders in different parts of the country.
Really, I think if they can just talk about providing basic amenities for the people, I don't think we will be having all those religious crises that we do have in Nigeria. If all the roads are good, we have good hospitals. When somebody is sick, they can go to the hospital. If our leaders are not corrupt, I mean, just like here, people of all religions are living peacefully, and you don't have to worry about what somebody else believes because you all have basic amenities, And I think we have another caller.
Okay, thank you. Hi, welcome to Sahara TV. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm watching the stuff. It's not coming back. I don't see, what do you want me to talk about now, about the conference? Because I'm watching you live and I can't hear myself.
Oh, well, we're just talking about, right now we are talking about the conference, but this is our Sahara TV talkback segment. So, I mean, anything that you'd want to call in and just talk about, this segment is for that.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead, whatever you'd like to share.
And please, can you lower the live stream that you're watching so that we can hear you? If not, we will be hearing ourselves when you're talking.
Oh, there's a delay.
I think the caller may have been lost.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, just getting back to the national conference, like you mentioned before, I mean, it's 3 weeks in, so it'll be interesting to see now. I guess there's about 2.
And then they had a fight not long ago about how to vote during the conference. And
That's
I'm like,
true,
are you
too.
kidding me? You have to fight over, what does it mean, 2/3?
Right,
vote
2/3.
for-
Yeah,
like,
exactly. And then how to
that's
implement.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. There was actually a picture of a grown man that one woman was pulling because he was so upset. I don't know what they were fighting about, so she had to be pulling him. And I'm thinking, okay, week 3, this is what we're doing, still going over the rules. And then before that, they were talking about kicking out journalists that are reporting stuff that are unfair.
Oh, they're unfair, malicious. Yeah, they. And then, yeah, I thought what was crazy with that, and we talked to a Premium Times reporter, was that it was, according to him, it was totally subjective. I mean, who was it malicious against, and who would find it malicious, and all of a sudden, then...
And that's because of the pictures of the sleeping delegates. Yeah. And I don't blame them. They're tired, and maybe they don't really enjoy what they were talking about, and people took their pictures and put them online, and now they're talking about kicking out journalists. You know, my main issue with this national conference is, I don't know why it's not streaming live.
Right, yeah.
On the internet for everybody to see what they are discussing. I mean, we have more than 160 million Nigerians. We should be informed about what they are discussing on our behalf. So I don't know why it's not streaming live.
Yeah, that's true. I know, like in other countries, actually in a lot of other countries, that they do stream like even regular like parliamentary or
in
congressional
Africa.
sections, even in and they'll talk when the leaders are not just giving speeches but having like commentary within the parliament or something on different bills. They'll stream those sessions, and you're right. Yeah, I don't know why they. And surely, I mean, some of these medias will have the technologies too.
Ghana would do it, Kenya would do it, South Africa would do it. I don't know why Nigeria, the giant of Africa, will not stream. It's I've been on the website of the national conference. They have video archive and it only has one video. Unless they just posted another one as we are talking. 3 weeks program, only one video.
Only one video, yeah.
Maybe we should talk about other things because it's a bit depressing.
Forward, I mean,
but on the good side, though, I hope something good comes out of this national conference thing eventually. But so far, I'm just not impressed.
Yeah, especially now to lay the groundwork, I think, for the 2015 elections, and then like whoever is elected in 2015 will already have this roadmap, so to speak, to follow for how the country's going to go for like the next at least 4 years, if not longer.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that'll be really important. The only thing too is like we talk about 3 weeks of this national conference going on, and the question of what's being done, what's not being done, in the midst of like really a lot of even like issues going on in Nigeria now, besides like the chronic issue of maybe like unemployment and poverty and that kind of thing. But I mean, we had Boko Haram outside of almost a presidential villa in Aso Rock just very recently.
Another big issue.
And I mean, there's been numerous updates on Boko Haram and the state of Boko Haram, and whether they're almost finished or they're not finished, or and how that's going.
I think we have a caller from Canada.
Hello, welcome to Sahara TV.
Oh, thank you very much. I have to make as my contribution today. One of the first points is earlier in the week, I read in the newspaper that Jonathan has inaugurated a committee to do the recruitment into the civil service. I was really, really, really disappointed that the president has stooped so low that he's now setting up a committee for recruitment. What I expected the president to do is to liaise with people and set up modalities when the massive recruitment to avoid what happens not to happen again, such as the number of people who are expected to be in any venue at a given time, the number of ambulances that need to be there, the number of first aid personnel that need to be there. I mean, put up a modality that everybody, because right now there was also a stampede in Uniben, University of Benin in Benin, and at the same time there was also stampede in churches during crusade. The role of the government is to put down a modalities to safeguard the citizens. Any organization that doesn't follow the modalities will be sanctioned and we face penalty daily for it. That's what Jonathan should do. Please, can you lay emphasis on that so that they can do that for us? And the second issue I want to raise is the issue of pension. I have a mom My mom retired last year. From that month he retired up till now, she has not received any dime, not even 1 naira. Up till today, this is 1 year after leaving the government service, after 35 years. You don't have a monthly income, you don't have anything. If I was not yet supporting her, how will she survive? Yes, I just wanted to talk on those 2 points, and I hope the governments are hearing. And this is happening to my mother is in state, so Governor Shomole should know what is actually going on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling and sharing with us. I mean, he raised
key points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and there's been a number of issues I know have been raised before with pension. There's been a number of workers that have pointed out that they've retired or are going to retire, and they're not even sure. Either they haven't been paid pension. Unfortunately, like he just stated, his mother has also not been paid pension in a year. But then the state of the pension right before retiring, they're not exactly sure, like if everything's been laid out that they're going to get pension once they retire.
I don't know. I feel like going back to his first statement about the president and setting up a committee instead of doing what should be done. I personally feel like it's not as if President Jonathan doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, will he do it and can he do it?
Yeah.
And I don't mean this I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the way he operates, it's been established, is that the way President Jonathan operates is by setting up committees.
Right.
Whatever he wants to do is by setting up committees and then another committee and then another committee. And we never see, many of these committees are never really successful. We never really see what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I don't, if he's gonna actually do something, he would have been doing it a long time ago. So but it's very disappointing. Now his mom is just one of several, to tell you the truth, and it's very, very annoying that you work for so many years and then you can't even get pension. Thank God that her son is supporting her.
Yeah.
If not, I can't imagine.
And it relates back to your first point too. I mean, the fact that obviously with these pension things, the government must have some idea what to do. So, when are they going to implement something? I believe we have another caller on the line.
Yeah.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Welcome to Sahara TV.
No.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You're welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, fine. My name is Mohammed.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think there's anything reasonable that will come out from the National Conference, considering the fact that even the National Assembly, which has mandate to be constituted, cannot achieve anything reasonable. As a matter of fact, most of us see it as a waste of time and a waste of resources. And in time, most of the president has said he is not considering anything as such, like National Conference. It's something that folks have waited until after the elections in 2016. Then whoever comes on board can organize that if need be. But for now, I think our constitution is very okay. What we need to do is to amend a few sections and then move on. No country starts from scratch. It's unfortunate that most of us do not understand the workings of other countries, and we try to compare. It's very, very unfortunate. And we have to make progress. We cannot continue to start something afresh, cancel it, another person comes in and then starts afresh. It's not always reasonable. We are wasting resources, wasting time from the onset that the conference has not been able to achieve anything 3 weeks after inauguration. The conference is deciding on how to vote, how not to vote. Somebody is saying professor is teaching garbage. The other people are saying it doesn't. No country moves in that direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayam.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, I mean that's like a great point.
Thank you, Hayam.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's like a great point because I mean, and what he brought up about the National Assembly is very interesting too, because,
Exactly.
they did the rule and they did the voting rule, but now there hasn't seemed, or at least doesn't seem to be, a very clear way that this will be implemented and by whom, even, depending on what does come out of the National Conference is, look at the National Assembly implementing things over the past few years in Nigeria. I mean, how successful have they been? So is this the same National Assembly that would be trusted with implementing what comes out of the National Conference, or is there some other way that we don't know about yet that they're going to try to implement these
And
programs?
a lot of people are really pissed off with what's going on with the National Conference, but something else that has been pissing me off is the new revelation about, which they are going to declare tomorrow, really, about Nigeria now.
Oh, rebasing their economy, yes.
Yeah, now we have the largest economy in Africa. Can you talk about how, the whole...
Yeah, so rebasement is an economic process usually done, at least supposedly you can do it every 3 to 5 years. And the idea is that as economies grow, the statistics you may have taken from a previous year may not reflect what the economy looks like 3 to 5 years later. So what you do is you update your statistics and you change the so-called base year from one to the next. So for example, Ghana in 2010 changed their base year from 1990 to 2008. And it reflected a great growth in a number of sectors of their economy and increased their GDP output by 60%. So Nigeria is looking, from what I understand, to do something the same, to change. I think they still also use 1990, and they're looking to move it to another year as well. Within probably the last 5 years or so, they'll rebase it to this one. And what that would do is reflect the growth of the economy from 1990 till now, which no doubt, I'm sure, just given what Nigeria has produced in the industries and definitely the oil output and everything, there is going to be growth. And a lot of people are speculating that it will make them the largest economy.
In Africa.
Yeah, in Africa, exactly. One caveat, though, and what I was reading from a number of economic reports, is this has no effect on the person on the streets.
Okay, we have a caller from Canada. Let's take that before we go on.
Hello,
Hi.
welcome to SaharaTV.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
My name is Conor Barry, and I wanted to address some callers that said going to come out of the conference. I think I'm going to urge those in the diaspora to step up a little bit, because we have a lot of influence on Nigeria. And if we organize ourselves, get composed, and get involved, we can certainly get something done. So that's my message to those in diaspora. Secondly, I want this forum to please emphasize the need for the Jonathan administration to clean up the environment in Nigeria, particularly the Niger Delta and Ogoni area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Yeah, I think to get to his first point was that it's really important that whether or not you believe the National Conference is going to do something or not, he's emphasizing the idea that people shouldn't tune out, and just say it's going to be a waste of time, so let me just go do something else. Maybe he's right. Maybe there is a way that civil society groups in the diaspora and back at home, and now there's just people, the voters, so to speak, can get behind some type of plan that they want to see and actually kind of push these politicians, retired politicians. The one thing is that I don't know how it's going to work with them being, from what I understand, they're mostly retired politicians or other members. So I don't know how much just simply being a voter, a member of Nigeria, would have an effect on, as opposed to if you were about to re-elect a governor, you could say you won't get my vote if you implement this program. I don't know how that might play out at the conference due to the member makeup. But, and then to his second point, the environment, especially. Is that going to be one? That's a question too. Is that going to be one of the things that comes up?
Exactly. Hopefully.
Or one of the things that is going to change. I know that the UNDP did that report not too long ago on the Niger Delta. That a lot of claiming they have the report, they have the statistics. They supposedly even laid out a plan that was going to work, toward bettering the environment. But yet, like this caller said, and what we've seen is the environment hasn't been improved in that area.
And I think we have a caller, Sedi.
Hello, welcome to SaharaTV.
Hi, my name is Kevin from Houston, Texas. I just want to make a comment about the national conference. When I look at the list, I'm really very disappointed that is the same old people who brought us to where we are today that have been put in that same conference to make a decision for a change. So is this? What kind of change are they going to make? Because these are the same people who created a problem for this country. So how come we have people putting them together, paying them millions of naira to make a change?
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know what sense that makes.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comment. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and well, one of the issues that was raised that we raised, I believe last week, was the idea of representation, not just from the fact, like the caller was pointing out, that these are the people that, some of the people that got to Nigeria where it is today, which, and all the problems that the country's face. But then what about the fact of the youth representation in general?
Exactly.
Is there a real youth representation, the people that are going to be taking the country forward, in the next few years?
And we had the, how do I say, like the Nigerian population is mostly youth. So how come we are not that represented? And just to go back quickly to the issue of Nigeria now being the largest economy in Africa. First of all, it's late. The whole rebasing thing that they're doing, I think it took them like 15 years.
Yeah, it's been a very long time. The last time they did it, it's, from what I understand, it's based 1990. So yeah, like 24 years.
Why wait for so long?
Yeah.
And second of all, the fact that we now have the largest economy in Africa, what exactly does that mean? Especially for the common people. What minimum wage is still 18,000 naira.
Right.
That's like $100 and something per month. And we have the largest economy in Africa. That it just doesn't make sense. For some rich people, this means something. For politicians, this means something. But for youth, for regular people, what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reports and other economic figures that point that it doesn't necessarily translate at all. Or it's very hard to understand how it would affect them, and it's different between each economy. So, I mean, it's hard to even say what would happen, if anything would happen.
But if we have the right leaders, though, it could actually mean something if the wealth is distributed evenly, equally.
Yeah, and used properly and not mismanaged. I think that's true.
Us having the largest economy in Africa means there should be plenty of jobs in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Instead of almost 1 million people running after like 3,000 job positions.
Oh, yeah, like happened at the recruitment, exactly.
I think we have Peter online.
Hi, welcome to SaharaTV.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, welcome to SaharaTV.
Yeah, I gave you my name earlier.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You can share what you want to share with us.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just want to say that the national conference is a hogwash. Nothing will come out of it.
Wow.
So we might as well forget it. Secondly, for both of you, it would be nice if both of you can look at the camera and stop looking at each other when you are talking. So when you look at the camera, then the audience will know you are talking to them. That's just for both of you. And I think for the rest of us, I think Nigerians expect too much from the government, and we contribute nothing. For example, the power company, everybody wants government to provide power. In the United States, as you guys know, government does not provide power. It's from individual investors. Majority of Nigerians does not want long-term investment. They want to buy and sell today and make profit. And that's why a lot of these utility companies cannot survive, because people do not want to invest for long term. And then lastly, I don't know if you guys have any information about the broadband that the government is talking about, broadband internet that the government is trying to sell wavelength for different regions, about 7 regions. And that's all I have to say. I will listen over the air.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and again, he brought up a number of good points there as well. So that, I mean,
Do you know anything about the broadband?
I don't know. No, I haven't heard anything on that. But like he mentioned, like the power issue. I mean, you know, and the idea that the government, and you mentioned other countries where the governments don't really provide.
The power has been privatized though. So, I mean, it's not as if Nigerians can just, you know, go and... Right now, the government has privatized it. And some people are saying now it's worse after it's been privatized. But it's still very recent, although in other developing countries, by now, we would have been seeing a difference. So I would say that we wait on that. It's so unfortunate that a lot of people are calling in saying that the National Conference, nothing good will come out of it. And I think I should read just a bit more of what people are saying on Facebook. We've asked our readers and our viewers what you think will come out of the National Conference. And let me just read maybe 5 more because we have more than 300 answers actually. Agada Ike says it's sleeping conference. It's just another way for Jonah and his cabinet to loot and squander money. Latung Abdafiz, I'm sorry if I didn't say your name right, says this is just a waste of our resources. And Nanma Mida says, quote me any day, anywhere, nothing good will come out of this bunch of mediocres. Ramatu Tani Jimada says, we're still keeping our fingers crossed. Shuaibu Musa says, no, they've not achieved anything and they would not because it's just about the tactics of corruption as to deviate the Nigerians concerning the $20 billion missing. Yeah,
I mean, and the idea of alluding to corruption there as well, I mean, that, you know, there's a number of different things going on. I mean, there still hasn't been necessarily a finalization. I know recently, actually, the courts have ruled somewhat in Sanusi's favor concerning a couple of things recently that he was in Lagos court. But nothing, it seems, no investigations have really been undertaken with great speed to you know, uncover this 10.8 if you go by one number, 20 if you go by another, but there's still billions of dollars.
Not even $1 billion has been recovered.
Right.
Hello.
And then that's in the midst of supposedly now the National Assembly with this issue of the petroleum minister having 1, 2, and now supposedly 3 jets.
Exactly.
And using upwards of, you know, a few billion. I really hope
that we have another phone segment. I see they're telling us to round up. But like we still have so much to talk about, like the private jets and stuff. But in case you want to round up, though.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to end on a good note. I know we always like to do that here. Recently, we heard about a Ghanaian student here in Long Island, New York, that got accepted to all 8 of the Ivy League schools that he applied to. So congratulations, that's really great.
Kwasi a name, congratulations.
Yeah, that's really great. So unfortunately, this segment has come to a close, but do tune in later in the day. We're going to have our Skype segment. So if you'd like to join us on Skype, you can tune in. It's guest.srtv, and that'll be coming up later today. So stay tuned. And thank you to all our viewers that have tuned in and called in to our Sahara TV Talkback phone segment, and we'll be doing this every week. And the number to call is 646-559-6640, option 3. And you can join in the conversation. So stay tuned for a lot more coming up, and thanks so much.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dike Memutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go to watch them 5 and me I know they
Sahara TV. Yo man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Sahara TV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
And Sahara TV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank Sahara Reporter.TV for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on Sahara TV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. Sahara TV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bea. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluchi.
You're watching Sahara TV.
Everything Africa.
This non-fiction thriller, as it has been described, has won much critical acclaim the world over and continues to do so. It's now a household name among many people who have a passion for Africa and the people of this short-changed continent. I speak here of the documentary Big Men, written and produced by Rachel Boynton and executive produced by Brad Pitt and some other executive producers, I should say. Rachel is here with me in the studios and has graciously agreed to speak with us about her work. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Rachel.
I'm really honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. Before we go into the actual interview, I would like us to take a quick sneak peek at your work. Can we quickly look at it?
Absolutely,
the
sure.
trailer and come back?
I should be touching down in just a few minutes.
This field is going to be worth a lot of money. Flowing oil.
An American company has discovered a massive new oil field off the coast of West Africa.
We're looking at a $11 billion development on 1 billion barrels, net to us $2.2 billion, net to the company. This is a substantial oil project.
Cosmo's strategy was clearly higher risk, but also much higher reward.
The work you are coming to do in Ghana merits respect.
We know how important it is for the country, and we intend to do a really good job. So you're going to be proud of us.
We're going to be proud of you.
We're going to be paying out on the pipe. Go about 5%.
When there's a lot of money at stake, people's focus gets more intense, and more people will look to get a piece of it.
This attack highlights the vulnerability of the oil infrastructure here.
Opposition leaders declared the winner of Ghana's presidential election.
The previous government was nice to Cosmos. Certain things will have to change.
The goal is to maximize profit, but can you get the cash? Or will there be so many other people and entities involved that you can't earn a profit?
Very wonderful piece of cinematography. Thank you very much once again. First of all, let me ask you, what motivated this project?
Well, originally, I thought I was going to make the whole film in Nigeria. I heard about this idea that American oil companies were very interested in the Gulf of Guinea. And I wanted to go there and get access to an American oil company and tell a story from inside the company. And my original thought was I would go to Nigeria, because at the time that I started, back in 2005, 2006, the militancy in the Delta was sort of reaching a peak. And there was a lot in the news about oil prices peaking because of attacks. And I thought, well, there could be a really interesting movie to be made there. So that was my first thought.
All right, what was the process like, though? What was the experience like?
Of making the film?
Of making the film, yeah.
Well, you know, I produced it, I directed it, I carried all the luggage, so I met a lot of people. I love Nigeria. I learned a tremendous amount from spending the time that I spent there. I mean, as an experience for me as an individual, it was an amazing experience. My mind was expanded by the experience. But it was also very difficult. I mean, you know, there were several film crews that were arrested and deported in Nigeria while we were working there, and that was always a concern. And getting access to all of these people was not easy, you know.
With the security, for instance,
yeah.
You actually went into the heart of the militant zone. What was it like?
It's not as scary as it's all cracked up to be. I mean, in the sense that you go into anybody's living room, you want to get permission from the person whose living room it is, right? Yeah. I mean, you don't walk into somebody's house without asking them first. So it's important when you're going into any environment to make sure that you have the right permissions, that you're in contact with people who can sort of tell you how to behave, where to go, where not to go. And, you know, I made sure that I did that.
Okay, and what about bottlenecks, like bureaucratic bottlenecks and stuff like that? You had journalists, you had politicians, you had militants,
yeah.
like you had everybody on this project. How did you manage that?
I spent an enormous amount of time traveling back. I live in New York City. So I spent about a year and a half traveling back and forth like a crazy person. And I met many Nigerians who, specifically Nigerians in the very beginning, who were incredibly helpful to me and very open to the idea of making a film about the oil business there. So that was the first step. And then I got access to Cosmos Energy in Dallas. And once that happened, I started making more connections in Ghana and in Accra. And I found that politicians there were very open as well. I mean, I think a lot of people are eager to have their story heard. And when they feel like they're going to be listened to and they're not going to be judged, I think people are often very willing to talk.
Okay, now the film Big Man is a film about greed.
Yes.
Not just American greed, also African greed, as I would say, the politicians,
human
the
greed.
chiefs, human
it's
greed.
About humanity. It's a film about people.
Totally. What in your assessment is, who really are the big men? Who are the villains here? Is it the oil companies? Is it the chiefs? Is it the politicians?
You know, it's so funny. I did an interview yesterday, and somebody asked me exactly that question. And I don't really approach it that way. I mean, first of all, the theory of the film is everyone wants to be big, right? And there's a point in the movie where I meet with the Igbema king, and I say, it seems to me like everyone in Nigeria wants to be big. And he says, and you too.
I remember that part.
You want to be big.
Yep.
And I kept it in there on purpose because I really do feel like, you know, it is something that connects everyone in the film. Being big in the film, it means making a lot of money, or it means having a really big reputation, right? And everybody in the film wants those things. It's not unique to the oil men or the government officials. It's about everybody.
Okay, now someone in the audience said the film was depressing. Did you set out to make a depressing film?
No. You know, I am not a pessimist. I call myself a realistic optimist. I think the film is addressing very big, critical questions about who gets what out of these resources and why. And it's about sort of the concept of maximum profit and how that translates into the way people behave. And it's about capitalism and the way it ends up working out for normal people and for companies and for governments and all of these interests and how they collide. And while the challenges are enormous, I don't think we have to be depressed about the outcome. I mean, I think we just need to, you know, put our nose to the grindstone, as they say, and try and change things if we're not happy with them.
Okay, so what's next? What's next in the... First of all, can you tell us how people want to see it, because there are people in Africa who want to see this so badly.
No, I appreciate that. I really do. I'm in the process right now of trying to organize screenings in Ghana, hopefully in the next few months. I want to figure out the same thing specifically in Nigeria. It will eventually be available, you know, digitally and otherwise. It's just I have to make the deals to make it available, and I haven't finished those deals yet. So, you know, fingers crossed it will happen soon. And I'm happy.
Can you give a raw
I really
time
don't
frame?
have a time frame, but what I can say, you know, is I have a website, www.bigmenthemovie.com, and you can sign up to be notified about the release.
Okay.
And, you know, if people do that, I'll keep them posted, happily.
Awesome. Finally, why do you think it takes people like you to tell this African story, the African filmmakers? They basically make fictional stuff.
Well, I don't think it's... Okay, this film specifically is a film about a bunch of Americans, right, who go to Ghana, who find the country's first oil. And it's about their relationship with the government. And then it's intercut with the story in Nigeria. But it's coming into the narrative from this American business angle, right? So I think it makes sense that an American would make this particular film. There are a lot of really talented filmmakers in Nigeria, in Ghana. I think it's very difficult for them to find resources.
Yep.
You know, financing is a huge hurdle. And once a film is made, I think it's extremely difficult to get it seen, right? And often I think, given the limited resources, it's very difficult to produce something that's technically of a quality that's going to be, you know, acceptable by sort of, you know, Cannes or Berlin or these major film festivals worldwide, right? You know, the challenges are bigger, and I think most of that has to do with financing.
Okay, I said finally, but very finally.
Yeah.
Is it a contrast between Ghana and Nigeria? Was the film like a contrast between the oil industry in Ghana and that of Nigeria?
It's, you know, I am very conscious of how different the two countries are. And I appreciate them both on their own terms. They're very different places with very different people. And the film isn't saying, oh, these two places are alike. But it is saying that people are alike. And that people share a certain tendency towards self-interest, wherever they're coming from. And that we need to be aware of that. And that self-interest informs how they behave. And it ultimately affects how people can benefit from it, you know, people at large.
Rachel Boynton, thank you so very much for coming.
Thanks for having me. It's really an honor. I appreciate it.
And once again, that's an awesome piece of work.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this has been Rachel Boynton, writer, director, producer of the documentary Big Men. Stay tuned, there's more coming.
Beautiful Sahara TV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Sahara TV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching Sahara TV. Everything African.
And Sahara TV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank SaharaReporter.TV for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on Sahara TV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. Sahara TV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bea. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluchi.
You're watching Sahara TV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ dédé nǹkan bí aago márùn-ún ní ọjọ́ sáọ̀dẹ̀ tí ọmọ ìyá wa kan tó gbé kúdẹ̀tì lára àwọn 1 million boys tó kọ́ pé àwọn kan ti gbé òun wọ sáìdì kan ní sókà pé ibẹ̀ yẹn dẹ̀ háàdì gan òun dẹ̀ rí tán pa èèyàn níbẹ̀ yẹn ìgbà tó dẹ̀ di títí 5:30 tá a dé ibà yìí tá a pọ̀ gan tá a wọ ibà yìí Fúlàní kan lábá ní ẹnu ọ̀nà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ó sáìdì gbé ìbọn òyìn gbogbo àwọn tá a wá ní táìmù yẹn anybody fọ́n asápadà kó tó di pé kálukú pariwo wọn tó padà títí 6 ìgbà tá a dé wọn bá ẹnìyẹn kánú ibà yìí mọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ bá woman kan tó ń ṣe bí wèrè ní ìta ń bẹ̀ yẹn ìgbà tí wọ́n wọnú ilé wọ́n bá àwọn màálù tí wọ́n so mọ́lẹ̀ anybody wọ́n ti sá lọ bọ́lẹ̀ ní sá lọ wọ́n rí lísì ìbọn lọ ilẹ̀kùn tán já náà bá àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo ní kọ̀ǹténà náà bá àwọn èèyàn pẹ̀lú ìyá tó sọ pé òun wá tí wọ́n gbé lọ hospital sìn tó lóun ti wájú láti 2008 náà gbé yẹn náà jọ yẹn náà ìyá yẹn fún wa ṣàlàyé pé òun ti bímọ bíi 8 fún wọn kàkà láti ọdún tó ti wà Ìbàdàn òun ti bímọ fún wọn ẹni ọdún lòun ti bímọ fún wọn tó ti wà ń bẹ̀ ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn ó tó di pé ìjọ Sunday kanibọ̀lì tó wá mọ̀ sẹ́nìtì àtijọ́ ìrẹ̀ ni ọmọ tó ń dẹ̀ ń kọ́ tó sọ pé òun wà ní inú ilẹ̀ àbí yẹn kan kó tó sọ pé òun wà nínú ilẹ̀ ó ní bátìrì òun ti wà ní low battery pé bọ̀ fóònù kan tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn ti gbà pé fóònù kejì lòun fi ń pè ìgbà tó máa tún pè ó lò ti wá bí tóun ò ti rí nàmọ́ bí inú ilẹ̀ pé bọ̀ fóònù ti fẹ́ kú kányọ̀ tó náà kan wáyẹ̀ kú òun o ìkànkàn àtẹ̀bọ̀ dẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n rí láàrin gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n kó ó dẹ̀ ń pariwo pé inú ilẹ̀ lòun wà ìgbà tó máa díjọ́ Sunday tán pé padà fóònù ti kú till now everybody ò dẹ̀ máa kán lórí rẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ kẹ́nìbọ̀dì máa wáyé lójoojúmọ́ àtàwọn tó jẹ́ tiẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ wáyé báyìí lójoojúmọ́ ó sáà pa pé inú rẹ̀ ni òun wà alẹ́jọ́ Friday Saturday náà ló sọ̀rọ̀ láàsì ẹ̀ńtọ́jọ́ táwọn ìjọba lè ti fún wa náà ni pé kán bá try láti gbé instrument oríṣiríṣi kán wú ilẹ̀ àwọn àtàjẹ̀ ìjọba gbúrú gáárẹ́ láti support wọn láti mọ root anywhere láti túlẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ ká mọ ibi tó wà bọ́ọ̀ ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Michelle McGowan. I learned about these children on Facebook from the United States 3 weeks ago, and I'm here today in Kunchene, a village in the upper western region in Ghana.
But have they ever seen a dermatologist in Ghana?
Okay, that's the mother going, and that's Amosa nursing there. And that's Kweku sitting behind you.
I didn't expect for the disease to be as advanced as it is. I didn't expect, like, the pictures didn't really do it justice, you know, didn't show the severity of the disease. I was heartbroken, totally heartbroken that these kids have never received any treatment.
I'm here today in Kunchene, a village in the upper western region in Ghana. They are afflicted with a skin disorder. It's very treatable. These children do not have to look like this. It's not contagious. You can't catch it by touching them and loving them. And we need help to get them some treatment that they deserve. Their suffering is very long. We need help from Ghana. We need help from the United States. We need help from the entire world. Money, clothing, supplies, medical care, doctors, nurses that are willing to help, that have knowledge and expertise. We need it all. And we need it quickly. These children have suffered long enough. Thank you.
You're still on SaharaTV, Everything Africa. Coming up next is the sad story of some siblings in northern Ghana suffering from dermatitis a rare skin disease, of a woman who dared to help them, and of the misadventures that followed. In October 2013, Michelle McGowan, a U.S. citizen and a retired nurse, saw the pictures of 3 children on her friend's Facebook page. She said she was touched to help them and made a trip to Ghana to do so. Michelle says she was able to start a campaign to collect donations to help these poor kids who had been ostracized from their communities. Along the line, however, Ghana woke up to screaming headlines of an American lady posing as a philanthropist to siphon monies from unsuspecting donors into several offshore accounts. Ms. McGowan alleges, though, that she was arrested on the orders of the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and describes how she had a hard time at the hands of some government appointees. This issue has actually generated a fair bit of debate on social media. Was the minister right in stopping Ms. McGowan? Is she truly an opportunist? Or is there perhaps a more sinister motive by these government functionaries to barge into the influx of donations that are coming in? Let's speak with Ms. Michelle McGowan on the line right now here in the United States after she came back from Ghana. Welcome to Sahara TV, Michelle.
Thank you.
Okay, I must also put on record that I've been trying hard to get the other side of the story from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and also from the Ministry of Information in Ghana. The Ministry of Information promised to return my call, but that promise has not materialized at this point. So I'm just gonna take the story as we hear it from Michelle McGowan. Can you please quickly walk us through what really happened, Michelle, briefly?
Can I start from the very beginning?
Please, briefly though.
Okay. I saw these pictures of these 3 children on a friend's Facebook page in October, and I had to call him to make sure that the children were real. You know, the pictures that I saw were very disturbing, and so I called him to make sure that he had actually seen these children himself. I've been to Ghana 6 times. Ghana is one of my very favorite countries to travel to. I've been all over the world doing humanitarian work. So I was really sad that these children were in my favorite African country. And I was compelled to help them in any way that I could. I'm a Christian, and I act in this anytime I'm called to do something. I'm led by God. So this was, to me, it was God was the one that convicted my heart to do whatever I could do. I have a medical background, so I knew that it was a skin disease. I was told that the village had outcast this family. There were 6 children born to this family total. The first child had the disease and died, and the second child that was born to the disease was normal. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th children were affected with the disease, and then the last born, the youngest, was normal. The disease is genetic, and it's not contagious, but the local mentality was that these children were cursed, and they nobody wanted to touch them or help them in any way. So I wanted to do whatever I could do, you know, and at this point in time, I didn't know that there was anything that I could do. I just wanted to see them. So 3 days later, I flew to Ghana, and I went to visit this family in the village, and I was deeply disturbed by what I saw. The children are very, very, very sick, and I get really emotional when I'm talking about them because
Justifiably so, Michelle.
because God,
yeah.
I felt God sent them to me. So when I found them, they were living under a tree, and they had no clothes. I mean, the clothes that they were wearing, they had literally been wearing for months. They were tattered and torn and dirty. They were filthy. They were covered with flies. The children were pouring water over themselves to stay cool.
And it was just a very, very disheartening sight that I came to see, and it devastated me. I took a friend of mine with me as a photographer because I wanted to film these children so that I could get their plight out to the world, so that we could get some world-class treatment for them. And so.
Yep, Michelle. Hello, Michelle.
Yeah, I'm emotional.
Yeah, that's understandable. Do you want a minute to put yourself together?
No, it's okay. I'm grateful for this platform to be able to tell this story because there's been a lot of convoluted lies and propaganda and allegations against me.
We'll get to those in a minute, but let me.
I know that because I'm acting by the will of God, that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. But I haven't, to this day, I haven't even seen these children. So.
Okay, Michelle, let's take it a step at a time. Let me ask you. In the course of doing your work, you were arrested. What were you arrested for?
They never really told me in the beginning. I was told that Nana Oyelitha was very happy with my work.
Nana Oyelitha is the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
A social worker by the name of Marianne Mensah. She called me and she said that the minister was very happy with my work and she wanted to meet with me. So I was scheduled to meet with her on a Friday morning at 10 o'clock and I showed up at her office. And instead of getting to meet with her, she walked in and she said, "Come with me." And she took me downstairs to a police vehicle and straight to the police station where I was arrested, handcuffed, fingerprinted. I never even got to talk to her.
What was the charge? What did the police say they were arresting you for?
The original charge was fraud. And then it eventually, I think it came down to child publication.
Child publication?
Yeah.
What in the name of all that's good is that? Child publication. What's that? I don't understand what that is. Do you?
The charges never, the case never went to court. Now the docket has disappeared. The police said that it had been referred to the Attorney General.
Okay, let me ask you though, what rules were you breaking? I mean, every country has its own lay down protocol for doing several things in the country. If you went there to do humanitarian work, was there a protocol that was supposed to be followed that you breached?
If there was, I was never informed of it. No, I just I'm not, because I'm not a big NGO. I'm not UNICEF. I'm not, We Are the World. I just went by myself because it was a God-given mission. It was just something that I was compelled to do. And I was never, if I had broken rules or broken protocol or something, I would imagine someone should inform me or at least advise me of that instead of just having me arrested and never even talking to me.
So you got no warning or anything at all like that? You were just arrested without any
No, and every attempt
whatsoever.
that I've made to contact Nana Oyelitha, I've called her twice personally. She hung up on me both times. Attempts made by my lawyers, by her priest, Father Campbell at Christ the King Church, just open the communication and find out what I did wrong. She's thwarted every single effort that I've made.
Let's try to fathom something here. What do you think would be a motive for anybody to stop you from doing such a noble, work? Why would anybody want to stop you? Can you guess of anything at all?
I don't know. I don't know. And my heart has been broken because I don't even know where the children are. The government says they're taking care of them and they're responding to treatment and they're going to start school, but no one has seen the kids. No one has, for all I know, they could be dead somewhere. And I've never been able to even the money that we raised is still just sitting in the account for them,
Okay, so at this point, let's this is why I would have loved to have the other side of the story. And but reading from the Ghanaian press, though, you were accused of fraud, as you've already mentioned, and then also for the details of that being that you had set up several offshore accounts into which you were siphoning these funds. Can you speak to this?
I submitted everything. The police investigation went on for a month. I was actually in custody for a month, and I was told to report to the police station every day. When I reported to the police station, I was subjected to sexual harassment, a lot of really terrible things. But I took all the evidence to the police. I took the everything, the bank account statements. I've been totally transparent from the very beginning. So all of the evidence is in the report. It's all in the docket.
Let me probe this a bit further, though. It was also alleged that you were actually soliciting funds through your PayPal account. Can you explain to us how this whole thing is set up? Is it how transparent is it? Are people actually free to check how much comes in, how much goes out, that kind of thing?
Yes, every donation that I've received, I posted it publicly on my Facebook page. I honored every donor. We also have a website that has every donor listed and the amount that they pledged. You know, the donors have not, even to this day, they're still supporting me because they know that we haven't spent any of the money. The only money we spent was to rent an apartment for the children when we moved them from the northern region to Accra for treatment. There was a footballer by the name of Emmanuel Adebayo who had pledged money to have the children medically evacuated to the UK or the United States for medical treatment. Everyone seems to think that we got his money, but because he didn't want the children to be treated in Ghana, he wanted them treated outside. That money never came. So we're even talking about like 10 to 12,000 Ghana cedis, which is nothing. So I don't know.
Okay.
Even the donors are they're all my friends. They're colleagues. They're doctors, nurses. They're diaspora. They sent me clothes and shoes and I had people even handing me cash on the streets of Accra. They were calling me, the mother of children, and they were handing me cash. Every peswa that we collected went into that account, and we even a foundation for them with the Registrar General.
Okay, so now
we did everything that we were supposed to do.
Okay. Now, you've sued the government, or the government has sued you. I'm not too sure which is what. What's the update on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You have sued the government of Ghana, or the government of Ghana has sued you. Either of this scenarios is true, is it?
Sued me?
Has the government sued you, or have you sued the government over the matter?
No.
Okay, so what's the story about the missing docket and all of that?
What my lawyers want to do at this point is to have the case withdrawn. If there's no proof, if there's no evidence, then the case needs to be withdrawn. But as long as it's lingering out there, I can't ever come back to Ghana without being harassed, and I need to be able to continue God's work, whether it's with these children or with other children in Ghana, or, I love the country. I love Ghana. I've been in love with Ghana for many, many years. And, but as long as there's not, the docket is just, it's dead. The whole case is dead. The evidence has been refuted, and it hasn't even, the police said that it was at the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office doesn't even have it. Nobody even knows where the docket is now. So until I receive something from the Ghana government saying that, that either they were wrong, or I was, I wasn't advised, or it's still just kind of lingering in the background. And
You have also received death threats, I hear?
Yes.
Can you tell us about this?
I received a very publicized audio threat from Anita Dusoso. Don't even know how she got involved in this case. But when I returned home from the United States, I had 5 messages in my voicemail box from her saying that she would find me wherever I am. And there's been other rumors that are unconfirmed, but I received an email. I was very public about the broadcast today because there's a lot of supporters here in the United States, and there's a lot of supporters of these children in Ghana. And in all that publicity, I received an email death threat this morning saying that if I ever come back to Ghana, I'll be handled, be taken care of.
Wow. What are you doing about these threats, though? Have you reported to any relevant agencies?
Well, I reported the entire case to the U.S. Embassy when I was still in Ghana. And then when I returned home, I reported it to the Department of State and Diplomatic Security. And they're looking into everything, the investigation. They can't tell me where the investigation is, but there is definitely some darkness.
What does this all mean for you? Does it take away that spirit to help other people? And I heard you say that you don't even know what's happening to the kids at this moment.
I've believed that from the beginning, these children were chosen by God to be exalted out to the world. They're blessed, and I was blessed to be able to bring their plight to the public. So I know that whether or not my part in this story is over, that God will not forget about these children. But I do fear that even with the government handling them now, that they won't do it forever.
Okay.
And
Finally.
this is a disease that's very serious. All 3 children have secondary infections, malnutrition. They have scurvy. They have blindness. You can see in the video that they're going blind because their eyes are sealed open.
Okay. So finally, would you also consider taking a few further steps to clear your name concerning the alleged fraud and stuff like that are labeled against you? Because I was researching the issue a bit, and I was told that there's actually a certain procedure which is required of anybody who's coming into the country to do the kind of work that you went to do.
Yeah.
Have you considered taking those steps for closure? And then can you also throw into that what would constitute a final closure on the matter for you?
There's been some very unfortunate things that have happened to the people who believed in me, who believed in the work that I was doing. They told the truth, and they've been crucified for telling the truth. There was a social worker who actually even offered a place for me to stay after I was arrested, because she said she understood that the work that I was doing was from God, and she was on my side. She's been removed from the case, and threatened. There's 2 of the journalists in Ghana who were carrying my story have been fired. I would like for the people who I felt set out to destroy this mission and destroy this work for the betterment of these children, I would like for them to be brought to justice, and I would like for the ones who have fought the fight for these children to be reinstated and honored, because this is all, it's a global effort. These kids deserve the best in life. They deserve education. They deserve to grow up and have husbands and wives of their own and children of their own. And I don't believe that the Ghana government is willing to do that, but I am. So my work has to continue. Whatever advice I have to take, whatever protocol I have to follow, I would absolutely do it, because to me, the children are worth it.
Thank you very much.
I'm never going to give up on them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michelle McGowan. Thank you for sharing this moving story with us.
Thank you.
That was Michelle McGowan, a retired American nurse who went to Ghana to help the unfortunate kids with dermatitis. Stay put, there's more coming on this platform.
sasa tuko na shida sana ya vijana. Nikaona mbona tusifanye vijana warudi nyumbani watumie nguvu yao Mungu amewapatia. Na hiyo masomo wamesoma hiyo miaka yao yote, warudi hapo watumie ile kitu Mungu amewapatia kujimudu kimaisha.
It's easy and it doesn't take long time for it to mature. Like for the case of the tissue culture, it takes 9 months for it to kuanza kuzaa.
We have held a series of meetings on issues concerning banana, but yet we have not gone far. So when it comes to the government, we are approaching and we are hoping that maybe tutapata kitu at the end of the day.
Wanunuzi ama buyers wanataka mandizi ambayo yametunzwa sana, na unajua hatuna kibanda hapa, na wakati kama huu njua ikichomwa na njua inaharibika.
You know, as a youth, we cannot afford to have a water, so we had just waited until the rain came. So in the middle of the dry season, there's no market to sell, and there's no production.
If you don't have enough funds za hiyo shamba kuilani, unajua mwenye akona uwezo ataenda anunue pipes, so ata access maji.
But those who are doing value addition, as we are, it's a very, very small skill. Very small. As individual, is right in the house. You might call it a kiosk, a value addition.
If you have a child or a son, a daughter, son at home who's not doing much, you tell them to join the group, right?
We have a website and we have we're in Facebook. Yeah, it's a page known as Banana Growers Association of Kenya. So if we, the youths, when you are hapa, you go like the page and then you can post all those pictures in that page. Itakuwa mzuri.
For a youth, you can be able to pour at least 10 jerrycans, whereby you irrigate or put some water on your stems. So it does not necessarily need you to have a very big hole, a big tank, or even a power supply to irrigate your farm.
Hiyo wakati a young person akona kuambia watu venye alienda wapi akaenda wapi, mimi ningekuja kwa mama hapa nimwambie mama, mimi naona hizi ndizi zako zimelala hapa, acha nipige picha niweke kwa mtandao, niambie watu wanaweza nunua kwa hii bunch, wanaweza nunua na 13 shillings. So I think when it comes to adding value, hizo ndio hapo ndio sasa young people come in and they add value when it comes to marketing and it comes to distribution. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, niko njaa hata siwezi karanga, uwe hai shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Tosha.
You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, aka Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
spirit, you know, in the African sense, and you know this. There's no way that we can do a show without everyone singing and everyone being a part of this. You have to also, I know you said, you know, people really feel the music, but by doing that, you're really a part of the song, of the words, of the actions. You're creating, you're committing an act of love too.
I started playing piano. That was my first instrument, my first love. But as I grew older, I realized the piano is very hard to find sometimes, and it's very hard to bring with you. So that's why I picked up the accordion, because it's a nice little easy thing to carry. And then I started playing mandolin and guitar and all sorts of instruments.
I think South Africans breathe, they complain, they protest. We sing. We're happy people.
I just was going to work one day and I seen some kids drumming on the train and it called me. I was like, I had to follow them. I was like, where do you get a drum? How do you do this? Where can I get lessons? You know, it was something that called me ever since I moved here to New York.
My introduction to different cultures was through music. So whether it's South African, Brazilian, Moroccan, whatever it is, to me it really is the voice of humanity, and I love playing whatever it is. And Twello makes it easy to find the backbone and the rhythm. So it's great playing with it.
The good thing is, in this group in particular, that we have all our things where we, to put onto the table, where we come from, and we play ours. For me, before I got influenced with actually playing here in the States with a lot of different African artists, and what I like on this group here, it's not traditional per se, so that I have to be out of the country where, where the music is coming from. It's like, I got interested, I studied it, and got my own twist to it. And then there's a band where everyone has that, they got influenced by music, certain styles, and we just mix it together. And everyone has an open mind to it. It's not like, oh, you need to play this or that.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, so we're going to get down. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright Kid Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. Yo, I'm boy in law respect. So hallelujah now. I'm on a jolly meal. Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga. The first, they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go to watch them 5 and me I know they say but I go to watch.
It's 2014, and black people all over the world, we've come a long way. Right here in America, we have our very first ever black president, Barack Obama. What an accomplishment, right? But now, through it all, it ain't been easy. We've gone through slavery, discrimination, the fight for civil rights, so many things. The protests, the speeches, man, what a history. Now, I live in Harlem, where African Americans, we're advanced. And so many African immigrants are all over the place. But have we arrived? Do you know that more than 100,000 African immigrants live in New York City? Discover the lifestyles of Africans living and working in the city. Africa in the city. Real Africans, real stories. We're here in Harlem right now, a lot of black folks around. Do you think that we have made it as black people?
Not really, because if you look around, you would see that there's a lot of black people. But we're just walking up and down. Basically, we are consumers. We don't own anything. Even the very buildings where we live, we don't own it. You know what I'm saying?
But it's 2014.
Yeah, why we should own it? You see what I'm saying? Because it's 2014.
Come on, man. Where we at today, black man? You joined the religion of your slave masters. Y'all, the brother brought it out. The Arabs played a major part in the transatlantic slave trade, man. They was building the boats. They were master ship makers, man. And they built them boats that your ancestors got shipped over here on. But yet you going to join their religion, the same people that murdered you.
These are the black Israelites. They blast the white man for the oppression of African Americans. They disassociate themselves with continental Africans and believe that African Americans are the true descendants of the biblical Israelites.
Brother said that he broke the covenant. Love the white man. Let's get that. Let's get that. I'm going to tell you something, man. We don't play them games out here, black man, black women.
Now rewind back to the days of Malcolm X. He preached that to reach full potential, the African American must embrace their true identity.
In a vicious cycle of poverty, of ignorance, of apathy, of disease, and of death. And they have these old Uncle Tom's Negro leaders coming to Harlem telling you and me that times are getting better.
Between us and this brother right here, and this devil, this fake Jew, gonna come up here and say anything to the priest of the Lord. These so-called Jews, they don't fear you no more. They don't fear you no more, black man. Black man, bastards like this stole your culture. They stole your culture. They stole your land. Look, the white man went into Israel in the 1940s. That's not even his land. He went in your land in the 1940s. He stole your culture, man. Go ahead. My brother. Oh, you an Arab. Okay. Oh, you an Arab. Okay, so you an undercover terrorist. Look, y'all let the Arabs come in here too. So not only the white people, y'all let them Arabs who selling y'all chicken come up in there too. That's your brother. Don't give him a hug.
The land of Jesus. I'm
Give
from
him a hug.
Bethlehem.
That's your brother right there, right?
Brother?
That's your brother. He's a Muslim.
I'm
He's a
from
Muslim.
Bethlehem.
He's a Muslim. Do you love your brother?
I'm a Christian, Jack.
You a Christian? Oh, so you a traitor to Arabs? You all
I'm a messed up,
traitor to
man.
Look, we got an Arab traitor in the building. Forget you. I'm going back to my scriptures, man. Go ahead. Hey, chapter 21, verse 19.
The conversation on the streets of Harlem today has changed drastically, no matter the era. To me, the question still remains for a lot of us African Americans is, who are we? Who am I? Where do I come from? The greatest tragedy to beset the black race is unarguably the transatlantic slave trade. It started with a group of European sailors, you know, the Portuguese, French, English, the Dutch, and Spanish. They discovered societies living along the coast of West Africa during initial trading expeditions, and this began the separation of the African identity. Now, majority of Africans were captured throughout the 18th century, that's the 1700s, with the Portuguese, British, and French being the main capturers. Families were broken up and Africans were spread all around the world. And out of this grew an identity crisis within the black community. I was born in the deep South, Alabama. And like many other African Americans, growing up there, we knew very little about our history. It wasn't until I traveled to Africa that I became fully aware of my blackness. And from then on, I would always question my identity. Do you think that some of the problems that we face kind of go back to slavery and then loss of identity?
Of course, without a doubt. Without a doubt, because that's something that was whipped out of us, and for purposes that still relate to us today. You know, when people are not proud of being who they are, and we, within our own community, having our own prejudice against one another for whatever reasons, be it economical, be it skin tone, or what have you. All things like that hurt us.
Until we start teaching young African-American children their story, their true story,
which is
the richness of their African heritage, until they can understand where they come from, where their ancestors come from true, being the first people and being people of royalty, it's not going to change much. Because you see it in the younger generation, you see it. They don't really have no real direction.
I've always thought about those questions. I think it's time for me now to try to find the answers. Several African Americans are picking up the trend of rediscovering their roots using popular DNA testing companies. So I decided to travel from New York City to the African Ancestry headquarters to learn my true identity. I'm so excited. So I'm about to do the first step to getting my ancestry history. Let's go. African Ancestry 303.
So the test that you took is our matriclan test, and that's going to trace your maternal ancestry. So you, your mother, her mother, her mother, her mother, all the way back 500 to 2,000 years. We're going to send your swabs to the lab that we use out in Salt Lake City, Utah, and they're sent confidentially, so they have no idea who you are. They're going to extract the DNA from those swabs and then sequence it, or basically unlock your maternal genetic fingerprint. And then Dr. Kittles will compare your DNA lineage to our database of indigenous African DNA lineages to look for a match. That's what will enable us to, if your results are African, tell you the present-day country in Africa and also the ethnic group or groups in that country. There are about 5 countries that we find the most often: Nigeria, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, and Liberia. So it's definitely West African.
From your professional standpoint, if you were to look at me, I mean, just if you can guess, where would you?
I wouldn't.
You couldn't,
I wouldn't. Dr. Kittles does that sometimes, but I have no idea. You're from Africa. That's the best I can do.
Africa in the city. Real Africans, real stories.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
I have one message for the governor, like I said. If he knows that he truly represents the people of Lagos State, he was educated in this Lagos State. I want to ask him 3 questions. How much did he pay all through his university education? Or how much did his dad pay through his university education? Because there was a riot in Uniben. It was Uniben when they wanted to expel them. Marvel Akoibo, the DIG, who's retired, was also in Uniben then, studying law. They met my father at the entrance. And my father said, what is the problem? He said, sir, we want to expel you. On the spot, he said, no. It can't be possible. He went back to meet Anile Williams. I told her, madam, you have failed. You cannot expel these students. They have every right to be in this school and to be educated, regardless of where they come from. I don't care what the grouse is. The governor is giving nothing as far as education is concerned, in my own view. And I think the policy of increasing, or the excuse he gave when the students blocked the entrance, that he wants to stop lecturers from going abroad. That's why he wants to kill the students. Sorry, excuse my language. Because from the way I understand it, students will be paying $350 as school fees. And you want to be using that money to pay lecturers. So let's assume that the students don't have money to pay. The lecturers won't be paid. That's the implication of that statement. It's a statement that's not expected of a senior applicant. I'm a lawyer, and I know what is right and what is wrong, legally and otherwise. My message for the governor, like I said before, if he knows that he has the interest of these students, he should declare free education immediately. Because his dad and my dad benefited from this free education. When they were all young, and you are leaving university, they are bringing up to 2 to 3 letters of employment to meet you at home. You see companies toppling over you as a graduate. They lived during that time. Your Governor is about 5-6 years older than me. He benefited because his dad benefited. All thanks to Abu, a selfless man, who could have put the University of Ife at Ikele or the University of Ibadan, where it is now, transferred it to Ijebu. But he didn't do that. He looked at what was best for the masses. And everyone that went to Ife is a shining example. Everyone that went to UI, whether Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, is a shining example. And these people tell us, particularly the governor finally, he wears the Abu cap. That's an insult to the memory of that man. But I knew that man. I met him between the ages of 4 and 6. more than 10 times because my dad was the secretary, all on this issue of free education. And if I could do it with cocoa money, I don't see why Fashola cannot do it with oil money and intergenerational revenue. If LASU has 4 campuses, Lagos State government alone can fund it with ease. Payment of salaries, scholarships, free, everything free. Infrastructure. What money are they going to use in generating 10,000 megawatts? Because according to what they tell us, that is the fraudsters, that each megawatt costs $1 million. I don't know what kind of mathematics that is. It's madness. But that one will settle with Nebo because I'm a victim of power outage. I've been swearing and cursing Professor Martin all my life. I pray his children will suffer what I've suffered. I'm starting with Nebo now. Ebele Jonathan has told us that by June, Nigeria should enjoy 18 hours light. I'm waiting for him. I'm waiting for him because Obasanjo used that same trick. And if not for Obasanjo, Ebele Jonathan will not have been there. Obasanjo sacrificed 15 soldiers when the militants heard that Ebele Jonathan was going to be the one chosen as president. He bombarded the house. 15 soldiers lost their life. Obasanjo removed Jonathan and his father to an helicopter, but that's a separate point. When I was a young boy, Lagos Bluth used to train Egyptians. I was delivered by an Egyptian doctor who was doing his residency, supervised by Professor Jubril Loinei and Dr. Refalamo. They are both still alive, but they are retired. They were both there when I was delivering me. The delivery of me was the condition for him to pass. He went back to Egypt, he's now a big man in Egypt, due to the education our own people gave him. There's so many Indians, there's so many South Africans. But what's happening to Luke today is a death trap. Look at the insult. The former Minister of Education heaped on Nigerians. That's Professor Lakosa Sebruka. I don't know how they made such a person professor. 160 should be the highest for university cutoff. And the minimum 140 should be for the West Challenge. And she refused, even while she was there, till she left, to equip the University of Abuja with a proper medical facility lab and so on. So a lot of the students had to be withdrawn. So the fight now, it's not just with Fashola alone. It's with everybody. On Workers' Day, I'm challenging, the Vice Secretary of the Vice JAF is here. I want you to give a message to the Nigerian Labour Congress. As long as government is involved, I'm ready to go anywhere. I'm ready to face anybody. I'm ready to face Obasanjo and tell him God punish you for bringing us to this. Because from the minute Obasanjo came into this country scattered. And we have given him the opportunity to be head of state. Now, about the oil money, God has polished that one too. Former governor of Central Bank, who did not speak up until he found out it was going out. You knew Desiani carted out $57 billion out of this country. You said nothing. God punished him when Boko Haram bombed the area where his house was in Kano. He had all sorts of exorbitant cars loaded with naira, dollar, pounds, euro. When Boko Haram threw the bomb, everything scattered. He now said in Hausa, after they had interviewed him, he didn't know the mic was still on. After all, the president gave each of these governors $3 billion. What's wrong with this one? Why couldn't he even secure our interest? By the grace of God, one by one, God will catch them. Right now, we're waiting for him. Amen. Because for the people, for the police, that he has kept their pensions, that are dying off one by one, his children too will die off one by one. It is the law of karma and the law of retribution. I cannot steal what is entitled to you and expect to prosper. Whether I go to church, whether I go to mosque, it's not going to happen. All the leaders, all the Islamic leaders who are there when they were slaughtering those people, those Yobe State students, they would also slaughter their children. Then they will know what it feels like. If you don't want to be educated, sit in your house. Don't disturb all those who know the benefits of education. And by the grace of God, free education will be achieved in this country. Amen. On May 27th, I expect if the National Assembly does not pass it into law, that free education at all levels has become a law and is the entitlement of every Nigerian child or youth, then we'll see what will happen to them. That's why I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. Maybe you've heard of it, an African-focused agricultural development project led by music icon Bono's One.org. They're urging African leaders to focus more on agricultural development. And One has brought together several African musicians to motivate African youth in paying more attention to agriculture in Africa. Now, about 19 musicians have come together and produced a music track called Coconut Chocolate to assist in spreading the word. The project was initiated in, I believe, January 2014, this year. And on the line with me from Nairobi, Kenya, is music artist Juliani. He's one of Kenya's top musicians, and he was named ambassador for the project. Now, because of his long-time work in exposing Kenyan youth to the benefits of farming and agriculture, we're speaking to him today. Welcome to the show, Juliani. Thank you for joining us. Hi, Juliani. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah.
Great, great, great. I believe we lost your image, but I'll just speak to you until we can get your image to come back up. But first off, just start telling me about this initiative with One.
I can hear you guys.
Okay, great, great. Like I was saying, we've lost your image, but I'm just going to speak to you. Oh, there you are, you're back. Thank you. Okay, so Juliani, first tell me about this initiative with One, this agricultural development initiative. Tell me about it. What is it, and what's the end goal for the project and the end goal for yourself?
I think the farming project is about basically, in our country right now, we enjoy a lot of, we have a lot of youth unemployment. And in our country also, we have a lot of resources that are available for us, land and everything else that is necessary for us to feed ourselves and to take care of ourselves. So I think the situation in our country is more of a lack of information. People have all the resources needed for us to do something about our situation. And also, of course, government commitment. So that's why we, of course, started all this to connect all those things together.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So you were named the ambassador for the project, or one of the ambassadors. I know Debange is on the board as an ambassador, and footballer Yaya Toure. Can you tell me a little about what you do as an ambassador for this project? What does that mean exactly?
The good thing about the One campaign and a song later, it was just a continuation of what we've been doing in the neighbor from last year. Because we took on a campaign called Farming in School from last year, and we did a musical tour, and also we did a lot of community and youth meetings. So right now, it was good that, of course, I get to meet all the artists from across Africa, and notice that this is not a Kenyan problem alone. It's an African issue, and it's an issue that needs to be addressed. So it was good for me to be part of all this.
Thank you for that. Tell me, what phase? I know the project I think it, or correct me if I'm wrong, but it started or was launched in January of this year. What phase is it in now? Have you guys reached a sort of mark, or are you still, working away? What phase is the project in, or how long is it going to last for?
I think for me, that's the question that I was asking also, because sorry, the guys talking at behind you, I can hear them, so I can't. Okay. They're distracting sort of. But
thank you for that.
Yeah, but what my intention, of course, after the last year is that unless we shouldn't be one of things that we always do and get celebrities together and do things and eventually make a song. That's comfortable for a musician to do. But now you need to, the same vigor and the same energy that we put for the last 1 month should be continued, because our people starving is not a one-off thing. People will keep starving, especially if the governments are not committed, especially there's no a plan for our people to be fed and for us not to go hungry. And it's so embarrassing for our countries and our people to go hungry, and we have all these resources that are available for us. So it shouldn't never be a one-off thing. But personally, what I do is that we are connecting governments. We have something in our country called Youth Fund. We have corporates who are seeing it as a viable thing to start off. So we are just connecting these people to the resources and to the know-how, so young people could start. Because our country, a lot of young people, their first investment when they have is property. So we just letting them understand that it's more than the property. When it's there, it's not for you to die on. It's not an investment for you to die on. It can be something that you can use to feed for yourself every day and to create an employment for yourself apart from feeding yourself.
Right. So talk to me a little bit about, how are you connecting youth to this? How are you getting the message across? How, what does that look like?
Of course, you can do music, but music you cannot go with the music. You can just use it to mobilize and to get people interested. But now you need to get all the stakeholders on board, so that the stakeholders can now take it further and give more information about what is needed. And my government, specifically in this country, that we got a commitment from our president that they're going to increase funding in some aspects of the agriculture. In agriculture in this country. So that's something we are happy on, and they will increase investment. But a lot of young people still need to get information as far as the best practices, and I think that's that's our next step, and also that's our next step as far as from here. So, but music is just there to mobilize it. You cannot go. You cannot go to the details in 3 minutes, a 4 minutes or a 3-minute song.
Right. Now, Giuliani, you've been involved in initiatives like this before. Talk to me a little bit about where this sort of came from within you. Where did all of this stem from? What made you so interested in, pushing the movement for agriculture development?
In last year, I was named Amiran Poverty Eradication Ambassador. So, of course, what came out of it is a training. I did a training, and I was a little bit exposed to some of the things that are going on. And at the same time, I have some initiatives to, of course, support young people and to get young people, of course, to better themselves. So this is what just a continuation of that. Because we invest in small businesses here, young people, small businesses. This was one of the aspects. When it comes to getting young people to be involved. And I did a training on best practices. I also did a training with a youth fund and to understand more about financing. And so basically, the information that I got, I just decided to share it with as many young people as possible across the country. So we went on tour. We took like 6 counties in Kenya. So it's basically what do you call it? It's like amplifying just what I've learned, and coordinating and putting resources together and people together for young people to explore and to use.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I want to ask you. A lot of people are a bit skeptical. There's always this project or that project, or this initiative or that campaign. I want to ask you. Why one? Why did you decide to work with one? And do you see that this project will actually be beneficial versus just being another project that, went under the rug?
I think the reason why I chose, I met the director here, but one of the things that I chose to work with them because the voice now can be, everybody will notice that is a big issue and it's something that needs to be addressed, and there's an opportunity, especially when it comes to young people. And also, of course, the research that came forth that majority of our people are being fed by agriculture. So these are just a way to amplify the message. And immediately the word went around in my country that we are working with one, and we did a lot of interviews. A lot of people started getting interested, and a lot of people, young people, pursued it. So working with young is just a way to amplify the message, but the basics also have to be handled still.
That's true.
We have to go back to the ground. We can do the on top stuff and the noise and the media and everything, but we have to get our hands dirty to the neighborhoods and to the rural areas, to the villages, to the small scale farmers, for them to understand what's going on.
And that's true. Now, out of this, you guys also created a music track called Coconut Chocolate. I want to ask you, what was that like working with so many different artists from around Africa? What was it like? And tell me about the production of it. Where was it produced and who produced it?
Due to the matter, I came out a little bit late because I didn't travel the same time, the time that I was scheduled to travel. So I came a little bit late. I was like the last person to even record it. I recorded it alone. So the only time I get to enjoy the moment is when we were doing the video, and I saw all these African stars together, and I really appreciated that. So I only spent like 10 minutes in the studio. I didn't get to enjoy the fullness of everything. And but the track, the chorus is catchy. In Kenya, people are receiving the track well. So I cannot say more about the track, but I think I think the talent that presented themselves there.
Okay. And finally, as I wrap up, I guess what's the next phase for you personally within this project? Even after one has finished, how do you hope to sustain it and keep it going?
The good thing for me as an artist, this is what I do every day. This is part of my day-to-day business. Basically means that I have a lot of initiative here to support young people. And so what we are doing now, we are setting up a place as we speak even right now to connect young people to the information. Basically information when it comes to financing, information when it comes to, of course, best practices, and information to connect with the right resources that for them to start off agriculture. But the most important part is for young people to push for the government to take it, because when you're talking about agriculture, we're not just talking about wealth creation. We're talking about securing our future. Because if we cannot feed ourselves in the next 10 years, if we continue having the same problems, I think we won't be successful right now with this campaign. So it's about securing our future, and that message has to be continuously be there, getting young people to not only practice agriculture, but also to push our government to give it priority. So that's what I'm going to do from now with an initiative called Kama CCC and Farming in School. Kama CCC is a Swahili name word for if it's not us, then who's going to do it? So I'm going to use that platform from now until, of course, we start seeing small changes and continuous changes.
Right. I want to ask you something before I let you go, actually. I know you mentioned that you have been in touch with the Kenyan government, and they're saying that they will, I guess, work towards giving the 10% that one is hoping that leaders would start to put into this project. But do you know about any other African leaders? Have you heard? Has anyone agreed to actually give the 10% or work towards that? Do you have any updates on that?
Of course, this is politics. Anybody, if you ask them right now, they'll say that's to impress the people. They'll say they're giving it priority, but they need to be pushed to give it priority. When they're given a mic in a platform and they ask that question, of course they'll say that's their priority, but it doesn't reflect when it comes to the implementation. So right now, I don't know. I was so much concerned about my country, and I saw some changes that my government played. The government initiated. So I think we are in the right direction as far as Kenya. Other countries I'm not sure of, and I'll have to do my research. But in Kenya, we are making some progress. And I think we just need to intensify the noise and intensify the meetings and everything else for our government to stay on course.
We agree here, and we hope that the message does get across to the youth, and keep doing what you're doing out there. And we thank you so much for joining us here at SaharaTV today, okay?
Thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. All right, viewers, that has been Giuliani out in Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya. He's a hip-hop star in Nairobi, Kenya. He's also the ambassador for the Do Agriculture It Pays campaign, initiated by Bono's group, one.org. So stay with us for more. We will be right back.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you. How powerful is this gesture, Chief? It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
The fever's building up. We are definitely getting there, and we are your companions for keeping your eyes on the big one till we finally get there. This is Sahara Sports on your channel of choice. My name is Kwesi Eson Bako. This week, we bring you your usual sports news plus World Cup trivia, and then the countdown. In the Talk Sports segment, we'll be profiling Cameroon, one of Africa's big five at the Mundial. Let's start off, though, with some sports news. Ghanaians are sitting on tenterhooks with the announcement of AC Milan midfielder Michael Essien's thigh injury. Club sources say the regular Black Stars feature has suffered an injury to the right thigh and will be out of action for at least 10 days. A statement on the club's website says the player will undergo further tests in 10 days' time. Michael Essien is one of the seasoned Black Stars players, and it is expected that Coach Appiah's strategy will greatly suffer without him. Sources at the Ghana Football Association, however, say it is hoped he will recover in time for the World Cup. Now to Zimbabwe, where the FA is to launch a program to diversify into agriculture to fund its activities, according to Chairman Cuthbert Dubé. He says the ZIFA has asked government for several farms around the country in conformance with the country's land reform program and would invest in farming to support the game. Maybe some people will ask if I'm still all right in my head, but we are going to diversify into farming in a very big way, Dubé disclosed. We're going to do cattle ranching and crop farming, and there's no way you can fail, he said. He added, ZIFA has been struggling to fund the national teams and has not been able to offer senior men's coach Ian Gorowa a contract, although he's been on the job for 8 months. Finally, to Nigeria. Striker Peter Osaze Odemwinge has apologized for criticizing coach Keshi over his decision not to select him for the 2013 Africa Cup of Nations. He has subsequently failed to get a call-up for the World Cup, but the 32-year-old has retreated on his comments. Odemwinge admitted that he made a mistake in speaking out against Keshi, but adds that he has now established a working relationship with the coach, which could put him in a good position to be called up for the upcoming World Cup. I had to be humble to make a step forward towards my senior colleagues. You can't continue to stay in that angry state of mind, he said. That's it for news. We're right back with Talk Sports. In the meantime, 68 days to the World Cup. Keep the excitement. We're there with you. We'll be right back. In the meantime, here is some trivia, some World Cup trivia for your edification and your enjoyment. See you on the flip side. Welcome back. This is a spot where we bring in Chief Olu Faloye. Welcome, Humble Prince.
You didn't call me the indelible gunner?
The indelible, I don't know what to call you right now.
Yeah.
I've used up all my adjectives.
Thank you.
Anyway, welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Fantastic.
Yeah. So let's look at the 3 news items quickly before we go on to profile Cameroon. First story, Michael Essien injured. That's like a huge blow to the Ghanaian side.
Huge blow. Like I said, I'm glad he's only going to be out for 10 days. I'm sure the doctors are going to do the best to make sure he's back on time, especially for Ghana, because I know you guys really need him.
It's one of the pillars in the Black Star style.
That's a huge loss if he's not there. So it was only 10 days.
Hopefully, because you get tested again after 10 days, and hopefully there'll be good news for Ghana.
But I hope it's not a lingering injury, like one of those annoying injuries that keep happening and everything.
He has a history of injuries, though, and there was a time where he was injured and he's still forced to play for the Black Stars, and then he got more injured, and Chelsea was furious over that.
Right.
So we hope we're not going to see any of that. We hope he's going to get a clean bill of health.
Exactly.
To go to the Mundial.
Exactly, and even put up a better performance than he did in 2010.
Than he did the other time, yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
ZIFA, the Zimbabwean Football Association, to go into agriculture.
Well, agriculture is one of the oldest trades, and I think I support this initiative. I think it's a good initiative.
It is. I mean, totally. It's creativity, if you ask me.
Right.
There's no money, but there are farms. Why not use what you've got to get what you want?
Right. It's a very good initiative. I hope it works, and other countries follow the plan.
Yeah, but must the FA be left to its own devices?
I know. That's a sad aspect of it. But, I didn't really like that part. But hey, it's like I said, I think it's a good initiative.
Okay. Odemwingie apologizes to Keshi.
Did he have a choice? He shouldn't have even opened his mouth in the first place. Seriously, you wanted to get a spot just because you didn't get it. The other, again, he's a bit. He's a good player, but I think there are other players that are better than him that definitely deserve a spot.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Right.
Do coaches have to be criticized for not selecting certain
Exactly.
players?
You have to give the coaches the benefit of the doubt.
Every coach has an idea. He has a game plan. If you don't fit in his game plan, you don't get the call up.
Exactly.
I think it's as simple as that.
It's as simple as that. And obviously the coaches see things that other people don't see, and he wants the best for he has to put the best team forth, because at the end of the day, if Nigeria does not perform, it falls back on him. So I think he knows what he's doing. This is not about partiality or favoritism or anything. He has to pick the best team. So you open your mouth, and now he tried to humble himself, thinking, oh, maybe if I keep quiet. It's not about you opening your mouth or keeping quiet. It's about your skill level. So that's something he definitely just has to understand.
You think he'll be a good addition to the side, though?
No. There's a reason Keshi left him out in the first place. I'm not the coach, and I think Keshi knows what he's doing. He's a good coach.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
fantastic.
right.
Yeah.
So we are going into the main dish now, which is to profile the country Cameroon. So this is a spot where we talk about Africa's Big Five to the Mundial. Last week we profiled Algeria. This week we're looking at Cameroon. So Cameroon it is. The Cameroonian national team is called the Indomitable Lions. That's their nickname. Brazil will be their 7th appearance. They've won only 1 match in 4 editions.
Yeah, I know. I look at some of the key players, like we all know Samuel
Eto'o, playmaker, captain.
Exactly. Song from Arsenal too is going to be there, and that kid, Happy Feet, they call Olinga.
Happy Feet, yeah. Olinga is actually one of the people that a lot of people will be
talking about,
waiting to see play at the World Cup.
Definitely. Young star, 17 years old and everything. Let's talk about their coach, too.
Yeah, Volker Finke. Volker Finke actually has a history as the longest-serving German coach in the German league, that is.
Right, fantastic.
And their best showing was in 1990, not in 96, as appears on the screen. It was in Italia, 1990.
Right.
In the days of Roger Miller and...
Roger Miller, yeah, and that's when they reached the quarterfinals, actually. Right, fantastic.
Yep. Okay, and then prospects. You think they're going to go far in this? They haven't made the African Cup of Nations in a bit.
I know, but I think they're in a decent group, and the fourth toughest group, which is Group A. They're alongside with Brazil, Croatia, and Mexico. I think Brazil is going to come out of that group, and Mexico, they're a little finicky right now, as is Croatia. So I think Cameroon does have a chance of coming out.
Okay, and tactics-wise, Finca is one who likes to play two holding midfield,
right? And
he likes neat passing football, so he's probably going to rely more on that. But does that produce goals? Is the question.
Yes, that's Arsenal's style of play exactly. Like the short passes, trying to break down the defense and everything. So I definitely think it's going to produce some goals, especially within that group.
Okay.
And they have some, like I said, they have some good players. They have the best African player in the world, Ito, who's a hell of a striker, and Song is probably going to play the...
They have a stubborn defense too, though, which totally works to their advantage.
Definitely.
Okay. They are number 51 on the FIFA rankings.
Yes.
And...
well, I wish Nana was here to explain that.
yeah, totally. We actually were supposed to have Nana on the show, but... time zones and all of that, we find a bit of problem every now and then.
Right.
Okay, now one key note though is that no Cameroonian player was able to register more than 2 goals in the whole run-up to the World Cup. What does that say for,
whatever strategy?
Their prolific nature? Are they really in business?
Cameroon is definitely better than that. Their goal-scoring prowess, I know, is definitely...
They beat Libya though 4-1.
Right.
In the playoffs to qualify for the. Can we see a bit of that? The control room can throw up a bit of that game.
Yes.
So at least we get a hint of how the Cameroonian team plays, etc.
Exactly.
But yeah, they did whip Libya 4-1.
And that was a good show. And Libya is a strong team too. That's not just a walkover team. Okay, and there you see on the screen right there, we have some of the highlights from the Cameroonian team. And this is against Tunisia.
This against Tunisia. This was before the playoffs. They beat Tunisia in the build-up to that game. I mean to the playoffs. And the playoffs, like we said before, they wouldn't have made the playoffs if Togo had not fielded an unqualified player. So that actually gives me the jitters a bit. Like, they don't really have like a clean sheet. There's a bit of...
They got a lot of help.
They did.
A lot of help.
And then also is the issue of player friction. There's a bit of friction between Eto'o and the other players. There's a bit of friction between some of the players and the coaches. There's a bit of friction between the players and the playing body. All of that. That counts, doesn't it?
It does, and it definitely messes up the team chemistry and the whole team psyche. So what I think they need to do is just curb their egos. I know you guys are big soccer stars in all your Spanish or European leagues and everything, but it's time for you guys to now come as a unit, put your country first and play together.
Eto'o was claiming that when they were playing in Tunisia, there was actually a plot by some of the players not to pass him the ball. That is so unprofessional.
And very childish.
If it's true, though. Exactly.
Very juvenile. Like I said, curb all your egos, put everything aside. We know Eto'o is a star. Even if you guys don't give him the ball, you guys are it's to your own disadvantage. It's time for everybody to play together as a unit, come together, do your country good, and make things happen. What use is it not giving him the ball when you know what he could do with it? He could put it in the net.
Exactly.
I still remember that goal he scored against Arsenal 2 weeks ago.
That put you to sleep, right?
Yes, definitely.
So, against the odds, 400 to...
I know.
I mean, how do you assess your chances of winning? Let's just say.
Oh, you mean winning the whole thing?
Yeah.
Woo! That's a long shot. That's a long shot.
One out of how many chances?
So it's 32 teams. The chances, I'll give them maybe 4 out of 32, just to be fair, honestly. But I mean, you think about it. There's some teams. I mean, I think just making it out of the group stage alone is good. But they did have a good showing in 1990, like we said, making it to the quarterfinals. But making it to the quarterfinals this year, I think might be difficult. Yeah, there's a lot of the teams. This is going to be by far one of the best World Cups in history. All the teams are coming out. There's more recognition. So everybody, I think every country wants to come in, show what they have on the world stage.
And then it's being played in Brazil. Brazil actually has participated in every single World Cup since its inception. Now that is something.
Ab initio, every World Cup.
Every single one.
Wow. And they've always had a good showing too.
Always.
Good presence, yeah.
Always.
Wow. That's fantastic.
Anyways, okay, so that's it for sports on Sahara TV. Thanks for watching. Next week, we're going to be profiling the Ivory Coast, Didier Drogba's Ivory Coast. And hopefully, we would have sorted out our issues and we can speak with Nana Ajimai or Bright Kankambwedu, who will help us to profile these teams. Thanks for watching and see you next week.
Oh, handshake. Let's not forget that. How many days do we have left now?
68.
68. Oh, we're almost there. It's counting down.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Thanks for watching, guys. Sahara Sports.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you. How powerful is this gesture, Chief? It's a gesture that speaks.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We had the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. Yo, I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga the First. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and in a good watch and 5 and me I know they say but in a good watch.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. This is the feedback section. That is when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the programs we've been showing you today. I hope you've been enjoying our fantastic show, the lineup we've presented to you so far. You had an interview with the OPC National Coordinator, Agnew Adams, when he talked about his experience at the National Conference, which is going on right now. We also spoke to Attorney Pascal Nkwacha, who talked about his client and the experience the client had with Arik Air in Nigeria. We spoke to a U.S. nurse, Michelle McGovern, who was trying to help children in Ghana and her experience doing that. And many other things we present to you today. Now, when we go to Skype, we want to focus on the National Conference. and also the news that will come up tomorrow that Nigeria is now the largest economy in Africa. But before we do that, we are going to talk to one of our regular Skype callers who just returned to Canada from Nigeria. His name is Yemi. Yemi, welcome to Sahara TV.
Rudolph, thank you. Rudolph, thank you.
So tell us, when did you go to Nigeria?
Yeah, I was there from March 15 to March 29th.
29th, okay. Where did you go in Nigeria?
Yeah, I was in Lagos for a while. I went to Abeokuta. I went to Abuja. I was in Ogbo. I went to Ajah. I went to Ebute Metta, Yanopaja, Egbeda. You know, I went around.
All right, that's good. So now, what's your impression, general impression of things in Nigeria?
Well, in a nutshell, there's pockets of changes here and there, but there's so much yet to be done. And there's huge unemployment, there's huge poverty, and there's so much lack of infrastructure. If you know, I don't know, I asked a lot of people in Nigeria that, do we know the rate at which the population is growing? Do we know the number of people that are dying daily? Do we know the number of unemployed, the income brackets? Nobody knows that. And it's just a very chaotic environment. And like I said, there's very little pocket of changes. And it's only the wealthy areas that you see a big change.
Yeah, can you give us an example of the changes?
Now, take for instance Lagos State. You can see all these road constructions, dualization of all these roads, the suspension bridge that links up Ikoyi to Lekki Phase 1. That's to be able to reduce the congestion between Lekki and Law School area. And they did a new bridge that links up the Lagos Business School Road to Falomo. That's another huge development too, in order to ease traffic. And they said this Lagos Power Distribution Company is trying to generate 10,000 megawatts. I don't know how that's going to be done. Going to Yanopaja, the major road leading to Yanopaja was constructed too. There's a bottleneck somewhere. And then the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, there's huge work going on that express road right now. And in Abeokuta, there's the transformation in Abeokuta is huge. There's multiple flyovers. There's dualization of almost all the interlinking roads between the Abeokuta and its suburb towns. And in Osun is also a awesome transformation. I grew up in Osogbo, so I know how Osogbo was. And going there now, it's just phenomenal. What they've done over there is huge. I was lucky to even meet some administrative, the special advisor on education, on higher education, and on health. They're doing great stuff. Though like I said, they're trying, but there's so much to be done.
Now, what about the economy? How is the economy doing? Because we know that tomorrow Nigeria will officially become the largest economy in Africa. How is the economy for the common people doing, based on your experience?
Yeah, I was there for 2 weeks, and I can, as a foreigner, and I know how much I spent in that short time. And what I can say is, anybody can come up with the statistics, figures that, the economy is growing and all that. But bottom line, if you go to the grassroots, people are suffering. People are suffering. Look, the day after I landed, that's when the case of this labor immigration interview came up. It's terrible. It's terrible. You people that are unemployed, you're getting 1,000 naira from each of them. And look at the states, they were treated, you can't even treat animals like that. So the reality on ground is the masses are suffering. You see undergraduates, 10 years, 15 years out of school, they've not worked even once.
I wanted to ask you how much is a bottle of beer, but do you know how much people get paid, regular workers in Nigeria, people you spoke to? How much do they make, those that have a job?
Now, look, at least I know if I was in Nigeria right now, I'll be probably a manager. People in the corporate world are relatively paid well. Yeah, I mean, people in the managerial level, they're paid well, at least. I went to a place in Okwebi. I was there around 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. They took me to one joint called Captain. And a plate of pepper soup, eja, you know this fresh pepper soup fish, is 2,500 naira. So, and you can, that's not for somebody, that's not for the poor. People that are highly placed can afford the lifestyle, the expensive lifestyle. A bottle of beer, I don't drink beer, so I don't really know how much, but the malt I took, maybe they bought it for like maybe $500, So yeah, people that are well placed, they make money. A lot of people make money over there. They get paid very well, and they have side business by the side that is even bringing more money for them.
Now, what about, in general, are people optimistic that things will become better with time, or are they pessimistic? What is your feeling?
People are fed up. That's the general feel. Like people are fed up, but somebody that's fed up and can't do anything. They are fed up, no light, insecurity, no jobs, but there's nothing they can do. They are helpless.
So they are disillusioned.
No, I wouldn't say delusional. They're more like indifferent. People are indifferent. They'll be like, oh, okay, let me just get my own. Everybody's just like, let me get something. If there's any opportunity, what's mine? What's mine? What am I going to gain from it? There's no collective kind of way of resolving things. People are self-centered. I went on I have a business, like I've said it on this program, that I'm trying to push in order to try and make a difference back home. But you see, if I'm talking to somebody enlightened, the person accepts it more. But somebody that's not enlightened is like, what am I going to gain from what is mine? What am I going to make out from it?
Exactly. So I wanted to ask you, how were people receiving your viewpoint? Because we always have that feeling that people at home, we say that we're living in a different world, and what we're saying has no implication or doesn't apply to where they are. How did people receive your ideas about the situation there? Are you still there? Yemi?
No.
Okay. Yemi seemed to have...
Okay. Hello?
Oh, go ahead, Yemi.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
And he works with Cisco. The way I talk to him, are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a friend that works with Cisco, and we relate in the same level because he travels a lot. But people that don't travel, that's not enlightened, they'll be like, it's not possible for the way I think for it to be. It's not practical to implement it in Nigeria. That Nigerians are always Nigerians. And I heard the same opinion from 3 different people from 3 different backgrounds. They said something that I held on to. They said Nigerians, within the Nigerian society, there are a lot of demons, a lot of devilish incarnate people walking among them. And they are enemy of progress. That, in a situation whereby you have a minister of a parastatal that's sabotaging his own ministry, is that not devilish? They said there's a lot of people in position of leadership that are actually, they are only there in the interest of their cabal alone. So these people, you present something that's so humane, so positive to create an impact in the society, but they'll say no to it. They'll say, no, we don't want that, because they are making money from the chaos. So that's why, as long as we have all these devil people walking around and putting on agbada, and everybody is saying yes sir, and giving them national awards, the society will still stay like that.
Now, you mentioned that you went to Abuja. Did you see any disconnect between people in Abuja and people who live in other parts of the country in terms of how they see the situation?
Yeah, I wasn't long for Abuja. Actually, I was there for roughly 2 hours or 3. I just flew in and flew out. And I have a sister there. I visited her. And the only opinion I got from them is the political class. They're designing Abuja to be their paradise. You know, the roads are good. The power supply great, security is everywhere, but they just leave the rest of Nigeria to decay in abject poverty and lack of infrastructure. So yes, the sense I get in Abuja is let the poor get poorer and the so-called rich get richer. There's no sacrifice. Nobody is sacrificing anything.
All right, let's get other people to join us in this conversation. Joining us from Canada, I believe, Odebode. Odebode, welcome to Sahara TV.
Oh, thank you very much, Rudolph.
And from Geneva, we have Hansen. Hansen, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks so much, Rudolph.
All right, I understand that Musa has dropped, so if anybody joins us, let me know. Odebode, so you had Yemi and his experience in Nigeria. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think Yemi's experience is still what everybody that travel back home would definitely experience. With most of these developments, you see them in the major towns or headquarters of the local governments. But when you get to your real village, you don't see an iota of development in your villages. But you mainly see this development in the capital cities or the headquarters of each of these local government area. And two, this development is coming, but the Nigerian government need to know that there are a lot of indices that need to be put in place. One of them is our population control. Do we keep our population exploding at the rate we are going? Are we going to keep that? Definitely the government will never be able to meet the needs of the people. There need to be a control in that area. Two, enabling environment, our educational system. What do we mean by education? Is it somebody that graduates from university that's educated, or somebody that has been able to acquire both university or vocational skills? That's why we see our graduates today in US or Canada, they are doing jobs that are not meant for graduates. Back home, we want to go to the university, and at the end of the day, we have army of unemployed graduates. By skills at back home, and we are importing foreigners, even Filipinos, to do vocational jobs. So I mean, that's things that the government needs to look into. Why they?
All right, Odebode, hold on, okay? Odebode, hold on. Someone joined us, please. If you are the one, turn down the volume of your Skype, please, so that. Ebi, okay, Ebi, please turn down. We'll come to you. Odebode, go ahead. Round up, please.
Yeah, what I was saying is that where the development of infrastructures, roads, everything continues is a good idea, but there are other indices like our population control, our birth rate. Is it too much? Is it too high? Our geographical and demographical setup. How are the towns planned? There are a lot of things that we need to look into. And by the time we start looking into this, a lot of jobs will be created because people will be employed into these sectors. And two, emphasis on university education is killing my country. Everybody wants to go to university, and vocational skills that are supposed to employ majority of people are not being tapped into. Today we find Filipinos, we find even Lebanese or Chinese working, doing vocational jobs in Nigeria. Man, we have a long way to go. These are the balance. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much. Hansen, you had Yemi. What is your impression?
Exactly. It's quite, I could remember some time ago we discussed concerning Nigerian development. Then I told him that anyway, that it's true that a kind of some states are doing well. There are some areas that are doing well, but it's true that it's not enough. So I'm happy, I'm impressed what he said. It's obvious that there are a lot of people, poverty, and there are many people are still poor in Nigeria. Majority, not even many people, majority are very poor. Okay, but at the same time too, when you go to Nigeria of today, you will see that one way or the other, the government, they are trying to do something, but to my own understanding, what they're doing is not enough because we have the resources to do better than what they're doing, but they are doing something.
All right. Let me come to you, Ebi, in River State, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
In
Port Harcourt. Yes. Okay. All right. So, did you hear what Yemi, the account he gave of his trip to Nigeria? No.
No,
Okay.
I actually just joined, so I better listen to
All
it.
right, that's good. Let's start the next topic with you. We have the third week of the national conference. We all watched what happened and read about them in the news. What is your impression on how things are going at the national conference?
Well, the initial bedding down, it happens in even construction projects. Sometimes the first course of block work is put down. It needs some time for people to get into a rhythm. We have a plethora of issues that are not making Nigerians happy or satisfied. And funny enough, some of these disputes are really not related to what is bothering us. But people are getting to hear the sound of their voices. I believe in the next from this week coming, we're going to start talking about many of the issues that actually affect Nigeria today and will affect Nigeria tomorrow. I see the national conference as an opportunity. It's a one-time 7 billion naira payment to get to the heart of the matter, where 150 billion naira per annum with the National Assembly has not given us answers. So I look at it in that context. The first couple of weeks have been about what you call flurries, like when boxers are boxing, they dance around each other for a while. By about round 2, round 3, you start seeing them hitting hard blows. That's how I look at it. It's all politics, it's all very human. It's actually not entirely unexpected.
Yemi, you've been following the national conference. Were you surprised at the events of this third week?
Yeah, well, having just come back from Nigeria, I asked a lot of people, back home that, look, what do they feel about the national conference? But the truth of the matter is the masses, they don't give a shit. Sorry for using the dirty language. They don't give a shit about what they're doing there. 12 million naira each per delegate just to sit down and probably hotel, and they're even asking for more. Because the last time I heard the chairman, he's saying they'll need more money. Now, I've said it here before, and I'll say it again. This is not the first time we are holding conferences, and we know the result of what will come out of it. So what has been coming in the past will still be the same thing that will come out of it. And now, listen, and there's one thing you have to know. When you see the caliber of people coming together to come and talk, I was in Nigeria, I saw some young youth Nigerians, they were talking, they said, look, they're not even represented. Over 60% of the population of Nigerians are between the age of 15 and 40. But that age bracket is not represented. And it's the same set of people that have been dictating, setting up policies that led us to this point, that are collecting this 12 million naira and they're sleeping. So the truth of the matter is, I don't expect anything good coming out of it, and time will tell.
All right.
The timeline for it is short. The timing is not even right. Why are we doing it just 1 year before a general election?
All right, hold on there. Odebode, there was a discussion on the floor about Christianity, religion in general in the Constitution. There were members of the Christian Association who were arguing that Islam and was mentioned in the Constitution several times, but Christianity or the church was never mentioned in the Constitution, and it became an issue. What do you make of that?
I read the article on the Vanguard. I read it and I really started laughing, man, that these people don't know why they are there in Abuja. They made mention that Islam, Sharia, and Muslim is in the Constitution, while Christian, Christ, and church is nowhere to be found in the Constitution. Man, look, we sent you there. You don't, when you are represented, you're a Christian delegate, fine. You have your view about Christian Christian community be burnt, marginalization in some northern states. Fine, those are good points. But when you are bring your point not to cause harm. Just imagine I'm a Muslim delegate. What do you think I will feel there? I will keep quiet. I will be angry too. There's a way you bring your point genuinely, people will go after it, but don't make comparison by calling names. It provokes anger. Even if a Muslim wants to say a reason with you, but the way you lay that your complaints, it makes the man totally turn against you. We know that the leaders we've had in these countries have been Muslims. A lot of politics favor them and all. But we brought you here now to make some policy. Don't bring unnecessary comparisons that will cause rivalry, but give us your point directly. That's what I say in it.
All right.
Don't forget, we are all making a mistake. We also have the traditional worshippers because they are not coming out to make their voice heard or what. What about the atheists?
All right, Hansen, I'll ask you because we spoke to Ganu Adams, national coordinator of the OPC, who is a delegate at the conference, and he said that Nigeria is a secular state, that the issue of religion should be removed from the constitution, both Christian and Islam religion. What is your take on that? Is that important?
Yes, I think I agree with him 100%. Okay, in a country like Nigeria, we don't need to be talking about religion because one thing that many of Nigerians need to know is that before these Europeans and Arabs, before they bring a religion to Nigeria, we have our own the religion that we practice. Our forefathers, they practiced before them. So in a situation, a country that is very complex like Nigeria, I think the most important thing to do is that anything that has to do with a religion needs to be taken away from the constitution. And because even when I heard or when I read that in Nigerian constitution, the name Muslims and whatever is almost something percent times in the constitution, why the name Christianity wasn't mentioned there, I was shocked. So it's normal that the people that are representing Christianity, they need to say something about it. But for peace, to reign in the country, I think because we've had a serious problem concerning this religion of a thing, I think the best thing to do is to take it away from the constitution. Let government be government. The religion, they should do their own thing. They should not mix it together. I think that's the way that Nigeria, a country like Nigeria, is supposed to go. And another thing I would like to add is concerning the people that are representing us in that, what they call it, the conference of a thing. To be sincere, I was surprised to see this old men, I'm sorry to use this word, old men sleeping there. So many of them doesn't even know why they're there. They are paid 12 after everything. They will be given a 12 million naira. They go home for nothing. It's a pity that they use the same people that have been, destroyed the country since in Nigerian independence. They are still the same people that they bring together to talk. I said it, and I've said it before, and I will say it again. Nigeria will be good the very day that all these people that they live during the Nigerian independence, all these politicians that play role during the independence and after post-Nigerian independence, any day they resign or they retire from politics, that will be the beginning of Nigeria being a working country.
All right, let me come back to you, Ebi. I want to ask you, last weekend, Professor Nwabeze granted an interview to Vanguard newspaper where he questioned if there are any tool or any logistic means by which the decisions of this national conference could become law or could be implemented by the National Assembly. Are you concerned about that, and do you think there is a way to maneuver whatever they come up with to become law?
Well, the thing about, let me start with that. There are ways in law where whatever decisions that are arrived at can be taken to the current lawmaking body and there transmogrified into law. There is a means to do it. It now comes down to whether they will to do it. You see, there's something called the tragedy of low expectations. I hear it a lot from what I'm listening to right now. There's also something called the law of unintended consequences. No matter what people may think was behind the convening of this conference, and no matter how little expectation people may have for what can emerge, the fact is, how do they put it? Jaw is better than war. We have gone very far in the wrong direction in terms of relating with each other in this country. We can either continue to spiral in that way or take a break, turn around, and discuss these things. It might be hot, it might be hostile, but it's always better to discuss the issues, even in domestic situations. You can either keep malice with your spouse or significant other for 3, 4, 5 days or a week, or get to the heart of certain issues. And even if at the end of the day, both of you compromise somewhere, you can carry on with the business of maintaining and managing a household. So I don't know why we are so committed. We have talked before. There is a day, how do the Igbos put it? The day a man wakes up in the morning. This country could be about to wake up. There is no harm in trying to participate in that process. Now, Professor Nwabweze, he had a chance to be right up there in the structure of this conference. He turned it down. We understood for health reasons. We respect that. He now nominated somebody else. It was not his place to nominate somebody else. Now the thing is going on. He's coming. I appreciate him contributing. He's a well-respected scholar in constitutional matters. I would like to hear him provide solutions, not always providing problems. Part of the problem we face as Nigerians today is that people always can identify what is wrong. Can you please tell me one thing that is right, or what you individually could do that is right today? If you had a chance, and if you have a chance or a platform, how about you contribute by all means necessary to make sure that your voice is heard? Sitting down, folding your arms and criticizing everything is not a strategy for making progress in Nigeria. Professor Nwabweze, being the highly respected, highly applauded constitutional scholar that he is, should tell me how we can make decisions from the national conference into law. Not tell me that there is no way. If there's no way, then why is he talking?
Well, in his defense, based on what I read in the interview, he said that he recommended what should be done, but the government did not take it. So right now he doesn't see.
Well, he was asked to be part of it, and he didn't take it. So it's 1-1 goalless draw. He should continue talking. I'm sure at some point it will be heard. There was a time they said there should be no conference. Now the government has agreed. Just being a critic at large is not a strategy. I repeat that, and I'll say it every day.
All right. Let me go to Yemi before we take a break. Yemi, we spoke to Yinka Odumakin, who is also a delegate, last week, and he said something that I wanted to get your view on. He said that the way the country is going, that if we don't have this conference, if we don't restructure the country, that we cannot have a successful election and that we are headed to a serious situation. So you believe that the conference is not of any use. Don't you have any fear that based on the way the country is going now, if we have an election without restructuring the country, that we are taking a risk?
Rudolph, thanks. The truth of the matter is, as complex as Nigerian problems seems to be, it's very easy to solve. So gathering all these people together is a good gesture, trying to make things work. But the thing is, if you see the caliber of people, like I said earlier, we're not going to get anything out of it. Let's just call a spade a spade. Now, AB is talking about solutions. And it's very good that we highlight our problems first. By knowing your problems, you'll be able to find out the solution. And I am very sure everybody here will agree with me that corruption is one of our major problems. Now, I just took 2 notes down. 7 billion naira is spent on this conference, and $20 billion was missing in the NNPC scam. Can't we divert that into something? If we have responsible leadership? They said that 20 billion is enough to pay teachers for 50 years. Now, aside that, can't we just set up something? Because it's really simple. Nigerians are they are very law-abiding people. They are very loving people. They are very happy people. You look at the entertainment industry, the comedians, they are awesome. Music. Nigerians are the light of Africa if we have right leadership. So if, for instance, but this is my own solution. I'm just talking about solution here because AB brought about the question of solution. Look, if every Nigerian, every born Nigerian, if there's a social security kind of scheme, that every Nigerian that doesn't have a job would be given a fixed amount that's enough to feed him or her, I'm very sure it's going to go a very long way. That you know that I'm a Nigerian citizen and the federal government of Nigeria is going to be paying me this X amount of money because I don't have a job, and it's going to be enough to feed me. Because when you remove eating from somebody's problem, you have solved a lot.
All right. Yemi, I have to stop you. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about Nigeria as the largest economy in Africa and other good news that are coming out of Nigeria. Stay tuned.
Yemi,
yeah.
Yemi.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
When we discuss issues that we've been presenting in our program today, we have joining us online already with us is Yemi in Canada. Yemi, welcome back. Yemi, are you still with us? Okay, Yemi is not talking to us. Odebode, welcome back to SaharaTV.
Thank you very much.
Hansen in Geneva. Hansen, welcome back.
Thanks so much.
Ebi, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, I heard that we have a new caller. What's your name? Sorry? Kunya.
Yes, my name is Kunya.
Kunya, okay, welcome. Where are you, Kunya?
I'm in Turkey right now. Turkey.
Okay. All right, welcome to SaharaTV.
You're welcome.
All right, this Munzali, welcome to SaharaTV.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, we want to start by talking about Nigeria. Tomorrow, the news will be that Nigeria is now the largest economy in Africa because we did something they call rebasing of our GDP. It's a big economic term, which simply means that our economy is now largest in Africa. So the question is, what does that mean? Obviously, it sounds like a good thing. What does that mean for the country, for the common man? And let me start with you, Odebode. What do you understand by that? Are you excited?
Absolutely. As a Nigerian, I'm really excited about it. Just the same way the Chinese was excited when they overtook Japan, and Brazilians was also excited when they overtook UK in terms of GDP. Yeah, but does that mean that the life of the average Chinese is better than a life of a Japanese? No. Or does it mean that the life of an average Brazilian is better than the life of United Kingdom citizen? No, but they overtake this country in GDP. So what it actually means is that now we have more economic power to bargain. In the BRICS nation now, we can become part of the member of the BRICS nation. And the nation of 20 most developed economy, which South Africa is representing, we can also find our way there. More investors will be attracted to come into the country. And to some extent, some economic decisions in the world will be invited to have a contribution or discuss parts, be a part of the discussion. It's a good omen, but that does not mean we have achieved. We still have a lot to do.
Okay. Let me come to you, Hansen. This good news. What is your take on that?
It's a good omen. I'm happy. There's no way someone will tell you that your country is one of the largest economy in Africa. That is something good. But what I'm trying to say is that it's good, but at the same time, what our government need to do is to make sure that the poor masses, okay, enjoy the good things, okay, the good.
Okay, Hansen, I think we lost connection with you. Let me come to you, Abby, in Port Harcourt. What is this?
And the people are suffering. It's really it's not encouraging. So they need to work extra harder so that the poor people, the layman in Nigeria, will enjoy the whatever.
Okay, thank you, Hansen. Okay, Hansen, thank you. We had a delay due to the internet. So let me come to you, Abby. You are in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. The same week that we are talking about this, there was another report from the United Nations saying that Nigeria is classified amongst the poorest, extremely poor countries in the world. Those two different stories, how is that playing with people at home?
Listening to local radio here, there's that same short-sighted statement about, oh, the common man, how does it affect him, and so on and so forth. That's to be expected from people who are not able to think deeply. I believe one of the biggest falsehoods we have ever experienced is that we're a rich nation. We produce, of all the OPEC countries, we produce second to the least amount, and we have, by no comparison, the highest population. That is why when we talk about an oil-rich nation, we are an oil-producing nation that produces far below what it would actually take for us to have the kind of GDP that countries like Saudi Arabia.
Sorry, there's someone whose live stream is up. Please, can you turn it down so that we can hear our guest? Abby, go ahead, please. Abby, go ahead. Okay, I think we lost him. All right, let me come to you. Munazi, is that, sorry if I don't pronounce the name very well. Remind us again where you called us from.
I think Abby is out.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking to Munazi now, somewhere. I don't remember where you're calling from. Are you still with us?
Who's this? Am I?
I think that is Simi.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, is that Munzali? Munzali, okay, go ahead, Munzali.
No, I'm Abby.
Oh, Abby, sorry. I thought that we lost you. Go ahead, finish up, Abby.
I'm sorry. I'm saying we have to get off that military centralized mentality where the federal government is Father Christmas. There are state governments, there are local governments, there are private industries, there are academic institutions where real wealth can be created in our heads. So the poverty is, a lot of it is our own making. We're sitting down waiting for handouts. 36 governors go every month to get a nipple in their mouth to suck from the teeth of federal government. We should stop that rubbish. Now, on the rebasing, do you know that the bad news is that our apparent economic growth will go down? But that means there's tremendous opportunity now inside our country to take a good look at what the real factors of our economy are, de-emphasize oil, and emphasize the other sectors like telecommunications, like services, like building construction, and so on and so forth. And inside each of these, we can now create a new generation of Nigerians who are productive and not just waiting for somebody to feed us. This is a tremendous opportunity. We should not mess it up. And we should stop talking about what does it matter to the ordinary man. What has the ordinary man sat down to do?
Our line with Ebi is really bad. I have a serious question I want to ask him about the idea of going to Abuja to collect money by states, because the people who are against resource control, which is a major issue on the table of the national conference, are saying one of their arguments is that, look, the money that has been given to oil producing states, we don't see them. So why are we insisting that they should have more of the money from the oil resources instead of giving it to the central government? I wanted to know, since Ebi lives in Port Harcourt, which is in Rivers State, which is an oil-producing state, what is his viewpoint about that? Maybe when we get back to him, he'll be able to take on that. Ebi, are you there?
I'm right here, sir.
Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead. Did you hear my question?
About the oil producing.
Yeah, the
now,
idea.
You see, I will go back to this mentality. It's a false mentality because today it's oil. People are drunk and diseased on oil. The principle of resource control is not about oil, it's about resources. Do you know that this country is blessed with 1,000 different wonderful things and 170 million excellent things? We keep thinking oil is our only resource. We have columbite, gold, diamonds, different things, tin. We have even sand in some areas. Sand is necessary. Some countries have to import sand to construct. We have so many resources, but we all open our mouths and think, oil, don't give them oil. Somebody will say it has not been seen in the Niger Delta, in the oil-producing areas. The ones that people have had in their own area, what has been seen? Why are you making a different standard for oil-producing areas? Do you know the challenge of development in the Niger Delta? Do you know the water table and the low-lying areas? Do you know the equipment that you have to hire to develop here is much more expensive than what you need to do roads, for instance, in the north? It is a falsehood, a blatant falsehood to say that the oil money that is going to the Niger Delta is not seen, because you don't put it side by side with the challenges you must overcome. There are environmental challenges, there are terrain challenges, it rains over 200 and something days a year in the Niger Delta, yet you want people to construct. Let's stop talking on this very shallow surface level and start applying deep thought to Nigeria. Those people who are against resource control simply do not want to look within themselves and exploit the resources that they too are sitting on. Can anybody in the Niger Delta drink oil? Must I not import potatoes and yams and so on from other places? How come one state in the middle belt or the north does not become Nigeria's #1 groundnut producer, or why am I saying Nigeria, Africa's #1 yam producer? Why must it be oil? Let us stop this shallow thinking from all of us, including those in the Niger Delta. I think that oil is our savior.
Okay.
Those of us in the Niger Delta, oil is not good. We need to develop our brains, not oil.
All right, thank you so much, Ebi. Let me come to you, Munzali. The same period that we are talking about Nigeria being the #1, the largest economy in Africa, we also saw this story that Nigerians are now number three spenders in London. I don't remember where you are, but what do you think this new position of Nigeria will, the impact it will have on your life, or where you are, or perception of Nigeria from the outside world? Munzali, are you there?
No, it's Simi. Talk to Simi.
Oh, Simi. Okay, Simi, go ahead. I know that you are there, but okay, Simi, go ahead. I heard that we lost Munzali. Go ahead, Simi.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I want to thank you guys for the discussion so far. What I particularly think on that is that is this general perception, which has been long for a long time. Nigerians all over the world are known to be very, very hardworking people. The rise to being the #1 economic power in Africa, I particularly do not think this is something that can be attributed to the government. Look at the entertainment industry, for example. The entertainment industry has developed as it developed itself without much or without necessary input from the government. How many film villages do we have in Nigeria today? It is still an aberration that most of our new musicians who are coming up still go to South Africa to shoot their new movies. So it's just boils down to the fact that yes, some of us and a whole lot of us believe in that entity called Nigeria. As a whole, we are a giant. But the problem we still have are people who don't have businesses in government, or perhaps people who don't have the altruistic motive for being in government who are there. Nigerians are ready to move. Look at Lagos. There was a time in Lagos, anybody will tell you, before you move out, the first thing you will think of is where to park your car. Nigerians are all over the world. In London, yeah, second spender. Also, when the amount of, I live in Zurich, for example, the amount of money Nigeria brings in from all over the world into this economy is just enormous. It's a very good indicator for us, but the question is still our government. Thank you.
All right. Yemi, let me come back to you about this news about, I don't know if you had a chance to talk about it, about the economy being, I read a report, I think that was on BBC, and they were talking about, even though we're number one, we are still underperforming because we have about 170 million people that we should be performing higher than this. Do you think we are going to, because if you listen to the Minister of Information, Maku, talking about this, he was very happy as if they accomplished a lot, and by tomorrow the world will change. What do you think we should do more? I mean, give me your viewpoint.
Yeah, it's a good index that we're reaching this point, but like what the other guest here has said, there's so much more to be done. And one thing I know every developing nation needs is power. Power is a major industry we need to invest in so that other sectors can take that huge step to the next level. And unfortunately, I know there are, a lot of the privatization of power holdings, and the distribution of power is handed over to TCN. And there's a lot of things going on in the power sector in order to make that solid. And if that comes true, I think it's good progress for Nigeria as a nation. But like what AB said earlier, that we're focused on oil almost 100%, while we're looking away from other sectors. But however, I want to. There are some states. I went to Osun. I went to Osogbo, and Osun State doesn't really. They don't have internet generated revenue is very low when Aregbesola came in, but he's been able to turn that over ×3. And I kept on asking people there in Osogbo, what is he doing? How is he generating that money? So he's looking outside the box in other industries that could actually generate money for the industry. Take tourism, for example. Take agriculture. I learned that they're working on an international airport in Osogbo, and he's trying to develop a road network to reach out to farmers in the most remote area of Osun so that they can bring out their produce. So the point is, yes, there's pockets of development, but we can do a lot more. We can do a lot more if corruption. There's a lot of funds going into corruption, and we're just looking away. And we have such an irresponsible leaders in place that I don't know what AB meant by saying the masses. If you hear Obama talking, he's always talking about the middle class. Any economy is built on the backs of the middle class. So we cannot neglect them. So if the middle class, the people, the masses are not being fed well. They can't eat. They can't clothe themselves. They can't shelter themselves. There's nowhere to go because it's on the back of these people we're going to build a stronger Nigeria.
All right, Yemi, thank you so much. Let's move to a different topic because we are running out of time. I just want us to touch on this because it's very important. Last week, there was this about a House of Horror, and we discussed it on the show. And this week, we now know that even in Abeokuta, there were other houses that are used for kidnapping. I spoke to the OPC leader during the interview we had. I played that sometime today, and he said that there were many more places like that that will be discovered. People are being kidnapped and people don't find them, and there's nothing anybody is doing. Odebode, how do you feel about this idea that is widespread kidnapping dens across Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said earlier, I told you the rate in which the population is growing, the rate in which people are being brought into that country unplanned for. Do you know, okay, let me give you an example. Do you know how many Nigerians women are in Benin Republic, are in Mali? How many Nigerians have died in the desert or in the name of getting to Europe? Do you know how many Nigerians have even died in the, is it the Red Sea, crossing over to Europe? We are so much that we no longer value life. Look at Boko Haram is killing people every day by day. When you hear news, oh, 5 people died, you say, oh, thank God, just 5 people. No, it has to tell you, okay, recently the military killed just 50 Fulanis. Everybody was okay, yes, there's going to be peace. I mean, killing people, we don't longer value lives. So we are really going to discover a lot. A lot is still being discovered. Okay, I give you an example. What about the people that was floating in the river in Anambra? Was it Anambra or Imo State?
Yeah, it was Anambra.
What happened? What is the outcome of that case? We don't value life. What is people? People is of no value to us. So it boils down to until we really come down to see that, man, we need to really, human life is sacrosanct, that we need to preserve it, and each individual that comes in as a Nigerian must have a value. If not, people will die like rag, nobody cares, and more homes will be discovered. That's it.
Okay, Hansen, let me connect this to another story of Boko Haram this week. There was a report that about 1,000 Boko Haram members were killed by the military in one attack, one confrontation. And how do you see that story? Do you think that there were a place that 1,000 Boko Haram members assembled and the military just went there and slaughtered them? How do you read that story in a country like Nigeria?
Rudolph, what do you want me to say? Yeah, I doubt that story, but if they say so, the most important thing is that I hope that tomorrow Boko Haram will not attack another area, another part of a northern part of Nigeria. Okay, if the military could be able to exterminate 1,000 Boko Harams, that means that by now they're not supposed to be there anymore. Okay, but the truth of the matter is that who was there? Do you see the video? Do you see the pictures? How will we believe? So that is it.
All right, let me come to you. We're running out of time. Ebi, I want to ask you a question that, based on the fact that I know you left here and went back to Nigeria, I wanted to tell me or tell us, the viewers, your perception of how Nigerians value life and how we attach importance to things like ritual killings. Is it so prevalent, and why is that? What do you think is responsible for that? Why people tend to believe in these supernatural things that entails killing people and using the body parts to do voodoo or something?
Well, I'm glad you said the word voodoo, which I think many of us have heard of from places like, what's that country very near
Haiti.
South of Haiti.
Yeah.
And if you look into some of those historical things, you find people were killing people, sacrificing them in the old South American countries. I think the first question, how do people value life? It really must depend on the circles in which one moves. there is not a single person that I'm aware of in any of my circles who feels that their progress is going to be dependent or enhanced by the taking of another's life. Rather, we seek to compete on the basis of intellectual ability, whatever. So I have no honest, direct frame of reference. Having said that, in a society as fractured as Nigeria, there will always be people who think that a shortcut to whatever it is they think they're dreaming of would pass through the lives of others. I can see no justification for it. These stories are literally horror stories where you find people who are just kidnapped from the scene, missing persons showing up as skeletons. The question that we should be looking at is, how can we set up the necessary forensic facilities that can, even if a person has become a victim, that can subsequently identify them and then put them into the frame and context of their families and so on and so forth. So it's very sad when we have these sad, horrific stories, but I'm always about solutions thereafter. I am more about creating an identity system and a forensic system for subsequent, identification. And you find that can be used for solving other crimes. So there could be other advantages that could come out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Where we love life, we have boogeymen. We're afraid of things that go bump in the night. But I don't think we're too different from many other societies where people are afraid of things that go bump in the night and they have their boogeymen.
Mm. All right. Let me
Rudolph,
come to... Yeah,
Rudolph, I want to say something.
No, hold on. Let me come to Simi, and then we round up with what's keeping you up at night. Simi, I want to ask you, this week alone, I saw pictures of people, one man in Ebonyi State with the head of his father that he killed. There was another person with the head of a girl that he killed. Now, when you watch this outside the country, outside of Nigeria, because now we all have cell phones and we take pictures, what does that say to you? How do you feel about that?
Honestly, Rudolph, anytime I see things like that, tears, uncontrollable tears runs down my eyes. Because that person that was being killed could be my uncle, could be my father, could be any of my relatives back there. And it just shows us how our government cares terribly less about the plight of the common man. It is really, really an aberration that things goes like that. And the worst part of it is after the media frenzy, when the pictures had been flashed, when everybody has seen it, a few comment passes over it, it's just a weak thing. Then it goes like that. And the next we wake up again. Look at this ritual thing. First, it was at Ibadan. It was discovered. What happened? The Ibadan story seems to have been forgotten now. Everybody is now talking about what is happening in Abeokuta. Or who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. All these pictures, they just don't count up. How do you tell somebody the government is spending a whole lot of money, billions, trying to lure investors to come and do whatever thing serious in our country, which of course we don't need anyway. If you want to tell anybody to come into your house, do you tell the person to come into a burning house? No reasonable man would jump into a burning house. Nigeria is a country under fire. People are dying like cows every day. The other day, children were killed, and Jonathan and his men were just sitting in Aso Rock celebrating Nigeria at 100 years. It doesn't count up. It brings tears into my eyes. And I hope one day, if Fashola can do as much as he has done to reduce crime rates in the city of Lagos, why can't other people, why can't the president just live up to his responsibility as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and do something? It's John Ketty, a couple of days ago, he was in Rome. Before you know what's happening, he's in Geneva. He's just abandoning the responsibility and allow people being killed. It's terrible seeing these pictures.
All right, Simi.
There's no better word for them.
Simi, thank you so much.
The issue of Rudolph, should I come in? Please?
No. We're rounding up now. I'll come to you. When I come to you for the roundup, you can say what you want to say. Yemi, give us what's keeping you up at night. You just came back from Nigeria.
Well, Rudolph, you didn't ask me about this ritual thing.
You know something I don't know? Okay. Say something and then round up. We're out of time. Go ahead.
Okay. I like what Simi said. That's the truth of the matter, and it's so unfortunate. The problem is actually if you go down to the people themselves, there's no love. There's no humanitarian kind of feeling. Nobody feels for each other. Even if you are driving in the road, the person wants to jam you. You'll be scared. You'll be like, what's wrong? Can't you give me the chance? You say no. So it boils down to the kind of society we are evolving into. In the 80s, it wasn't like this. This kind of news is not rampant. But you can see it all boils down to everybody wants to make a living, and they're ready to do anything to make that living. And you'll be surprised, even the private sector, people in offices, they'll be going into offices with charm just to be able to get promotion or whatever. So now, to round it up, what's keeping me up at night? I know we're days towards the election, and we hope Nigerians will come out in masses and vote for their choice. That's what's keeping up at night.
All right, thank you so much. Odebode, what's keeping you up at night?
Recently is a comment made by Fashola, and I think such comments should not come from highly placed political leaders. It made mention that Olusegun Agago, the current Minister for Trade and Investment, is not a Lagosian. It does not represent a Lagos interest, and I think that is a ridiculous statement from such a political officer. Agago was born in Lagos. Despite his parents from Edo State, was born in Lagos, schooled in Lagos, even before going outside the country to go and work. All his interests and everything has been in Lagos, so it should not bring the issue of indigenousship and ethnicity into politics, because it's going to harm his political ambition badly.
All right, thank you so much. Hansen, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, Rudolph, back to what Estimi said, the problem about that horror, whatever, at Ibadan has been there for almost 10 or 15 years before Good Luck, okay? So even in Obasanjo's regime, the forest was there, and they did not do anything about it. So it's not about Good Luck Jonathan. Let us be clear on this. Because it's too bad that whatever that happened, we push it to Good Luck Jonathan. I'm not his spokesman, but it's not about Good Luck Jonathan. All I want to say is that the elites, okay, knows what is going on there. Okay, the elites, they know what is going on there. And I believe that the government, with police investigation, and also the masses need to push so that they get the people that are doing that thing, they get them accountable. Okay.
All right, Hansen.
So that's all I want to say. So what is keeping me up at night, Rudolph, is election 2015. So I hope that things will go on smoothly.
All right.
So
thank you so much. Ebi, what's keeping you up at night?
What's keeping up at night is that Nigerians are entirely not preparing ourselves for a bright, brand new future. We are focusing on getting served instead of serving. We do not seem to be preparing ourselves for the real challenges of the world ahead. The former mentality of somebody sitting down and getting handouts is dead, gone, buried. We have to see ourselves as the world citizens, world-class citizens that we are, and start adding value to the societies in which we live and to the world at large, and stop complaining about everything else. It keeps me up at night that we're about to have the largest African economy, and people are getting pedestrian comments like, how does it benefit the common man? That keeps me up at night.
All right, thank you. Simi, what's keeping you up at night?
Well, Rudolph, the dream of a better Nigerian, a Nigeria where electricity stays forever without blinking, potable water, where healthcare is not a matter of somebody is ill and you have to quickly rush the person abroad even for the slightest of headache. The dream of seeing a country that can actually attain its true potential and claim its right place in the committee of nations. Nigeria is a country that has the potential. This morning I was looking at something on YouTube from Fela Durotui. There was this picture of Africa, the African map that he kind of tilted down, and for Africa to get up, there was a kind of an arrow that pointed to Nigeria. So if Nigeria is able to move up, maybe someday Africa will take the right place and will stop just being slaves to anybody. It's that hope that keeps me alive, keeps me aglow, and I want to see that. And it's nice Sahara TV is giving a platform for this.
All right, thank you so much. I want to thank Yemi in Canada, Odebode in Canada, Hansen in Geneva, Ebi in Port Harcourt, Simi in Zurich, Switzerland. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Rudolph.
Always a pleasure, Rudolph.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. When we come back, we are going to show you some of our shows, Keeping It Real, Dr. Damages, Africa in the City, and so on. So stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
Kemi o majo ta laso, odun lati yo ta laso. My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, aka Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Corey done more than what people think. Corey brought all the Africans together.
In part 7 of the Immigration Update series, we go to Newark, New Jersey. This time we meet some enthusiastic African commissioners appointed by the then two-time mayor of Newark, Cory Booker. But first, we meet the Reverend Dr. Raymond Fawole.
Cory Booker has been my mayor for 2 times, and he has demonstrated the ability of a good leader. He's very constructive, he's very positive, and he does his work with excellence.
Cory Booker rose in the ranks within Newark politics, first of all starting as the councilman of the district from 1998 to 2002, when he lost the mayoral race to former Mayor Sharp James. In 2006, Booker ran against the deputy mayor, Ronald Rice, clinching the position of Newark mayor, serving for 2 terms. Among fighting high crime and promoting economic initiatives, Booker engaged himself closely with the African community in his constituency by creating one of the first ever African Commission. This initiative helped promote unity among the Africans and opened the office of the mayor to serve that aspect of that society. He engaged them with their local politicians.
He's an achiever. He believes in putting words into action. He believes in positiveness. He believes in getting things done. He believes in achievement orientation. He believes in forward, moving forward. He believes in the future. Cory Booker is very energetic. He doesn't settle for negativities. He believes in something positive. That is one thing people don't see about him. He's an aggressive politician who believes in moving, doing positive things, moving the city forward, enhancing education, development within the city, and bringing big businesses to the city of Newark. So he has been a good choice And I believe he's going to do wonderful things when he gets to Washington.
Marcy Phillips, one of the commissioners, explained the history behind the creation of these commissions.
He went step by step. And 2004, we start working with him. He trained us, especially you take myself, Marcy Phillips. He trained us with people like Reverend Fowler and many, many more. Okay. First, how to run the community, how to work in the community with his non-profit New Work Now, where he helped us put together the African and American Alliance. African and American, the alliance. We got to do the alliance to get together. That means putting us together as one step. That was before he get in the city to become a mayor. Once he became a mayor for City of Newark, he got one more power. At that point, he gave us the Newark Mayor Newark African Commission. That was the first African commission right here in the state, in New Jersey, and as a whole in the United States.
We also spoke to Dosso Kasmo, who's the chairperson of this African Commission of Newark. He gave details of how this commission has benefited the Africans there.
It was a campaign promise from Mayor Booker that he will offer the African an opportunity to organize, create an entity around which they could organize, and he kept his promise. So he kept the promise, created the African Commission. This is the first of its kind, and there's no other ethnicity or every background group commission. There's a different commission in the city of Newark, a lot of commission, but African Commission is unique.
Dosso spoke about the challenges and opportunities of this commission.
So the African Commission englobe everybody. So no matter which country you're coming from, you fit yourself in the African Commission. So it's been a good challenge and a good pleasure for myself as a chair. So I was able to really galvanize the entire African diaspora community around the African Commission. Now people have access to the City Hall. We can perform our event in the City Hall. We can do press releases. And then we can advocate on behalf of the continent of Africa just from City Hall. And it's a great pleasure to be leading this young organization, which is doing wonderful work.
Reverend Fawale talked about how the commission engaged the Africans, encouraging them to vote.
We are a bunch of Africans who are citizens, don't even know where the voting booth is. They don't even know how to register to vote. So this we do every day, and everybody now even eager to get more involved. Not only getting involved, the training that we have in America, we are taking the same at home, to have a political voice and a movement of peace to enhance the development of Africans and even Africans in America.
Amidu Badamasi, another commissioner, also invited us to witness him as he exercised his basic right to vote.
If you elect the wrong guy, we pay for it. So I encourage all Africans, if you have a right to vote, you have to express your voice. That's how we get our citizenship. It's not to travel, to keep in our pocket, it's to express our voice. Go outside, pick who's the leader. Our kids go to the same school. We need a Booker to be there. You gotta see the issue of Newark. We have a high crime. He do his best, but over there he can find a way to help his city. He's still from Newark, even if he go to Washington. So this guy is fighting for those type of things, and I believe in change.
Charles Eke, 2012 councilman of Plainfield, New Jersey, talked about how all politicians started from the grassroots to win these elections. He also encouraged Africans to unite and create a constituency so they can also take part in local politics.
Well, there's no politics that is not won on a grassroots basis. First order of politics is grassroots. If you don't win the grassroots, you can't win politics. That is what they say, that all politics are local. So I'm asking Africans to unite. Chinese did that, they united, and then they were able to help to elect their own. We can create a constituency. And what me and Mercy and Dosso and few other Africans will be working in the next months and years to come is to unify all Africans in any state they may be and ask them to get involved. By doing that, we will create a constituency, and that can propel us to vie for any office, state and national.
This is one of the things we've been looking forward to, getting the African involved in politics and making effective changes.
For what he already did for the African, for us having the commission, this is one step. You have to have one step in the government. You have to have somebody in there you can be able to talk with, you can be able to negotiate with. So We are so ready for Corey to get in the Senate. We know that once he gets down there, it's up to us to come, get together and say, Corey, this is what we want. This is what we want as African. He might not do it like 1 second, but trust me, he will do it because it's not only for us.
In part 8 of our immigration update series, we will meet with candidates vying for office. During the campaign trail, we will try to ask these candidates what they'll do to engage the Africans once they're elected in these offices.
For the sake of this country, my people stick their necks out. There's no way they deserve to be left out. Doctors, nurses, teachers who all came here on diversity visas. So this message is for all our leaders. The African community needs us. To take away hope for our future, it would be robbery. So please reinstate the green card lottery. We all want to build our communities, and right now we could use a little unity.
Yes, indeed, it's Isaac. How? That's how we do it. Red Star, representing. I watch SaharaTV, don't go anywhere. Africa. Shit, let's go.
I am like you more and I like you when I invite you to my party. Because I like you and energize you and advertise you to my party. I'm a champagne papa and I wanna know you. Hey, what up? This is your boy YQ, and you're watching SaharaTV. It's all about Africa. It's all about the continent, and it's all about one people. And this is Africa.
What up, my people? What's going on? It's your favorite boy, Whiskey, Replay, and Music. Guess what? You're watching SaharaTV Africa. Keep watching because we just say so. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? It's Zion. Chilling with my crew, Classic, and Manara. You're watching SaharaTV. Everything locked. Africa. Proud. Alright?
This is Bim Fernandez, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Where you are, in Africa, Europe, America, I remain the success, don't mind my voice. Finance, don't mind my voice. Most handsome, don't mind my voice. I'm a man #1. Fine boy. Alright, be a good boy, be a good girl, be a good woman, be a good woman. Love your husband, love your wife. No fighting in Africa, one nation, one world, one love. Keep watching. Sahara Reporter, I remain the success. Fine boy.
Hi viewers, welcome back to SaharaTV. We hope that you've been enjoying our program so far. But before we round up this program, we'd like to read some of your comments, especially your answers to our question of the day. We've been asking if you guys think that the National Conference is achieving what it should achieve so far. And I'd like to start with Prince Aliyu. He says, yes, the conference is achieving what it should because the agenda of the initiator of the conference has been given adequate attention. I call it personal interest though, not National Conference. Also, SZ Abdul Kader Lame says, it's all a dream. What good will you expect from sleeping delegates? Also, Muntaka Jama says it will never be of any use. Unless they call for the amalgamation. We want and we pray for them to reach agreement of partition of the nation. Since Arewa has got its own oil, I don't see any reason why the remaining of this so-called Federal Republic of Nigeria should be together. Also, Michael Ade says it's too early to ask that type of question. And Monday Jablex Onoja says, wait a minute, hold on, let me ask Google. Also, Hamza Naman says that they are all there to see each other and to sleep. And Adamu Aliyu says National Conference is not achieving anything except to spend our money. Benjamin Eguyenga says, your question is dumb. Have they started? I'm not sure if he's trying to be sarcastic or if he really doesn't know that they've started. But if he knows that they've started, then his answer means a totally different thing. Oluashogo McGregor says, yes, the delegates are richer and they have been settled. And Sheon James says, this coming week, deliberation will reveal that to us. Mutiu Oluakayode Aliyaye says, yes, because the delegates were able to sleep away the sleep that they could not sleep in their houses. And also, Chunweyu Macanthony says, I hate APC, I hate Sahara reporters for hating GEJ and the National Conference. It's all garbage. And also Muhammad Bello says, one cannot sow maize and expect to harvest millet. What we have as a national conference to mind is only Presidential Advisory Committee. And Otumba Madu Buike says, yes, in the area of relaxation and long uninterrupted sleep. So they are really doing great things. Austin Oguchuku says, let's wait and see. And also Tanderingba Egbonoye, which is the last one that I will read, says, confab my yansh. Ooh, snap. Okay, so those are some of the answers to our question of the day. Please keep them coming. We'd like to see what you guys think about the ongoing national conference. And as we round up the show today, don't forget we still have our regular shows coming up. We have Dr. Damages coming up. We have Keeping It Real with Adiola. We have Africa in the City. And we have Inside the Diaspora, as well as The Break with Tracy Thompson. But first of all, let's start with Dr. Damages. See you next week.
Hello, Dr. Damages. I read with utmost shock yesterday on Facebook a report credited to Sahara reporters that our darling program, Dr. Damages, is going to be scraped. Hence, that's why I'm writing to confirm if this could be true. I hope it's not, though, because this might put Sahara reporters on a bad spot. I believe the program is serving a very useful purpose for now and should be left to continue. There are so many addict fans on the program out there who will feel very bad if the program disappears on air. So I'm using this opportunity to sincerely appeal to all those managements on the online station to suspend all plans, all plans, if any, to kill our dear hilarious program, Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages. We're gonna miss you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right? Thank you. Take it easy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, so long, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend.
All the best. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Best
Thank you. Thank you. I don't think. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, I'll miss you.
Oh.
Thanks for the bra.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
And now, introducing the one, the only Dr. Njackery Damages!
Welcome to the show. My name is Dr. Damages. We are coming to you from the greatest city in the world. New York City. Yes. New York City is so great that as the weather gets better, there are dancers everywhere. Whoa. Everywhere, even inside the train. Wow. Watch. Talking about people dancing. Did you hear the big news?
No. What news?
Oh, Russian President Vladimir Putin is single again.
Wow.
All single ladies, all single ladies, all single ladies.
Now put your hands up in the club. Just broke up. I'm doing my own little thing.
Putin is ready to put in again. Yeah. The wife asked him for Ukraine, but he could only get Crimea, which is not up to what the wife wanted. And the wife said, carry go. While Putin fell short of the wife's expectations, the same cannot be said of President Barack Obama.
Wow.
Yeah, he asked for 7 million Americans and he got 7.1 million Americans. Yeah, they signed on for Obamacare. You know the Obamacare, yeah. All of a sudden, doctor's office, like my office, they started looking like Noah's Ark. A lot of people, talking about people who are sinking. How is President Goodluck Jonathan doing of Nigeria? Where in the world is President Jonathan? 2 weeks ago, I told you that the man finds it very horrible to stay in Nigeria for 2 consecutive weeks. He cannot. Now he has a new reason. Other than patience, he has a new reason why he should travel frequently. The Boko Haram people, they have come to his doorstep at the villa. Yeah, I hope you heard the news.
No.
Boko Haram members detained at the office of the Department of State Security. Near Asorok, they seized a weapon and engaged the SSS men in a gunfight. Yeah, it rattled Abuja. Imagine, can the FBI keep America's most wanted dangerous criminals near the White House? Never. In fact, they go outside America to an island called Guantanamo Bay to keep them there. That is best practice. Embrace it, my people. Embrace it. Now, because everyone had to act shocked, President Jonathan had to dodge under the bed as soon as the gunfight started. Now, President Goodluck Jonathan has evolved on this Boko Haram thing. Remember when he used to smile and laugh when he's talking about Boko Haram killing a lot of people?
When I got the information that while we were here, there were explosions in Kaduna, which I don't even know the casualty rate now, what is happening, I've been quite sad. So I didn't even want to say something.
Now he has transformed. Let me show you the chronicle of President Jonathan's transformation on Boko Haram. At the 2011 Christmas Day bombing, President Jonathan said this. Watch.
There's no reason for this kind of dastardly act on a Christmas Day. It's one of the burdens as a nation we have to carry.
Yeah, he said it. There is no reason for this kind of Christmas Day act. It is one of the burdens we have to bear as a nation. The burden, and the burden, anyway. After Boko Haram attacked the This Day office, newspaper office in 2011, President Jonathan said this about Boko Haram. Watch.
The terror attack on any part of the country is a terror attack on all of us, and indeed the whole world.
Yeah, he said it. An attack on any part of the country is an attack on all of us, and indeed the whole world. At this point, I started to wonder, why drag the world into this mess? What did they have to do with Boko Haram? Anyway, and what about those on the mountain of Maiduguri? Remember he said there were people on the fringe. Are they part of us? Anyway, here is Jonathan at a visit to the palace of the Emir of Kano after another bombing by Boko Haram. Watch.
I assure you that the federal government will not rest until the perpetrators of these acts are brought to book. They live among us. They are not spirits. They are not ghosts.
And we assure you that the federal government will not rest until the perpetrators of these acts are brought to book. They live among us, and they are not ghosts. I've always known that these people live among. Didn't the president say that they were in his government? So it's good that he reassured us that they were not ghosts, because I started thinking that they were ghosts. Anyway, then he made one of those many vows. Look at this one.
As a president of a country, you will not preside over dead bodies. You will be a president of living.
Yeah, he said it. As a country, as a president of a country, you will not preside over dead bodies. You will be president of living. Now, recently, the president slammed all the northern governors for Boko Haram, saying that they are the ones who failed to provide basic education for their people. Yeah, listen to him.
Is to make sure that you beef up the education. If you look at the rate of school dropouts, the basic education, this part of the country where you have this prevalence of Boko Haram also have the highest school dropout rate.
Yeah, beef up education. The rate of school dropout is very bad in your part of the country. That's what Jonathan is telling them. How is the dropout in Bayelsa State? So, will the president do something about the situation? Will he? Let's watch.
But Nigeria is not a unitary government. It's a federal system where you have the central government, the states, and the local governments. The prime responsibility for that level of education, the basic education, is not in the hands of the federal government. It's in the hands of the local government and the states. But to make sure that we improve on what they have, federal government still even intervene. We're supposed not to even intervene at all.
I forgot. We suppose not to even interfere. That's what he's saying. We run a federal system. Yeah. You know, that was my mistake. And he continued to vow. Listen to him again.
We can no longer sit down and watch people being killed. And it must stop. Excesses of Boko Haram must stop.
Oh, yes, yeah. We can no longer sit down and watch people being killed. And it must stop. He said it. The excesses of Boko Haram must stop. You know, I don't know where they draw the line. This one is excess. This one, you know, you can kill 2 people, but, you know, don't go that. You know, anyway, let's hear the president again.
As Africans, we have a key role to play for ourselves. We cannot sit down and wait for development to come from outside Africa. We cannot continue to wait for AIDS.
We cannot sit down to wait for AIDS. That's a good point. And then this week, he went to Belgium and he said that it is the responsibility of the world to come and stop Boko Haram. I am tired. Here is how Channels TV reported it.
The president has asked world leaders to assist Nigeria identify sponsors of the terrorist group Boko Haram. President Goodluck Jonathan, who is speaking at the European Union African Union Summit on Peace and Security in Brussels, Belgium, notes that the world has the responsibility of holding the sponsors of the deadly sect accountable for the atrocities.
I know. If you are not as confused as I am, then you must know something that I don't know. You must be smarter than me.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm confused. Anyway, how is the national conference, Nigeria's national conference, how is it going? Thank you so much for asking. This is the 3rd week. They finally agreed that 2/3 of 3/4 is 70%. Yeah, they did that. It was good. I don't know to help them. 2/3 of 3/4 is 70%. But it came at a cost. They have to get a sick woman out of her hospital bed just to remind them that a society grows when old men plant trees they know that they will not sit under for shade. Yeah, she had to come out and say that before they got their thing in order. Watch her.
We all want to see a positively transformed Nigeria. I therefore urge all of us to work individually and collectively so as to set the right agenda for Nigeria of our dream. A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in.
I know. Wow, yeah. I could feel the fire coming out of her. You know, this is a comedy show, not a tragedy show. If it were to be a tragedy show, I would have said something. So I will leave it at that. I will just leave it at that. I hope those who care will use their tongue to count their teeth. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, I tell you, the national conference is turning out to be a gathering where aspired politicians go to sleep, while aspiring politicians go to slap the microphone. Following the death of Hama Musau, the delegate that died, I stopped laughing at Sleeping Head at the national conference. No, I don't laugh at them anymore. I don't know that I still have that humanity in me. I thought it's gone. I mean, what do you do if you can't? You have to think of, what's the next thing? They might die. I'm just saying. Anyway, something interesting also happened at the conference this week. One delegate went to the no-go area. Yeah, he resurrected Zik and Sadwana of Sokoto. That is a no-go. No-go. Watch him.
There was a dialogue between Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and the Sadwana of Sokoto. But Sadwana of Sokoto reminded him that it is impossible for us to forget our differences. And he put it to him, you are Igbo, Easterner, and a Christian. I am Fulani, Muslim, and Northerner. We have differences.
I know. How dare you quote a dead man? How dare you? It was proper that the professor received a dirty slap. Watch what he got.
Play with the Fulani. Sadwana can never call himself Fulani. But we sit here to hear a professor telling us a story that many of us here could not believe. So that is the garbages they preach our students.
I know. That is garbage. They teach our children garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. Garbage salt, garbage pepper. That's why you can't catch me in any of this kind of setting. Eh? You open your mouth and before you know it, you let out garbage after garbage. Like you. Talking about garbage, for those of you who say that we don't see anything good in PDP, here is one. Nigeria will tomorrow rebase its gross domestic product, GDP. Tomorrow, it's happening tomorrow. It's something that should be done every 5 years. But the PDP government, they were too busy to do it in the last 15 years. So it's going to be an event. And when you have an event, when you have a big event, you bring out the big-mouthed masquerade to announce it. Here is the Minister of Information, Labram Mako, making the announcement. Watch.
We're supposed to do this every 5 years. Every country recalibrates its own GDP statistics and data to show the progress made or challenges faced by the economy.
Yes. He said it. We're supposed to do this every 5 years. But go ahead, my friend Mako. Go ahead. Watch it.
By the grace of God, at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel around 2 p.m., Nigeria will formally release the new GDP figures for the country, which have just been worked out.
Yes. By Sunday, by the grace of God, Nigeria will finally reveal the new GDP, which has just been cooked up. What did he say? No, did he say cooked up? No, he said worked out. Okay. Oh, my bad, Maku, my bad. Go ahead, Maku, go ahead.
The importance of this is that for the first time in 15 years, we will know scientifically what the new GDP figures are.
The importance of this is that for the first time in 15 years, we will know scientifically what the new GDP figure will be. Okay, let me save you a day. No need to wait for the news answer tomorrow. I will tell you what is in that report. The new GDP shows that we have overtaken South Africa as the biggest economy in Africa. Hip. Yeah. Now let's hear how Channels News will report it tomorrow. Watch.
Hello and welcome. Tonight, World Bank drops a bombshell, classifies Nigeria among the most impoverished nations in the world.
It's time for the headlines. Here are some stories making headline news in Nigeria this week. I have forgiven Atiku and others, says former President Olusegun Obasanjo. I know. This is good, because he's known to be vindictive. But I still want him to prove it, until I see 18-page letter to these people. Love letter. I will not believe anything. Yeah. Failure to investigate petroleum minister does not amount to condoning corruption, says the presidency. What? Yeah, they are right. They are right. It amounts to asruption. Like in asruption. Yes, yes. Whoa. That's a new word. That's a new word. All right. Hold PDP responsible for Nigeria's poverty, says former Governor Bola Tinubu. Whoa. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's right. But what about the Ekiti poverty? What about the Ibadan poverty? And the Ajegunle poverty? Who are we going to hold responsible? APC? Jonathan explodes. Blame northern governors, not me, for Boko Haram. Whoa. Yes, sir. Huh? In the movie A Bug's Life, there's one line there. It says, the first rule of leadership is always your fault.
First rule of leadership, everything is your fault.
It's always your fault. Horror in Ibadan, again. Yeah, again. Cleric caught slaughtering woman. What? I said, damn. I just changed my NYC posting from Maiduguri to Ibadan. I thought I would be safe there. Wow. My 84-year-old husband wants divorce because I refuse him sex, says 69-year-old woman. Whoa. Yeah. But my question is this: when will Obasanjo retire from all this? When will he retire? Another week of national conference is gone. Now, my question is, when will the National Conference sack the National Assembly? You can't have the two together doing the same thing. Anyway. Nigerians move against sleeping delegates, reports Punch. No, this is nonsense. How? Did you see them sprinkling water on these sleeping people? Yeah. How did they move against them? How?
I don't know.
Desiani's jet scandal. The House of Rep panel, under pressure, uncovered third aircraft. Man, I miss those good days when we were fighting over 2 bulletproof BMW. Those were the good old days. It's time for your email. It's time for your email. Do we have emails today?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, let's hear them.
Okay, our first email is from Patrick DK. He writes, I have been following your show for a long time, and one thing that amazes me is your close look to GEJ. How are we sure the both of you are not really related?
Again.
Maybe you have to carry out a DNA in your clinic to ascertain that. Don't fail to invite GEJ to the same test as well.
Listen, my man, I hear this every time. Every time people think I look like Jonathan. Do I look like... If you want to insult me in a different way, but don't insult me by saying I look like Jonathan. I don't look Jonathan. I don't know where that comes from.
Hey, relax.
Okay, all right. So, can you do this DNA thing? Swipe, do.
We'll do it, and next week we'll show them the results.
All right, next week you see the result. But next week. All right, next.
Our second email is from Prince. He writes, good morning, sir.
Oh, Prince, that's my friend.
Everybody's your friend.
I remember.
Good morning, sir. I am a Batch B Corp member serving here in Warri South Local Government, Delta State. Right now, there's a confusion in our secretariat. Some of us received 7,000 naira from INEC after the Senate election of October. We received the alert by November. To be honest, we didn't actually participate in the exercises. It was few corpers that they selected to conduct the exercise. Right now, our zonal inspector is asking us here to bring the cash of 7,000 naira back to them here in the secretariat, or else they won't clear us. So, sir, I am now the new cadet-in-chief of the CDS, Road Safety Club.
Attention!
And I would like to know the truth behind this, because due to speculation surrounding it, we were informed that INEC paid of all the corps members to run the exercises, but some foul play was played. Wow. So you don't know.
My friend Prince, you said that you did not participate in that election. Mm-hmm. So why did you receive the money in the first place? Mm-hmm. If they said you should return it, quick, go and return the money. Or else I will send you to the EFCC. And you know them, the small fish like you, they come after you. Why the big people who rob the country, they let them go. So return the money and then we find out what's going on, okay? Next.
Okay, our third email is from Tumatunu Jaja. He writes, "One love, Dr. Damages. Please try and come into our PDP and APC game in Rivers State. I think the parties are doing more damages than the one you are doing over there in New York. Do you know why APC is still keeping up with our governor? And why PDP still want to rule the state come 2015? Please, just start your damages with Rivers State too."
My friend Jaja, I am staying away from River State. I am staying away from that your state because I've seen how you people, what you can do. I don't want people to smash my head with your mess. No. I'm staying here. Thank you. Next.
Our fourth email is from Philip in South Africa. He writes, "Dear Dr. Damages, it is 1 year now since I began to watch your remarkably hilarious program, but this is my first time to write. I had resisted the impulse to write precisely because the circumstance under which I encountered your show on YouTube was not a pleasant one."
What?
This is what he said. "I had been kept waiting for over an hour just to join a Skype phone calling, which did not happen eventually. Anyway, I don't finally say, make I hail you because you're correct. And I've come to be hooked onto your show like Nigerian politicians on crack cocaine. I don't know. Keep up the good work of informing and entertaining us about the mess that the governors in our homeland Nigeria. My best to the gorgeous Tomato Juice. Tell her I have yet to buy the broom, which I will sweep off her feet and take her to my retirement wine estate in the Western Cape of South Africa."
What? Thank you, my man. Thank you so much for writing. I'm glad that you just discovered our show. The same way Benson and Hedges discovered gold. You know, Benson and Hedges. As for Tomato Juice, sweeping her off her feet, you need more than a broom made of gold.
Oh, wahala.
Regular broom cannot do it. Next.
Wahala. Anyway, our fifth email is from Kola in California. He writes, "Dear Dr. Damages, I have been watching your program for a while now, and I really appreciate the concept of the show. However, I have a question for you. Which country is Tomato Juice from originally? I did my research, and I realized that she's not from Nigeria. Please, Dr. Damages, if truly you are fighting bad leadership and corruption in Nigeria, then stop using Tomato Juice on issues related to the President Jonathan. Don't forget that GEJ is a democratic elected president. He deserves some respect from foreigners like Tomato Juice. In addition, she doesn't understand what it means to be born or grew up in Nigeria. Tomato Juice, I have nothing against you. You are doing really good in your show too."
Listen, Kola, listen.
Hey,
I've seen this woman eat fufu eba. She's just like Nigerians. But let me ask you two questions. Just two. Have you ever watched Jeopardy? Jeopardy, is that the
Jeopardy.
Show?
Jeopardy.
You see, she's American.
I know.
Villager. Now, have you seen the models when they come out? Do you see them answer questions on any of those shows? No! That settles it. Is this true? Did you get what I'm saying? She's not here to talk about Nigeria. But she gives a good perspective because she doesn't know who is chief and who is Oga, who is a retired general. She just calls you what you are. Go ahead. Next.
Our final email is from Dami in Aberdeen, UK. He writes, "With the way you are going about GEJ, I hope you are not given the Umaru DK treatment someday. I have an investigation assignment for you. A local newspaper in Namibia reported that the president enjoys the Nigerian local gin bought from Nigeria during the visit of GEJ to the country. Does it mean that GEJ takes along with him kegs of sapali or 2K water, local gin, whenever he travels out to the country?"
Look, I am not allowed to talk about Ogogoro and the president. But what are you talking about? Me getting the Umar Diko treatment? Me? Let me say this once and for all. If nominated, I will not run. And if elected, I will not serve. Yes. If I'm put in a crate, I will turn into Ogogoro. And you know what happens when Ogogoro gets into Asorok. Anyway, that's all the time we have for emails today. Please keep sending your emails to drdamages@gmail.com. And follow us on Twitter
Dr. Damages.
Now, this is my concern for today. It's taken from the book of Bill Cosby called See Me Now, page 419. And he writes, in order to succeed, your desire for success should be greater than your fear of failure.
That's a good one. But 419.
Yeah. From page 1, yeah. There, until next week, I'm Dr. Damages. I diagnose.
You heal yourself.
Your desire for success must be over you.
Get together, yo. Remember, I have to swipe your mouth. For next week.
Okay, no, come on.
I do so for you. You clean the mouth.
I'm on the rock, and then I take a stop. I had to run like a fugitive.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
I'm one This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated of Salon Tall chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Welcome to Inside the Diaspora with Fatima. I'm your host, Fatima Sese. Our special guest on the show this week is the beautiful Jamila Maigai. She's going to talk about her journey as a hairstylist, also about her experience launching her hair extension line, Our Jamila Chic Hair Extension and Wigs. We also have this week's viral feed. In the Each One Teach One segment, I asked New Yorkers what type of hair they prefer, natural or weave. Let's get to it. Hope you enjoy. Have you ever had weave done on your hair before?
No, I always had my hair natural, and I grow up myself basically, but I never had weave, clip-ins, or like anything like that. Like I always bleach and dye my own hair.
Okay, would you ever try it?
I'm not sure honestly because like I'm just so used to having my own hair. I feel like I want it, so it's like I really see no purpose really in trying out weaves and different things. Because if it's gonna be done to my hair, I'd rather it be my hair than something bought because it's gonna grow back regardless. Yeah.
I would like to know what kind of hair do you prefer, natural or weave?
I prefer natural hair.
Why?
I'm not really into the weave. I just like my own hair the way it is. I actually stopped perming it about 3 years ago, so I just like how it falls better than perm and then weaves for me.
But what's the difference though?
The difference for me is the not having to constantly go to the hair salon and like, you know, get it touched up the way people have to or wear hats when they want to cover it up. It's better for me to just everyday like go. I could go to the pool with it, I could go to the beach with it, I could just throw it up in a ponytail. It's not too much of a hassle for me or a problem.
I prefer weave.
Weave? Why?
Because I like the way it makes me look. I feel like I look younger with my regular hair out, even though I do have long hair. But I perm it. I don't like the natural thing. I feel like, I don't know, it's just not for me. It's not my look.
What type of hair do you prefer, natural or weave? Why?
Hard to manage my own hair. I got too much.
You got too much?
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why you like weave?
Yeah, and I'm growing out my own hair.
Okay, so you're a part of the natural movement and everything. So please tell me, how long is your hair right now?
It's up to here. My hair is up to here.
Your hair is up to here. So why don't you wear it out?
Because it's too much to manage. I don't want to burn my hair off. I'd rather burn this.
Welcome back, viewers. I'm sitting here with Ms. Jamila Maigai, originally from Burkina Faso and Mali. Jamila is 22 years old, was born and raised in New York. Last May, she graduated from Adelphi University with a bachelor's degree in international studies and a minor in French and African, Black, and Caribbean studies. Through her major, she was able to study abroad and intern for a semester in both France and China. In the upcoming months, she hopes to begin law school with a concentration in international law while successfully handling several businesses, including Al Jamila Law. Thank you for joining me today, Miss My Guy.
Thank you for having me.
So I learned that you just started your own hair extensions company. Please tell me about that.
Yes, so basically growing up, I was always surrounded by women who were in the beauty industry, particularly the hair industry, so hair braiding or hairstyling. So a lot of my weekends were spent at beauty salons. So, so growing up, I've always been fascinated by doing hair. I've always loved doing hair, even while I was in college. I used to do hair like during my free time for and make a little bit of money for you know, just for pocket money. So after I graduated college, I thought it would be a good idea to kind of start something of my own, especially being that I have so much experience in the hair industry. So.
It only makes sense. I understand that you have two of your pieces here. Please tell me about that.
These are actually two custom-made wigs. This is the Brazilian curly. And I actually ombre it. So ombre is when you see the degradation of two different colors. So as you can see, it's brown at the top, and it goes into an auburn color, and then the tips are more of a blondish color. Beautiful. And this one is the Brazilian straight, and it's, as you can see, if you look closely, it's like purple and blue. Yes. And that was also colored by me. And Miss Asti here is wearing the Brazilian straight in 26 inches, and it's also a custom wig. And I, of course, am wearing the Brazilian body wave.
It's very soft, by the way. Yes, so tell me, how does it feel wearing this?
It feels very natural. And I like the fact that it's versatile. Like, I can switch the part wherever I want it to go. And I can straighten it and curl it and cut it. So, yeah, it feels very nice.
Thank you very much. So, Miss My Guy, tell me, besides, you know, the women that you said you grew up with, having been around them with them wearing extensions and stuff, who else inspired you to get into the beauty industry?
Well, in terms of business, I do come from a family that is very affiliated into different aspects of business. Like my dad owns a restaurant in Harlem. So it was very fun starting that up, seeing all the hard work and dedication and all the finances it took to build a business. And although it was challenging, I was like, this is something I could do. I could see myself doing. So when in terms of thinking of a business, I think for me, since I have so much expertise and so much experience in the beauty field and the hair field, I thought, why not go ahead and start a business in the hair industry?
When did you realize you wanted to do it professionally?
Professionally, I would say November of 2013, so it hasn't been that long. Probably November of 2013.
Why? Was there a specific incident or?
I guess November of 2013 was when I started wearing more different types of hair extensions. Like I would switch it up more, which means I would get a lot more attention. So everywhere I would go, people would be like, oh my God, I love your hair, who did it? Or where'd you get your extensions? I'm like, oh wow, like I could make, imagine if I was actually making money off this. So that's exactly what, you know, inspired me to.
So what do you think of people of color who, you know, wear hair extensions? I know a lot of people feel that they should stay natural and stop perming their hair. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think with hair extensions, as with any race, not even just women of color, it's always a way to kind of change your look. Like, it's not something that's permanent. So, you know, say one day you feel fun and you want to have a big afro, you can go ahead and wear extensions with afro. Or if you want to have a more sleek look, that's also fine. Or if you have hair down to your back and you want to have the feeling of having short hair, but you don't want to chop your hair off, then you can get a short wig or a short weave. So I think it's all about versatility. That's my main goal. And also, for those who are natural and want to wear relaxed hairstyles, like your hair is natural, but you want to wear a more straight hairstyle, but you don't want to damage your hair, a wig is a great alternative, or a weave is a great alternative to that.
Yes, I am. You know, you see me always wearing my wigs. You know, I am one of those people, and I will definitely be using your product.
No problem.
So, some people like Lupita and Chimamanda are like advocates for like natural hair.
Right.
So, what would you say about that? And do they inspire you in such a way?
Well, I do like, I am fans of both of them, Chimamanda and Lupita, like very great fans, and I salute them. They do inspire me a lot in everything, not just hair business, but being an African or being a Black woman in general. So I feel like for them, the being natural is a great choice. It's a choice, like I mentioned, it's a choice, and some people do like to have their hair natural. Others do prefer to have their hair relaxed for whatever reason, and you shouldn't be criticized or ridiculed for your choice. But in terms of natural, there are many benefits, and I completely side. Like I am natural right now, so underneath this, my hair is actually not relaxed, and I've transitioned over the past year, so I do see the benefits in having chemical-free hair and all that. But there are some people who may prefer to have chemically processed hair, and there's nothing wrong with that. So it all depends on what your personal preference is.
Okay. So tell me more about the line. Are you soon gonna have a store or a specific location?
Well, right now we have an office in Yonkers. It's 30 South Broadway. So if you know where Yonkers is, it's about 15 minutes from the Bronx.
Okay.
And that is our showroom. So those who would like to come and maybe sample the products and actually take their time and make a decision without just ordering something online, you could definitely come in there. And our website should be up by next month. But right now we are taking pre-orders, so if you do see something, you know, perhaps on our Instagram page or on our Facebook page that you do like, you can purchase that. But we do have an office that in Yonkers currently, so.
Okay, so what advice would you give to people or, you know, young people of color like yourself who want to follow your career path? What advice would you give to them?
I would just give them advice to just go for it. Whatever it is, you never know until you try. You might try it, you might like it, you might not like it. So definitely whatever, not even just with business, anything, whether it be traveling, whether it be studying or starting school, you never know until you try it. So if you have an idea or something and you want to, you know, actually give it a chance, just go for it. There's really no other secret to it. So for me, I was scared at first trying it because I'm like, oh no, what if people don't want to buy it? Or what if people don't like it? Or what if, you know, I just don't get the attention that I planned or, you know, the reaction that I planned? But, you know, like I said, you never know. So just go for it and have faith in yourself. Just be encouraged and just do your best. So.
That said, I want to thank you and your beautiful model, Asi, for joining me today. So, viewers, that was Miss Jamila. Please follow her on Al Jamila Inc. on Facebook and Twitter, and also on Instagram. Stay tuned, viewers. There's more coming. This week's event coverage is Changing the Image of African Diaspora Women, a panel held at Fordham University. Here are the highlights of the evening. During this event, diasporans talked about ways in which we can alleviate stereotypes of African women and how we can improve how they are portrayed in the media.
All the images that I saw of Black women were, you know, resilient, resourceful, you know, entrepreneurial. She's smart, she's funny, she can dance, she can cook, like all these things, you know? And, you know, but what's outside is a completely different image. It was funny to juxtapose these two ideas.
As women, just be open to the evolution, but always keep the roots, you know? My grandmother gave me wings. My grandmother gave me roots, but my mother gave me wings. The first thing I'm doing is embracing myself and acknowledging that I am an African woman, living in the diaspora, living wherever I am. Start to write our own stories. Start to tell our own truths and stop waiting and observing and criticizing.
It's difficult, you know. Hair is everything. Like, I don't have hair right now. It's kind of cool, and I'm cold. But hair is everything for most Black women. And just imagine on national television, they don't tell you ahead of time. And I wasn't going to give the reaction of defeat or cry, it's gone. You know, I really had to show them that I love myself as I am, and it's gone. So I think that works.
We work with babies. So one of the things we do is create images of babies that look like the people that we, the audience that we're usually in front of.
I carry myself a certain way so that a certain image is expressed. So even young men, especially with the pants being down, I ask them why are they walking that way? They should pull their pants up.
Yeah, I feel that a lot of times it's negative, and we in the community have to bring that to light. Like, for example, a lot of times you see Africa, you see diaspora women who are portrayed as being a public assistant. They're just portrayed as being ignorant.
What hands are the future generations in? What state are we going to be in the next few years if the youth isn't involved? So I think it's crucial. It's desperately important for our culture and for our future for the youth to really be involved in everything that we're doing that involves advancing the community.
We should have a wide range of stories about African women, not just the struggling, the helpless, the suffering. The door should be open to the joy, other things African women experience. We're just like everybody else. So that should also be portrayed. We're only getting half of the story.
Okay. And I would hope that you would try to appeal to more popular audiences and create films that include people like Nana said, who are showing themselves as Black people who love themselves. And it's great to show the history of Rastafarism and what a woman is doing in another country, and to show some of your story. But that is appealing to people who already know what you're about. If you want to reach more than the people in this room who will actively go out their way to appear at or sit through events like this, I think that you should create things that are more popular, not just documentaries.
Stay tuned, viewers. Next up is our brand new edition, a segment we like to call Viral Feed, which highlights the top YouTube and Vine videos that I find outstanding. Here are this week's picks. Hope you enjoy. We have viral videos portraying the African dad. After watching this, I do not want to offend anyone's father.
Do it for the van. I ain't gonna do it. I said do it for the van. I ain't gonna. When I said do it for the van, you do it. It's not, it's a lie. Do it for the van. I ain't gonna do it. I said do it for the van. I ain't gonna. When I said do it for the van, you do it. It's not, it's a lie. Hey there. Better sit down. Is you mad? Or...
Very cool, right? If you would like to participate on this segment, feel free to also submit your links to insidethediaspora@gmail.com. That's our show for today. Thank you for watching, and please feel free to like and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Be sure to tune in next week as we uncover more stories inside the diaspora. See you next time.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. I'm going low respect to all the now. I'm on Jale Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denka, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go watch them 5 and me I know they say but I go watch.
What's up, people? It's your girl Adeola. So did you guys hear about what happened last Sunday? Hey, yeah, Boko Haram and the SSS in a gunfight right next to the presidential villa. I was so worried for Mr. President, the #1 citizen, you know. Bless your soul, my guy. I was so worried for him. I started calling all my friends in Abuja. Finally, I reached down my friend. Did you guys remember Tujina? I said, hello, oh boy, drop everything you are doing right now. Drive down to Aso Rock and make sure that Mr. President is okay. You know what he said to me? He said, which president? I said, what do you mean, which president now? Big hat, black kaftan, something like what I'm wearing right now, the male version. He said, whoa, I beg, slow motion right there. Why should I care about the safety of Mr. President when he could care less about my safety and that of millions of Nigerians? I said, he said, hold on, I'm not finished. All this while that Boko Haram has been killing people left, right, and center, including innocent school children, Adeola, tell me exactly what this man has done. So now that they are getting close to his house, me, I should leave everything that I'm doing and drive myself to Aso Rock to make sure that Mr. President is doing well. He said, fine, babe. That was me. He said, fine, babe, if you don't have anything good to say, I beg, don't call me back. And then he dropped the phone right there. Can you guys believe, Tuji? I said, Tuji. I said, Tuji, who is your father? How dare you talk about the #1 citizen like that? And then I remember he had dropped the phone, but I was so upset. I kept talking to the phone anyway. I said, what do you mean? What has Mr. President done? He's still working hard on it. Maybe I asked him myself now, a few months ago when he came to New York.
We are working very hard on that.
How exactly, sir?
We are working very hard.
And 3,000 people have died.
Maybe you need to update your statistics.
You see, that is what I'm trying to tell you. He's been working very hard. I don't know what else Tunji wants the man to do. I was so upset with Tunji that day. The only thing that shocked me, though, is that Mr. President recently said Abuja is secured. That all these people that Boko Haram has been killing, I mean, it's not really a big deal because it's not happening in Abuja.
If the security had not been working hard, I don't think we would have been moving freely in Abuja. So they've been able to push this to almost at the fringes.
You see what I'm saying? So long as Abuja is safe, you guys know that Abuja is Nigeria. Nigeria is Abuja, nothing else. And all these 30-something states that we have, you guys are the fringes. Anyway, I was so shocked that these people would dare stage an attack in Abuja. That is Nigeria, Abuja. And near Mr. President's house. Kai. Hey, how disrespectful. Can you imagine? You guys know that I'm a concerned citizen. So despite all the attitude that Tunji gave me that day, I kept calling people until I reached somebody who told me that Mr. President was okay. I said, thank God, finally, thank God. Because, I was so worried that day. I learned that what happened was that the State Security Services, SSS, at the southern end of the villa had some detainees on their premises. I personally don't think that is wise, especially because, Boko Haram has a reputation of trying to break into prisons to release their members, right? Some of them stage a jailbreak. So why keep them in the SSS premises next to Mr. President's villa? Anyway, according to the SSS, they went to feed the prisoners when just one of them, who happened to be a Boko Haram member, overpowered the officer that brought the food and he took his gun. That was how the gunfight began. Something like that. That was what they were doing. Inside SSS headquarters, everybody near Aso Rock started panicking. People were tweeting. I don't know how they were able to do that when they were panicking, but they were tweeting that there's a gunfight going on. I was also panicking where I was for Mr. President's safety, which is why I started calling everybody. But what I don't understand is how one inmate can overpower all the officers. I mean, no be me talk, I'm just, By the end of the day, I heard that the officers had killed 21 people, including that guy who took the officer's gun instead of the semo that they were giving them. I was very happy that Mr. President is safe, and the whole thing was over. But, who were those 20 other people that were killed by the soldiers? I've been asking and nobody has been telling me. Because I heard that it was just one Boko Haram guy that attacked. How come they killed 20 people and nobody is asking who these people were? Seriously, Naija? Mr. President, seriously, this is where me and you, we don't see eye to eye. Even though I'm defending you in front of Tunji, I'm defending you in front of everybody. God knows I want you to be safe, Mr. President. But I wonder if the lives of Nigerians are precious to you. 21 people killed like that. honestly, it bothers me because few days after that, they also killed another 21 people when 4 Boko Haram members, suicide bombers, tried to attack the NNPC's office in Maiduguri. 21. Only 4 suicide bombers. Who were those 21 people that were killed? Were they walking by the street? Were they bystanders? The other time they said they killed about 2,000 Boko Haram members. And I was thinking within me, 2,000. What if some innocent people were killed as well? And that is not to talk about your attitude about the thousands of people that Boko Haram has killed, Mr. President. I mean, I know you said that it's in the fringes, but these are still Nigerians, human beings like you, like myself, somebody's father, somebody's wife, somebody's sole provider. And hopefully now that they're getting close to Aso Rock, we are praying that they won't get past the SSS, that you will take this thing serious. First of all, why me? When I was worried about Mr. President's safety, I learned that the man has traveled out again. I said, what? No. See, that is the genesis of our problem. That is the genesis of our problem. Why can't we sit down at home and take care of business before we start to gyrate all over the world at the slightest excuse? No, seriously, Mr. President, maybe you were recently in Namibia, Netherlands, and Italy to meet with the Pope.
The president did not visit Pope Francis empty-handed, as gifts came from both ends. They savor the purple handshakes and kisses that may be unforgettable in the lifetime of any.
Oh boy, you've come again. This is a serious issue we are talking about. Did I send you to play that video? What is your problem? Seriously, call it a war. You should know when to be serious. There is nothing wrong with it. At least Mr. President kissed him first. It's a normal thing. People do that all the time.
The purple handshakes and kisses that may be
Come here. Learn to listen. As I was saying, my good people, the president was just in Netherlands, Rome, Abidjan, and as soon as this Boko Haram thing happened at the SSS, the man traveled again. I said, how can we take care of business like that? You know, I don't hear of Kenyan president traveling every week like this. And they're having terrorist attacks in Kenya as well. You guys know that they recently bombed a church in Kenya. In fact, what they're dealing with in Kenya is bigger than Boko Haram. We're talking about Al-Shabaab. Yet they seem to have it under control. We don't hear of them killing people every day in Kenya. See why I said that maybe we should also stay at home and take care of business? I keep asking myself, what else? What else can happen in Nigeria that would make my president cancel all engagements and say, you know what, that's it, enough is enough. We're not going anywhere, we're not doing anything until we fix this problem. What else can happen before Jonathan would know that his house is on fire? Tell me, what else can make this man cancel a foreign trip abroad? Back to what I was saying, my president, yes, I hope you are watching. To me, this is a wake-up call for us to actually do more than...
We are working very hard.
Yes, that one, thank you. You're coming back to your senses. See, let's work on securing our borders. Let's work on eradicating poverty. Because I believe that's one of the reasons that Boko Haram is thriving, and we don't need foreign aid to do that. A practical example of how to eradicate poverty would be, as some people have been suggesting, not me. Let's fire someone like Madam Alison Madueke. That is what people have been saying. Yes, whose personal private jets are costing us billions of naira. I swear, that money alone could create jobs for thousands of Nigerian youth. Yes, and if you can also reduce the number of your own private jets, Your Excellency. I know you have only 10 private jets, and if you can just sell like 8 of them, honestly, that can eradicate some poverty in Nigeria. See, we don't need foreign aid. Also, Mr. President, this is between me and you, trust me, because nobody else will tell you what I'm about to tell you. Please stop telling us that terrorism is a global issue. We already know that, especially now that they're getting close to your apartment. Sorry, I forgot that you don't live in New York. They're getting close to your house. And why are you going to Europe to ask them to come and fish out Boko Haram sponsors in Nigeria? Seriously, Mr. President, do these people call us to come and help them with their own terrorism problems, or you think they don't have terrorism problems as well? He went to Brussels and said the whole world has the responsibility of holding the Boko Haram sponsors responsible and accountable. Yeah, it's true. We should find out where they're getting these weapons. I'm sure that they're coming from outside Nigeria. But what about going after the Boko Haram members that have been arrested? Today we will hear that they arrest them. Tomorrow we will hear they've been released. And I'm like, how then do we know who their sponsors are? Why can't we probe those ones so they can tell us who their sponsors are, who their leaders are? Now you want European leaders and other African leaders to come and fish them out for you. Mr. President, have we done all that we should do before we start to invite the international world? I don't want to get upset, I beg. Because, you know, I'm sure that by now even Mr. President knows that I don't know anything. I probably don't make any sense. I'm just keeping it real. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for my Ghanaian brother, Kwasi Enin. Yes, sir. This is the 17-year-old student in Long Island here in New York who got accepted to all the 8 Ivy League schools in America. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Go, Kwasi. By the way, all the Western media that have been reporting about this story, you are forgetting to include the fact that this boy is Ghanaian. Yes. His parents are from Ghana, so he's Ghanaian. What is wrong with this Western media? Why is it that it is only when we do something bad that you remember where we are from or where our parents are from? Remember those guys that killed a soldier in Britain? The guys had never been to Nigeria. Suddenly they said Nigerian men killed British soldier. But now that a Ghanaian boy got accepted to all the 8 Ivy League schools, they are forgetting that he's Ghanaian. God, these people. Anyway, we are very proud of you, Jare. Charlie, you know, do well. Keep up the good job, my brother. I'm telling you, this boy, he's very brilliant. He scored 2,250 out of 2,400 on the SAT. And that places him in the 99th percentile for all students taking the exam. Yes, so he has surpassed the accomplishments of some of his uncles and cousins who were also accepted to several Ivy League schools. I'm telling you, it runs in the family. You guys know that Africans are very brilliant. Yes, we are. Charlie is here to decide which school he will choose, but we are very excited. And guess what? I'm just keeping it real. And speaking about Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama has been elected the new chairman of ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States. Yes, you know, he's taking over from President Ouattara of Cote d'Ivoire. Now, while I celebrate with Ghanaian president, you know, my heart is very heavy right now. And I really don't know how to say it, but I like to give my heartfelt sympathy to the president of Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, who was hoping that he would be the chairman of ECOWAS. He did everything, but unfortunately, His Excellency lost that election, and Gambians all over the world have been really, really sad. Just kidding! Yeah! Everybody is celebrating! Yes! Jammeh lost an election! I beg, give me that song! Feels good. Feels good for my soul. Jammeh lost an election. For those of you who may not know my man, Jammeh, he's that dictator in Gambia that has been in power for 20 years, who thinks that people will be blind to all the atrocities that he's been committing in his country and vote for him at the ECOWAS. It's so sad because the man was so sure that after that speech that he gave in Nigeria, remember the one I talked about in episode 113? Yeah, he was so sure that he would win. So he was really surprised that people did not vote for him. I mean, I was surprised too. I mean, I said, why would anyone in their right mind not vote for a man who has jailed almost all his officials and several journalists and all of these things that have been reported to ECOWAS? Oops, snap. Oh, I forgot that when he killed about 44 Ghanaians the other time, remember, the case was also reported to ECOWAS. Ooh, snap. Oh, did I mention that one time like this, he killed like 14 students in broad daylight in one day? Jammeh, seriously, if I were you, I wouldn't even bother. No, seriously, I wouldn't even bother to contest. So he's very upset because he's been in ECOWAS for 20 years and has never, not once, been appointed the chairman. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Ghanaian president just came into power 2 years ago and they elected him as the chairman. My man, Jammeh, maybe they are trying to tell you something. Seriously. I heard that he's really upset with Nigerian president right now. Good Lord, Jonathan, you know? Because he thought that Jonathan would back him up. I know, Jammeh, you should be upset. I thought that the president would back me up too on several things that I've talked about on this show, my brother. So on that one, you are not alone. But if I were you, Jammeh, I would never depend on President Jonathan's nomination because people are not blind to what is going on in Nigeria either. And everybody knows about what you have been doing for the past 20 years in power. Some Gambians told me that he packed up and left immediately. They said he stormed out after the Ghanaian president was announced winner. And when he got home, he told Gambians that he will pull Gambia out of the regional bodies, that is ECOWAS and European Union, EU. He also said that he's no longer supporting the economic partnership agreement with EU that was discussed at the ECOWAS meeting. I'm telling you, he's very, very upset right now. So much so that he cancelled his EU meeting in Brussels. Although I heard that he actually cancelled because he was afraid of the huge protest that awaits him. A lot of Gambians are prepared to confront him there with huge protests. But honestly, Jamin, I feel your pain right now. Trust me, I do. And that is why I think you should just forget about everything. Get a cup of Fanta, enjoy me, and shake your waist. And don't forget to step down. No, seriously, it is time for you to step down. We've been telling you left and right. How else do you want us to say it now? Step down, my man. So this is to all my Gambian people in Aduel. Congratulations. And congratulations to my man, Mahama of Ghana. I beg, play that song. Now to my brief update on the ongoing national conference in Nigeria. I am so sorry that I couldn't give an update last week because of time. So today I'm giving you the update of the last 2 weeks. You didn't hear this from me, but I heard that in the previous week, some people decided to kick out any journalist whose reports are considered offensive and unfair to the leadership of the conference. Can you imagine these people? Thankfully, the publisher of this newspaper was there, as well as Dr. Odumakin. They fought for all journalists to be able to report the conference with freedom. Yes. However, it still bothers me that they would even consider such a thing. I mean, what can be offensive and unfair in that conference? In fact, in a more civilized country, that national conference will be streaming live so that all Nigerians at home and abroad would know exactly what is being discussed on our behalf. Don't you think so? I'm not even talking about Western world right now. No, I'm talking about Ghana, South Africa, and of course Kenya. Those people, they will stream it live. I mean, I've been to the conference's website. The video archive only has one video, unless they added more as I'm talking. There is nothing like live streaming on their website. Meanwhile, we're talking about getting rid of journalists, or maybe they're upset about the pictures of sleeping delegates that has been circulating. Yes. Apparently, a lot of them are just sleeping. And speaking of sleeping delegates, you know, last week was very tragic. One of the delegates passed away. It was very sad. Malam Hama Mesau, a retired Assistant Inspector General of Police from Bauchi State. I learned that the man was sick. He was 67 and has been buried. I'm so sorry about his death. My sincere condolences to his family. May his soul rest in peace. But please, conference committee, take care of the delegates. If someone is sick, please tell them to go home. To be honest, I'm very concerned right now for Mrs. Dora Akunyili. I don't know why she's at that conference. You know that she's been sick and she lost so much weight. I mean, take a look at how much weight she lost. She said that she's okay now, and even when she speaks at the conference, she speaks well. I mean, it's obvious that she still needs to recuperate, and it's not like she needs the money anyway. We know that she's very well to do. I'm really worried about you, ma'am, in case you're watching. And you know, with due respect, I'll just say please take a break. Now, to tell you what's the latest. So the main issue at the national religious debate, the main issue at the national conference this week, I'm so sorry, it's just that they've been having some kind of religious debate lately, is that, you know, some Christian delegates said, oh, we should amend the 1999 constitution because it's too much in favor of Islam. They said Sharia was mentioned 73 times in the constitution, and Islam was mentioned 28 times, Muslims were mentioned 10 times, and there is no single mention of Christ, Christianity, or church. Which is why some people think that Nigeria is an Islamic state, but we're not. So they also say that they want Christian courts that would be called ecclesiastical courts, just like Muslims have Sharia courts. And that also must be funded by the government, just as they are funding Sharia courts. And of course, that didn't go well with some Muslim delegates, and you can read the rest online. But seriously, this is what I think. I don't think that religion is a problem right now in Nigeria. Seriously, I live in a country where you would find people of all religions, and we're not killing each other like we do in Nigeria in the name of religion. Most people could care less what you believe, so long as they have basic amenities. They have good job, good roads, electricity, constant electricity, and security. All these are the issues that I think that we should focus on right now. And as much as I would love equal representation of all religions in the constitution, I don't know if that would make me feel safer on the streets of Nigeria, or give a job to my cousin that has been sitting at home for years because he couldn't find a job, or put an end to Boko Haram. Honestly, I'm very concerned about the fact that this is the 3rd week, and for 2 weeks, all they talked about was the rules that would guide the conference and how people can vote at the conference. In fact, some of them were fighting over how to vote at the conference. That's why they were dragging this man away from the fight. And then the whole of last week, all we were talking about is religion. I said, when then would we get to pressing issues? So can we talk about finding solutions to unemployment? Remember how many young Nigerians died just a few weeks ago because of unemployment? Can we talk about finding solutions to kidnappings, to Boko Haram, to poverty, and so on? No, but seriously, I hope that something good will come out of this national conference because I'm getting impatient. 3 weeks already. Anyway, I can't end this episode though without remembering the family members of the Malaysian airline flight 370. The latest that I had was that it's possible that the plane crashed into Southern Indian Ocean, and that has been very devastating news for family members, many of whom had been keeping hope alive for more than 2 weeks before they found out that it's possible the plane had crashed. It's very unfortunate that there's nothing concrete really. The remains of the plane has yet to be found despite all the search efforts, and my deepest condolences to the family members. May their souls rest in peace. Alright, y'all, it's been real, and I'm keeping it real right up in here. Until next week, I'm gonna see y'all later. Peace out.
Yes, indeed, it's Isaac. Pow, that's how we do it. Red Star, representing. You're watching SaharaTV, don't go anywhere. Africa. You shit? Let's go.
I am like you more and I like you when I invite you to my party. Because I like you and energize you and advertise you to my party. I'm a champagne papa and I wanna know you. Hey, what up? This is your boy YQ, and you're watching SaharaTV. It's all about Africa. It's all about the continent, and it's all about one people. And this is Africa.
What up, my people? What's going on? It's your favorite boy, Whiskey, Ripley, and me, Zach. Guess what? You're watching SaharaTV Africa. Keep watching because we just say so. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? It's Zion. Check it with my crew, Classic, and Manara. You're watching SaharaTV. Everything in Africa. Proud. Alright?
This is Bim Fernandez, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Where you are, in Africa, Europe, America, I remain the success, don't mind my voice. Finance, don't mind my voice. Most handsome, don't mind my voice. Number one. Fine boy. Alright, be a good boy, be a good girl, be a good woman, be a good woman. Love your husband, love your wife. No fighting in Africa, one nation, one world, one love. Keep watching. Sahara Reporter, I remain the success. Fine boy.
Hi there. It's been a while, right? Sorry about that. Anyway, the break is back, and I know that Women's Month, March, is over, but whatever. I'm celebrating my ladies every day. And here are some African women on the continent and in the diaspora that I'm definitely looking out for. Ori Okolo, right? She's a Kenyan tech activist, a longtime blogger, Harvard law grad, and co-founder of Ushahidi, which means testimony in Swahili. It's a popular interactive website created to initially aid in receiving and mapping critical information during Kenya's 2007 post-election conflict. The website has grown beyond just Kenya, and today does a range of tech and crisis support throughout Africa. Now, Ori is currently the director of investments at Omidyar Network, the people behind eBay. And you know she was once the policy manager for Africa with Google. Check her out.
Being able to support family. Yuvin was talking about bellwether signs. The bellwether for whether a family was broke or not was breakfast. You know, when things were good, we had eggs and sausages. When things were bad, we had porridge. And like many African families, my parents could never save because they supported siblings, cousins, you know, their parents, and things were always dicey. Now, when I was born, they realized they had a pretty smart kid, and they didn't want me to go to the neighborhood school, which was free. And they adopted a very interesting education approach to
She seems so humble, right? All right, next is Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. You know her, right? She's one of Africa's most prominent female writers. If you don't know her, don't know what you've been doing. Anyway, Chimamanda has been nominated for and won a plethora of top literary awards in Africa and beyond. She was listed in the New Yorker 2010 edition of 20 under 40 authors to watch. That's a big deal. She's given talks with TED, with her most recent one being titled, "We Should All Be Feminist." And remember, Beyonce sampled some of that talk with TED on her latest Flawless track. Now, I'm currently in her most recent book, Americana, which is great. And it was also selected by New York Times Book Review as one of the top 10 books in 2013. And you can't forget Her Matin Morning, Half of a Yellow Sun, and so many more. Check out an interview we did with her a few years ago.
You know, in his footsteps, what do you think and what do you feel about the loss?
I feel heartbroken.
Right.
In a very personal way. I didn't know him well, but when I heard that he'd passed away, I felt just deeply heartbroken. I still do. It's still very hard for me to talk about him in the past tense, because there's certain people you don't want to die.
Right.
You know, this sounds very silly, but it's true. So I've always wanted Chinua Achebe to be there, just there. I didn't want to see him. I just wanted him to be there, because his presence, there was something about it that for me was nurturing, was important to my work, and I think for my generation. Just that Chinua Achebe is so important. Chinua Achebe is iconic, and yeah, I think the world lost a great human being.
Okay, now
she's such a role model, right? And I love that shirt every time I see that video. All right, moving on, Hadil Ibrahim. She is the daughter of Sudanese billionaire Mo Ibrahim. You know him, right? The founder of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, where Hadil is the executive director. And she's only like 29 or 30 years old. Now, you know the Mo Ibrahim Foundation was started in 2006, and it's one of the oldest NGOs that promotes good governance in Africa. Now, besides being on the board at Mo Ibrahim, Hadil sits on the board of several other humanitarian and philanthropy projects, such as the Mary Robinson Foundation for Climate Justice, and also the board of FIMS, Africa Solidarity, and so many more. Check out an interview she was having a few years ago, I think last year.
Tensions in the fabric of our societies and real intergenerational conflict as this young generation comes of age into a world in which there aren't enough jobs for them, in which they feel that the rules are not fair and their voices aren't being heard.
So what can be done, for example, to adapt for this reality?
I think we have to create a situation where our political leaders listen to young people. I mean, in particular, in Africa, our citizens, the average age is 19.8 years, and our presidents is 62.1 years, the average age.
The girl is smart. All right, moving on. The very famous Lupita Nyong'o. 31-year-old Lupita Nyong'o, you know her. She is the Kenyan-Mexican actress who just blew minds with her role as Patsy in the film 12 Years a Slave, directed by Steve McQueen. Now, for this role alone, she was nominated for several awards, huge. She won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, making her the 6th Black female and the first ever African to win an Oscar. And although it feels like Lupita came out of nowhere, she didn't. She paid her dues. Yale School of Drama, she PA'd or was a production assistant on several Hollywood films like The Constant Gardener, and she even directed some of her own smaller projects. Now here's a clip of Lupita discussing an old film that she did a few years ago.
Who you worked with in Kenya?
Okay. Well, I began making this film in 2006. It was my final thesis project at Hampshire College in Amherst, Massachusetts. So, yeah, it began as a school project. And I went back home in August of 2006 and was there for 8 months working on the film. And yeah, I mean, when I got there, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just wanted to make a documentary. The subject matter, I wasn't sure. And how it came to be about albinism was because my friend who's in the film, CK, she lived across from me for 10 years. And I never knew and I never understood her condition. And when I got back...
Go, Lupita! All right, moving on. Wangechi Mutsu. She's an internationally acclaimed visual artist who works with various mediums, sculpting and video. She's Kenyan and based right here in Brooklyn. She's famous for her large Afrofuturistic collages, usually depicting women, and boy is she creative and deep. She says her work leans towards the fictional, the imaginary, dream-like. I love it. Now, did you see the video she directed with artist Santiago, The End of Eating Everything? You should definitely check it out. But here's a clip of her discussing one of her exhibits.
Once upon a time, she said, "I'm not afraid," and her enemies became afraid of her, is a piece I made specifically for this exhibition. I'm going to try to actually remake it for the places that the show is going to tour. It's a work that really underlies a philosophy I kind of believe in, which is that if you utter something, that it will become. If you make something, you actually bring it to life. And so she's got these three sprites, these little robotic creature chimera things following her, and she's triumphantly getting away from them. And it sort of expresses my own belief that there are these...
Real creative stuff right there. All right. Moving on, Miss Fatou Camara. Now, I began following Miss Fatou last year, and she's a bold journalist from the Gambia, currently based in the USA, in Georgia. Now, she had to flee her country, the Gambia, after being charged with inciting the Gambian public to rebel against President Yahya Jammeh. But even though she's away from Gambia, she still reports on the country and the issues there, and she updates her followers consistently. Now, she's on Facebook too. You should look her up at The Fatou Show. Here's a clip of Fatou on one of her recent shows.
Hello and welcome to The Fatou Show, of course, the biggest and the oldest TV show on the Gambia radio and television services. We are so happy to be here again this week to bring you the show. And of course, we would like to say thank you to Comium, our sponsors, for making it possible, and also the team that is behind The Fatou Show. You've seen all the new improvements that we have on the show, the new segments, and how our Facebook page is developing. If you are not our Facebook friend, you can subscribe to us, and it's facebook.com/Fatou Show. Facebook.com/ FATU SHOW. We're also on Twitter and Instagram. And this week we have a whole lot coming for you. We have the pen and paper.
Now you know her Facebook page for real, right? All right, moving on. Next is Pharaoh. Towards the end of 2013, I got put on to Pharaoh, the Somalian-Canadian stylish music duo. Their music is great, and most importantly, they're advocates. Now, because of their own experiences as Somali refugees, yes, they fled Mogadishu, Somalia at the age of 4 and 5, they're now spokespeople for the ongoing crisis in the country, and they are the first ever Somali female artist to be signed to a major label, that Sweet Rush at Universal Motown Records. Check out their video.
You burn. You gon' make me go start a riot. Rumble, come get your some. Wrong time to be tough, got have you falling down like a domino. I'll chase you down in these streets, one by one. You want it with me? Get your life, I got mine. It's for all the people like me. It's to the troublemakers that fight for fun, and the big dream chasers, the rebel ones. They say that we're wrong.
I want all of their clothes. All right, moving on is Miss Ola Orekunrun. I'm saying it right? Maybe. She's the founder of Flying Doctors Nigeria, the only ambulance airlift service in West Africa. The most amazing part of her story is that The British or the Nigerian native left her life in England, plus a high-paying doctor gig in the UK to be a physician in Africa. That's really cool. After her young sister died from not getting to the hospital in time, she then started flying doctors Nigeria, and that was around 2010. And so far, the company has airlifted more than 500 people. And oh yeah, she's a trained pilot, so that makes it even better. Check out this interview of her, or this discussion that she had at TED.
She died when she was stabbed in her eyes and in her head. These are just two of the 1 million victims of the Rwandan genocide in 1994, which wiped out almost 20% of Rwanda's population. Dr. Richard and his colleagues in 2002 started the Never Again Foundation, taking a stand and saying never again in Rwanda would this happen. Never again.
The girl is so smart, and I think she's well under 30, definitely. All right, moving on is Miss Lindiwe Mazibuko, South African politics. Now, she's actually a really big deal. The first Black parliamentary leader of South Africa's opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, and she's only about 33 years old. Now, she was born in Swaziland, and she's a graduate of Cape Town University. She's been with the DA since 2009 and grown some tough skin. Now, something kind of strange to note is that for some reason, people are constantly questioning her Blackness because she had an elite upbringing, which is kind of weird to me. But anyway, check out her speaking at the parliament.
Has the president ever reflected on what it must feel like to be a young person without a job in South Africa today? Does he feel for the 5 million young South Africans under the age of 34 who are unable to find work? Because the speech he gave on Thursday really did not show this. Does the president empathize with the young unemployed woman who opens her eyes every morning and sees another wretched and empty day stretching out before her? She knows she needs a job.
Slamming President Jacob Zuma. Did you see him sitting there at the corner? All right, finally, I'm at my number one, Miss Zuria Aduole. Oh my God, 11-year-old journalist, like a real journalist at 11 years old. Now, because of her brilliance, she was named Child Ambassador by Tanzania's First Lady. 9 years old is when she entered a contest where she focused her project on the Ghanaian Revolution. And from there, she began traveling the globe, interviewing prominent leaders. She has her very own, now check this out, nonprofit organization called Dream Up, Speak Up, Stand Up, where she encourages girls around the world to follow their dreams. Amazing, right? Check out this clip of her speaking.
So welcome to Tanzania. How do you feel being in Tanzania for the third time or first time?
This is actually my second time.
Second time, wow.
Yes, sir. And first, I'd like to thank my friends at Ethiopian Airlines and the Portillo Hotel for making this trip possible. And this is actually my second time to Tanzania. The first time I came when I believe I was 5 years old. And because of how young I was, I forgot about the country's wonderful nature and its wonderful people. So I'm glad I'm able to come back here again.
Okay, so that's my list. And those are some of the ladies or young ladies that I'm definitely watching. Tell me about more. Now, we must celebrate them. So send me an email at thebreakwithtracy@gmail.com. I'm also on Twitter at @thebreak_Tracy. And you can find me on Facebook. Just type in The Break with Tracy. And I thank you so much for watching.
Hey everyone, welcome to the SaharaTV experience. We're an online TV station that focuses on the underreported stories that may not be covered in the mainstream media, with the aim to inform Africans and people of African descent about the issues that directly affect their lives. SaharaTV covers a range of issues from governmental corruption, human rights, news breaks, exclusive interviews, as well as African music, culture, and fashion. Simply, we highlight various African cultures around the world. You can catch our live weekly broadcasts on YouTube, Roku, Livestream, the Sahara Reporters website, the Sahara TV website, and even on your mobile phone. Did I say mobile phone? Yes, your mobile phone. You can also watch the show through Livestream on your laptop or on your mobile device. Just visit new.livestream.com and search for Sahara TV. Now, for viewers who have Roku, for those of you who don't know what Roku is, it's a streaming device, just like Apple TV. Search the Sahara TV channel where you can watch us live along with all of our videos. And if you missed the show, don't worry, we upload the different segments onto YouTube, so they're always there. So remember, catch our live broadcast every Saturday, 12 to 4 p.m. EST, 5 to 9 p.m. GMT. Check your local time zone to be sure to tune into the show. Sahara TV is everything Africa.